Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 601. Keep a handy. Thank you for your help, Secretary. I am very grateful. Ronald sincerely thanked Secretary of the Navy John Lyman over the phone. This time, he was able to obtain the Navy's strong support thanks to his son, George, in Texas, who had his mother, Barbara, call Secretary Lyman's mother, Constance, and launch into a cliché about the lack of patriotism among today's youth. After receiving a call from his mother expressing her concern, Secretary Lyman again inquired about the progress of Top Gun, expressing satisfaction with Ronald's casting and filming schedule. Haha, good job, young man. Actually, I also have deep connections in Hollywood. Princess Grace Kelly of Monaco is my aunt. We're quite close friends, despite the age difference. When I go to California, you must introduce me to some Hollywood actresses. Of course, no problem. Ronald hung up the phone. This time, to prevent any potential problems, he had used many connections. George even called the Navy liaison officer, Matthew, through his father's secretary, urging him to make a strong statement. The entire Navy expressed its support for Ronald, nipping Mancuso's plan to replace him in the bud. Of course, all this came at a price. Richard, how's the arrangement for entertaining Secretary Lyman going? You'd better not interfere. I'll handle it. You've been completely unaware of the whole thing. Richard was cautious, not discussing any details with Ronald. Thank you. Ronald patted his agent on the shoulder. Richard was still the most loyal of all his agents. What did Mr. Eisner say? Richard asked. He wants me to direct at Disney, saying I can choose any script. But my collaboration with Paramount is going well right now. Mr. Tanning and I have an old relationship. I just recommended a ready-made film to him. While Ronald was calling George Jr. for help, he also overheard some news. George Jr. complained about Eisner's slow pace. After giving Eisner the $200 million from Screen Fund II, he hadn't made any moves. As a director of the fund, George Jr. was being questioned by some investors. During the two-day preparation period for the film crew's move to another location, Ronald called Eisner to relay a message for George Jr. Eisner took this very seriously and specially arranged to meet him privately at a high-end Japanese restaurant. The chef served sushi and eel rice, then left the private room, leaving the two of them to chat. Eisner's power had diminished considerably compared to his time at Paramount, and he treated promising directors with great respect, meeting them personally whenever possible. Unable to use chopsticks, he simply rolled up a napkin, folded it in half, inserted chopsticks, and used it as a large pair of tweezers to pick up the eel and swallow it whole. Ronald, I know you're a screenwriter. If you have any new scripts, or if any good filmmakers want to make a production with box office potential, remember to contact me. Eisner's attitude towards Ronald was much more equal now. He explained that Disney didn't have a good reputation in the live-action film industry. They had only made a few medium-budget teen films before, and large projects didn't approach them, while Eisner wasn't sure about small projects. Mr. Eisner, actually, you have a very good film in your hands. Ronald picked up a piece of eel with his chopsticks. The sauce was very flavorful. He thought of Walter Murch. Walter, I know him, Eisner said after a moment's thought. I understand you recommending Return to Oz, but that film was decided during Ron Miller's time. You know what I mean. Ronald understood, of course. Walter Murch's film Return to Oz was initiated by the former head of Disney, who almost fired him. Now that Eisner was in charge, the project's success or failure was inappropriate for him, so it was left aside. Murch's film was now in a strange situation where no one was paying attention. The funding for subsequent special effects production hadn't arrived, and the pre-production marketing hadn't started. Walter's film still needs to be done with claymation. If you're willing to support it, then this film can be revived in your hands. Interesting idea. Eisner wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Actually, he wasn't too concerned about this film approved by the former CEO. Walter Murch is a good friend of George Lucas. When he was fired by Ron Miller, I asked George for help. George personally flew to Britain to intervene and vouch for Murch, allowing him to finish the film despite the pressure from Ron Miller. Ronald recounted the situation. Eisner was unaware of these details. Ronald, who thoroughly enjoyed the eel, devoured another large piece. Cheers. Eisner clinked glasses with Ronald. He was intrigued by the information Ronald revealed. George Lucas was preparing a big production, rumored to have special effects surpassing Star Wars, and all 7 major studios were vying for it. With this news, Eisner felt more confident. The next day, Walter Murch personally came to thank him, and Eisner granted him a special grant for production and marketing. Clay animation involves posing clay figures in specific poses, photographing them frame by frame, and stitching 24 photos together to create 1 second of animation. With Eisner personally overseeing the project, the progress of Return to Oz would be significantly accelerated. Marketing costs were increased by 50%, meaning Murch's directorial debut would receive a normal, mid-budget production. "It's nothing, I've been waiting to see your movie for ages," Ronald said, taking a sip of his drink. "Are you worried?" "I heard your new film is going well," Walter Murch said, noticing Ronald's concerned expression. Ronald had nothing to hide from Murch. "The higher-ups at Paramount have a problem with me. Although I have the Navy's support during filming, preventing them from causing me trouble, I'm worried about unexpected difficulties during post-production editing." "I see." Murch paused for a moment. "You know, during Hollywood's golden age, some directors wouldn't shoot the main shot. It was to gain control over the editing." "I know. Without the main shot, they can cut your film into a completely different story. Actually, besides that, John Ford, with his high artistic taste, invented some other tricks." Murch recounted some of the tricks circulating among veteran Hollywood directors and editors to prevent producer interference. "If we do it that way, not only will they be unable to change your story, but even if we change the editor, they might be completely lost." "Is this the metaphor you keep emphasizing, that editing is like the audience dreaming? When people dream, their thoughts jump around. If others don't know the dream I'm having, they can only see a bunch of fragmented images." Having finalized the agreement with Walter Murch, Ronald decided to keep a backup plan. The Navy's support could only guarantee until filming was complete. Editing, as the final creative stage of the film, required him to maintain control, so he needed to hold a few trump cards. At the Los Angeles airport, Ronald and the main members of the production team, along with several actors playing pilots, waited for their flight to the Philippines. The Navy's final partner was the USS Enterprise, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. This Enterprise was the second aircraft carrier to bear that name. It had once circumnavigated the globe without refueling, demonstrating the superiority of nuclear power. It had participated in numerous military conflicts since its launch, such as the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Vietnam War, and the Indo-Pakistani War, making it a true darling of the American Navy. The aircraft carrier is currently deployed to patrol the Indian Ocean. The Navy will first pick up the film crew from Subic Bay Air Force Base, then fly to Diego Garcia, and finally transfer them to a transport ship to rendezvous with the fleet in the Indian Ocean. Because the carrier's mission and deployment are classified, the film crew does not know the exact location of the USS Enterprise. Beep beep, Richard, who had come to see them off, received a pager. "I'm going to make a return call, Richard. I found the right person you asked me to find. Your VIP client will be satisfied. Her girl is the best in Los Angeles. It's not Mrs. Alex, is it? Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile?" "No, it's a woman named Heidi Fries, a nobody in the industry. She used to be Mrs. Alex's assistant, and she's very young. Hiring her won't have any major side effects, unlike Mrs. Alex, whose name is too famous and would easily attract the attention of the police and tabloids. Listen, the client we're serving is very, I understand. No questions asked, no words spoken. Cash transaction beforehand. The client doesn't need to worry about anything. We haven't made this call." After finishing the call, Richard returned and gave Ronald a knowing look. "Okay, let's go." The group pushed the heavy equipment toward the boarding gate. The American Navy was picking up the film crew in Manila in a transport plane. The group sat in the transport plane. The Navy pilots were much more aggressive than civilian pilots, taking off and landing very aggressively. After a layover in Subic Bay, the film crew arrived at Diego Garcia after a long flight. They then transferred to a transport ship and, after several hours of sailing, reached the carrier strike group's location. On the vast ocean, there were no landmarks, only the setting sun, the sea, and a massive aircraft carrier. The carrier was painted gray. A helicopter took off from the transport ship, transferring the crew to the carrier. Looking down from the helicopter, Ronald saw the numbers 65 painted white on the carrier's deck, the hull number of the USS Enterprise. After landing, a sergeant greeted the crew. The main members of the crew would have dinner with the captain and flight commander that evening. Ronald, Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, and several actors playing pilots disembarked from the helicopter and saw F-14A Tomcats parked on both sides of the carrier's deck, their wings folded into a triangular shape to save deck space. On the deck, soldiers in yellow, green, and purple helmets and vests were busy at work. The metallic deck, the fighter jets, and the setting sun created a beautiful picture. "It's really beautiful," Ronald exclaimed. "I'll take you to your assigned cabins first. The officers and sergeants have cleared them out for you, thank you. Perhaps you could find a place for my photography equipment first." "No problem. We've prepared several compartments for you to store your equipment and for filming the flight control room." Chapter 600 Tufang Jimo is in trouble. On the ship, you are free to move around in the designated areas, but for some classified areas, you must notify Sergeant James, who will coordinate with us. The captain of the USS Enterprise designated an area for the film crew, mainly the deck area and a conference room, which had been converted into a flight control center. For footage of aircraft takeoffs and landings, you must submit reports in advance, and our flight squadron will make unified arrangements. The captain was in charge of the carrier's navigation, while the flight operations were under the command of the Air Wing commander. The film crew would also have to deal with 2 command centers. If there are no other questions, let us wish you a successful filming. Everyone raised their glasses, and then the senior officers left. They still had naval patrol missions to perform. So, is our money just extra money given to them? Their carrier and carrier-based aircraft were supposed to be here to perform missions anyway, and we still have to pay so much? Ronald quietly asked the producer Bruckheimer next to him. On the bright side, it's already quite a feat that the Navy is willing to let us pay. After dinner, Ronald returned to his assigned bunk. At 6 feet 2 inches tall, the bed was a bit cramped. The temperature inside the cabins was quite high, and everyone was sweating. These berths, reserved for petty officers, were shared by the Navy personnel. The sailors' berths were even worse. It took the efforts of 6,000 people to operate this massive combat machine. Besides the ship's crew, another 6,000 people were on leave at the San Diego Naval Base, rotating every 6 months. Ronald reserved several quieter cabins for the actors, who needed to maintain peak condition. He, Bruckheimer, and director of photography Kimball squeezed into a small space, surrounded by the buzzing of some machine. Besides the noise, the temperature was also quite high. Ronald woke up at 5 the next morning and went out to watch the sunrise at sea. So beautiful. Ronald looked at the sun rising over the blue sky and sea, took a few pictures, and wished he could wake up all the actors still jet-lagged and start filming right away. The Navy had given them 5 days for filming on the Enterprise, and Ronald didn't want to waste a single moment of sunrise or sunset. "Sir, you can only take pictures facing the sea, not the bridge or antennas." Sergeant James, acting as the liaison, faithfully stopped Ronald from including the bridge in the shot. "Then I'll use this director's viewfinder. We don't have film. Let's see where it's easy to frame the shot. You come with me and point out any sensitive spots." "I'd be happy to." Sergeant James accompanied Ronald, walking across the deck and pointing out sensitive areas that could easily give away information. He also carefully explained which areas couldn't be photographed, which could only be used for distant shots, and which needed to be blurred. The two returned to the officers' mess and ran into Tom Cruise and director of photography Kimball. "The conference room used as the flight control center is very cramped. The actors are probably sweating buckets," Kimball reported. "It's all right, sweating makes you more manly," Ronald said, grabbing some orange juice and bread. The officers' mess was much better. "So, do you like it here?" Ronald asked Cruise, who was sitting at the table. "Very good. I'm very excited." Burdened by his $1 million salary, Tom Cruise was surprisingly relaxed on the aircraft carrier. "What happened?" Ronald asked Bruckheimer beside him. "The pilots here are all asking Tom for autographs," Bruckheimer said with a grin. "Naval officers and soldiers, especially naval aviators, are a very proud group. They rarely idolize celebrities. Of the male leads, they only asked Cruise, who starred in Crazy Boys, for autographs, ignoring Kilmer and others. This restored Cruise's strong confidence. Action. In the cramped cabin, The lights occupied a large area. On the conference table fixed to the floor, a bald actor playing a flight wing commander was facing the camera, smoking a large cigar. With his back to the camera was the actor playing a Jaguar pilot. The flight wing commander was reprimanding him. The Jaguar, locked on by a MiG-28 missile during air combat, suffered a psychological breakdown and ultimately couldn't land on the carrier deck in the night sky after sunset. When Lone Ranger learned that Jaguar was hesitant to land at night, he pulled up for a go-around and accompanied Jaguar to a safe landing. Jaguar, however, was overwhelmed by the pressure. He thought of his wife and the children he had never met, and resolutely requested to retire. Standing outside were Tom Cruise and Anthony Edwards, who played Dumbbell. They couldn't squeeze into the small room and watch the filming from outside. "You and that pretty girl are dating?" Cruise asked Edwards. "Yes, Meg and I click." Edwards and Meg Ryan, who played his wife, had been together on the Miramar set. Her character was also a catalyst for the plot. In the bar, she told Charlie that Lone Ranger had fallen for her at first sight, leading to Lone Ranger and Charlie falling for each other. Later, when Dumbbell tragically died, she came to the base to give Lone Ranger's dog tag, allowing him to carry on Dumbbell's legacy. Meg Ryan, also a college student, had been shooting commercials to pay for her tuition. Her comprehension was better than the average actor, and Anthony Edwards made the first move, leading to their pairing. "What about you? Did you manage to get McGillis?" "No, I kissed her in the movie, but it seems her heart belongs to someone else." Tom Cruise nodded. Cut. "Oh." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and rushed out to find iced cola to cool off. Their shirts were soaked with sweat, their faces and foreheads radiating heat from the high-powered lights, sweat pouring down their backs. Only Ronald was very satisfied. He could imagine that when the female audience saw these handsome men on screen, their faces glistening with sweat and their shirts soaked through, they would almost instinctively sit up straight, as if they could smell their body odor. In the afternoon, a new cast came to film. Action. This scene depicts the final aerial battle of the film. Val Kilmer's character, Iceman, tells the wing commander that he doesn't want Lone Ranger as their backup. Lone Ranger's self-centered, attention-seeking behavior, disregarding his wingmen, makes him untrustworthy. He was satisfied with this line. The characters in the film are similar to their real-life counterparts, mutual dislike. "I know what you're thinking, but don't discuss it. Execute orders." The bald actor adopted the wing commander's stance, instructing him to board and take off. Cut. As dusk fell, with the wing's permission, the crew filmed the scene on the deck of Iceman and Hollywood boarding and taking off for battle. The wing helped by spraying the pilots and radar officers' names and call signs on the cockpit exterior in black paint. Several deck crew members pretended to help the actors board. In the glow of the setting sun, Val Kilmer gave a thumbs up to the officers and soldiers, then transitioned to a powerful salute. Cut. Tom Cruise went up again. This time, the Maverick was a backup and didn't take off at the start. He pulled on the Sidewinder missile mounted under the plane. It was the real thing. Then he climbed the boarding stairs, sat in the cockpit, composed himself, and put on his helmet. He got ready. Cut. The first day's footage went very well. "When can we film the actual fighter takeoffs and landings?" Ronald went to the actual flight wing commander, who had also come to watch the filming. "I heard you wanted the twilight lighting. We have missions these days, and as long as the weather is right, I'll arrange takeoffs and landings at the appropriate times." "Thank you." Ronald thanked him, then announced the end of filming, dismissed the crew, and everyone was free to walk around in the designated area. The actors all started heading towards the dining hall, except for Val Kilmer, whose dissatisfaction grew as he watched Cruise get more screen time than him. However, there was a limit to the number of people filming on the aircraft carrier, and his manager hadn't come along, making it impossible to discuss a solution. "Let's go," he waved to Rick Rossovich, the radar officer playing the Iceman. The two shared a cabin. "It's pretty good here, quiet and peaceful, even better than the director's bunk." Val Kilmer was quite satisfied with his treatment, wondering how Tom Cruise was doing. "Oh, SHXT, Rick Rossovich turned on the room light. He had fallen asleep in a rush last night and hadn't looked at the wall himself, but today he found a large radiation symbol on the wall, with a line of text below it. "What are you yelling about?" Val Kilmer was annoyed by Rossovich's fuss. "Knock knock." Rick Rossovich knocked on the metal wall. "There should be a nuclear reactor behind this. No wonder there's no noise here. I didn't see this symbol yesterday." "Are you sure?" Val Kilmer jumped up. "Yes, there's a line of small print below, Nuclear, Rosevich jumped back abruptly. This nuclear, was it the same as the nuclear bomb? Damn it, no wonder they were so kind. Let's get going. The two quickly dressed and left their bunk. Following the passageway below the aircraft carrier deck, they passed through many doors and arrived at above the carrier. The soldiers along the way saluted them for wearing pilot uniforms. This one's nice, maybe we'll sleep here. They found a larger bunk and, seeing the uniforms hanging behind the door, realized it was an officer's quarters. Ah, this is more comfortable. The two actors quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Ronald woke up at 5 as usual, did dozens of push-ups, and was about to go out for breakfast. Sergeant James saluted him. The captain needs you to come over, he has something to discuss. What happened? Ronald asked, noticing James's displeased expression. 2 of you actors went to the classified area and slept in the carrier's fighter squadron leader's bed. I need to go get the producer. You wait for us on deck. Ronald met up with Bruckheimer, and the group walked along the deck to the bridge. Sergeant James led them up the stairs to the captain's office in Cambridge. On one side of the captain's room sat the captain and his assistant, and on the other, the squadron commander. 2 actors sat on a bench opposite them. One was Van Kilmer, and the other was Rosevich, who played his partner. Van Kilmer chewed gum nonchalantly, looking displeased. Rosevich, on the other hand, had his head drooping, his arm seemed twisted and uncomfortable. Director Lee, you need to keep an eye on your men. Don't let them sleep in the officers' lounge. We almost thought we'd been spies when we got back this morning, the fighter squadron commander said, nodding to Ronald and then smoothing his hair with his cap. Mr. Bruckheimer, the Enterprise is one of the most powerful and highly classified surface ships in the Americas. My permission to allow the film crew to board is an order from the Navy. However, if you continue to violate regulations and appear in prohibited areas, I will have to ask you to disembark. The captain was displeased. The 2 actors had somehow managed to walk through such a long crew passageway all the way to the pilot's quarters without being detected. He was going to punish those sailors who hadn't been discovered. Could the 2 actors go and freshen up and get something to eat? Ronald scratched his head and asked. The captain waved his hand, and the 2 actors were led away. Ronald glanced at Bruckheimer, who told him to explain first, and said, Captain, squadron leader, first of all, I apologize. This should have happened. However, the film crew isn't a disciplined force. My words don't carry as much weight as a Navy lieutenant's words to his subordinates. Van Kilmer is a big star, it's normal for him not to listen to me, and I don't have the authority to fire him. But I will emphasize to their agents that they must abide by Navy discipline and guarantee that this won't happen again. You guarantee it. I can't guarantee it for those 2, but for the others, I can reiterate the discipline. I also hope you can give us enough patience and not punish the entire crew for this. The captain gave Ronald a disapproving look. If any actor violates the rules again, I will fire them. All right. Ronald also walked out of the bridge and asked Sergeant James, can we call home from here? Only telegrams. Ronald and Bruckheimer exchanged a glance. Unable to contact Van Kilmer's agent, it seemed they could only talk to Van Kilmer himself. We're filming on an aircraft carrier, so we have to follow the rules. Don't change cabins without permission. If you're not happy, you can tell me, and I'll talk to the captain. Ronald advised the 2 actors to tone it down. This is nuclear, it's fucking terrifying, Rick Rosevich said, uneducated. America is a free country. We're just looking for a safe place to sleep. Rick got twisted by them, Van Kilmer said dismissively, chewing gum. If you're not happy with your sleeping arrangements, we can help you change. We have 4 more days on the ship, and we hope we can finish filming successfully. We also hope you'll abide by some of the rules on an aircraft carrier, HMPH. Cruise's treatment is definitely better than ours, Van Kilmer said, very dissatisfied after Ronald left. The entire crew only asked Tom Cruise for autographs, no one even bothered to sign for him, a star who had also starred in a movie. Chapter 603 Forcing Kimber to Comply. Action. Ronald crouched inside the hangar below deck, behind the elevator that lifts the fighter jet. The microphone for on-site recording was extended in front of the elevator's motor. The hangar exit was bathed in the unique yellow light of the Indian Ocean sunset, backlit. The crew on deck were reduced to mere black silhouettes. Whoosh, the elevator slowly rose, gradually blocking the sunlight, and the silhouette of the F-14A fighter jet on the platform slowly disappeared from the frame, leaving only darkness. Clang, the elevator closed tightly. Cut. Ronald and the others quickly climbed onto the descending elevator and onto the deck. The sunset was breathtaking, and the crew seized the opportunity to film. Ronald again extensively used backlighting from the sunset, employing a 2.35:1 anamorphic widescreen lens to give the massive fighter jet ample space. On the deck, the Tomcat's silhouette slowly slid across the frame from left to right, taking a full 10 seconds to capture the entire fighter jet, which only occupied half of the frame. As dusk settled, the metallic colors of the fighter jets on the deck, almost invisible, took on a mysterious hue under the white steam billowing from the catapults. Cut. Ronald was satisfied with the day's footage. The hazy, beautiful, smoky hues of his dream were indeed perfect for filming this mechanical monster. The Air Wing has agreed to film the catapult launch tomorrow. Hopefully, the weather will cooperate, said Director of Photography Kimball to Ronald. The weather in the Indian Ocean changes rapidly. We need to be prepared. Filming time is limited, and the Enterprise Carrier Strike Group has patrol duties. We'd better finish filming within the allotted time. I don't want to have to plead with the Secretary of the Navy again. Kimball smiled and patted the young director on the shoulder. Thanks to him, he was the first director of photography in decades to film on location aboard an aircraft carrier. Tom Cruise, can I get an autograph? A carrier-based pilot approached, shyly asking Tom for an autograph. Tom hesitated, then smiled and signed his notebook. Hey, you want an autograph too? The ground crew teased the pilot with a laugh. I'm doing this for promotion. Maybe in a few years, this autograph will be worth a lot of money. The profession with a greater ego than a celebrity might be that of a fighter pilot, and even greater than that is that of a carrier-based fighter pilot. Their exceptional qualities, requiring master's and doctoral degrees, make it difficult for them to look down on these actors who portray themselves as incompetent. Tom Cruise, as the sole exception, relied on his affability and the fame of his previous films to gain the pilot's acceptance of his portrayal of the lone carrier-based pilot. SHXT, Van Kilmer and Rick Rossovich, standing nearby, scoffed dismissively, treating them like idiots. Yesterday, one pilot, with an expression of utter disdain, explained to these two low-IQ actors that the nuclear in nuclear power refers to a reactor, not something as dangerous as a nuclear bomb. Sleeping in their original bunks was actually quite quiet. It was the best bunk available to the non-commissioned officers. I want to give some compensation to the officers and men who will be filming tomorrow. Ronald extended a gesture of goodwill during dinner with the captain and flight wing commander. Attempting to mend the rift between the film crew and the aircraft carrier's personnel caused by Fankheimer's disciplinary infraction the previous day. Don't forget, taxpayers are the ones paying their salaries. The captain sensed Ronald's goodwill but reminded him not to give too much, lest it cause conflict between those participating in the filming and those not. $10 per person, how about that? Ronald considered it, at least enough to buy everyone iced Coca-Cola. Nearly 1,000 officers and men were expected to be extras tomorrow, filling the deck and bridge. Haha, sure. Tell the galley to make enough ice cream for the lads tomorrow. The next day, the sky was clear. The assistant director was assigning tasks to the neatly lined-up sailors. A large group of officers and men in authentic naval uniforms formed a large circle on the deck. Ronald and his team were to film the scene where the Lone Ranger single-handedly shot down 3 enemy planes and safely returned to the carrier with Iceman, receiving a celebratory reception. This would be the film's grand climax. Listen up, everyone. The Maverick's fighter jet will turn around and fly here, Ronald said, picking up a megaphone and instructing the extras present. These disciplined soldiers were much easier to manage than the average extra. Then the Mavericks will come down the boarding stairs, and you guys will crowd around Hollywood, who was shot down and rescued, and Werewolf. When they embrace enthusiastically, you guys should surround them and cheer. Now let's try it out. Start cheering. Ow, action. After the rehearsal, the actual filming began. An F-14A Tomcat fighter jet slowly circled halfway around the viewfinder, cutting into the frame from the right. A group of sailors surrounded it, all chanting the Mavericks call. Tom Cruise came down the boarding stairs and was surrounded, cheering and celebrating his feat of shooting down 3 MiG-28s single-handedly. The 2.35 anamorphic widescreen lens is great. With such a wide aspect ratio, you don't need to pan the camera to tell the story, and there's almost a third of the frame left blank. Ronald was watching the scene through the director's viewfinder behind the camera. This aspect ratio is really perfect for shooting large-scale scenes. The two actors playing Hollywood and Werewolf walked over and gave Tom Cruise a big hug. They were shot down by a MiG missile as soon as they engaged in combat, ejecting and falling into the sea. If the Lone Ranger hadn't driven away the enemy plane, the rescue helicopter wouldn't have been able to pull them out of the sea so easily. Hundreds of people surrounded the three pilots and walked towards the other deck, where Iceman and Slider, who had returned earlier, were finally going to face each other and settle their score. Ronald stood behind the camera with a slight smile. He saw Barry Tabb, who played Werewolf. That clever guy had stolen the spotlight in the airport scene wearing a straw hat, and this time he had come up with another idea. Everyone else had their backs to the camera, crowding around Lone Ranger as they walked towards the Iceman crew. Only he faced the camera, speaking to Lone Ranger and his temporary radar officer, Wizard, while walking backwards. This scene-stealing method was unique. It didn't affect the main character, nor the composition or narrative. Just a clever little trick to successfully extend his screen time by a few more seconds. Cut. Ronald looked at Barry Tabb, nodding to him, indicating his excellent performance. He didn't pursue his behind-the-scenes act. Tabb was pleased. As a minor supporting character, this extra screen time in a big production would definitely leave a lasting impression on the audience. It seemed the director was quite satisfied with his improvisation. Being rescued by Lone Ranger, he obviously wanted to chat with him, so walking backwards was logical. Good, let's hurry. After shooting the next scene, we still need to shoot the fighter jet takeoff and landing scenes. Let's get to the point, Ronald instructed the assistant director, then began frantically resetting the camera. Action. Soon, Val Kilmer and Tom Cruise were pushed into a circle surrounded by hundreds of extras. Before takeoff, Iceman was still questioning Lone Ranger's rosterless fighting style. But if Lone Ranger hadn't risked his life to save him, Iceman would have been surrounded and attacked by 5 MiG-28s, and most likely shot down. The camera captured Val Kilmer walking to the designated spot marked with duct tape on the deck and saying, "You're still dangerous, but you've passed the test." Cut. Ronald reluctantly stopped filming, picked up a megaphone, and said to Val Kilmer, "Kilmer, you've got your lines wrong." Read from the script. This was the climax of the reconciliation between the two ace pilots. Iceman would say, "You're still dangerous, but you're always ready to be my wingman." This meant that Iceman acknowledged Lone Ranger's fighting style, and Lone Ranger had learned from the accident and would no longer abandon his wingman to steal the spotlight. At this point, Lone Ranger had completed his role transformation and grown into a better fighter pilot. Action. You're still so dangerous. Val Kilmer seemed to have forgotten his lines again, getting stuck here. He looked at the camera, shrugged, and indicated he'd forgotten. Cut. Ronald started to get angry. "Should I make you a teleprompter, director? I can't say this line." Val Kilmer approached Ronald, hands on his hips. He tilted his head, his square chin like a shovel aimed at Ronald, as if in defiance. He had a bit of an ancient ape-man vibe. "You can say it? What do you mean? I just can't say it. I can't bow down to Tom's character, you fucking..." Ronald felt a surge of anger. Val Kilmer was doing this for his own star power, unwilling to let his character bow down to Cruise's character. He wanted Iceman to lecture Lone Ranger again at the end, to highlight Iceman's character, and he wanted to compete with Cruise. Iceman and Lone Ranger were always two opposing sides. One relied on reason, on textbook perfect flying to provoke his opponent. One relies on intuition, acting instinctively without thinking during battle. In the final dogfight against hostile fighters, the Lone Ranger saves the Iceman, and their contrasting styles reconcile. This is the logical climax a commercial film should have. "You fucking go back to your place and finish that line," Ronald said, disregarding any remaining pride, pointing at Val Kilmer and ordering him back to filming. "I can't guarantee I can say it." "Then keep saying it until you can, HMPH, Val Kilmer said, his defiant gaze vanishing, and walked defiantly into the midst of hundreds of extras. Ronald stared at Val Kilmer's back. This guy wasn't very smart. He wouldn't have said anything about Barry Tabb's scene stealing, which fit the character. But this scene stealing that completely overturned the character and the story's development was utterly stupid. Did Ronald really intend to change the order of the two male leads on the spot? Cut. After more than 10 takes, every time it was time for the Iceman to speak, Val Kilmer would either refuse to say the line, "You can be my wingman," or change the lines on his own. Ronald suppressed his outward anger, but inwardly he was boiling like water. This Val Kilmer, relying on a few good words he'd received from Paramount CEO Frank Mancuso at a high-level meeting, dared to openly challenge the director's authority on set. Now the two sides were at an impasse. Either he would overpower Ronald and change the lines, or Ronald would overpower him and force him to say the line. Action. Ronald's face was ashen. If you won't say it, then I'll keep shooting until you do. I don't mind doing this shot 30 times, 50 times. Change the film, Kimball shouted. A whole roll of film was wasted, but Val Kilmer still looked disdainful. He simply wouldn't say it. The crew understood Kilmer's meaning and carefully remained silent, afraid of being dragged into the tense standoff and made scapegoats. Ronald, producer Bruckheimer approached, followed by Tom Cruise. This isn't working. Should we contact his agent? Let's continue. We'll see when we get the effect I need. Ronald ignored them. There were no direct dial phones on the aircraft carrier. Sending messages back and forth by telegram was too time-consuming. This was essentially a battle of wills. Hey, Tom Cruise punched his left hand hard with his right fist and returned to his position. Guys, the ice cream's here. Wait, huh? A large tub of ice cream had been brought from the carrier's galley, intended to cool the crew during filming, but it found them stuck in a stalemate. Put the tub down. We'll eat it when Mr. Kilmer remembers his lines, Ronald announced to everyone present through a megaphone. Boom, the officers and soldiers, having been stuck on the hot and humid deck for a long time, and seeing that they couldn't get their ice cream, began to complain loudly in unison. Action. Val Kilmer's face darkened. The extras around him looked at him like he was a clown. Thousands of eyes were on him, as if they would knock him to the ground and beat him up if he continued to pull any tricks. You're still dangerous, Lone Ranger. Val Kilmer's facial muscles contorted with embarrassment, but you can be my wingman anytime, pointing fingers at him. Val Kilmer had never experienced such treatment before. His legs went weak, his tongue stammered, and he involuntarily uttered the lines from the script. Tom Cruise opposite him gave a wicked smile. In this battle of charm for the leading man, he had finally won. Nonsense, you can be my wingman. After finishing his lines, Cruise stepped forward, put his arm around Val Kilmer, and patted him hard on the back a few times. Cut. Ronald saw Kimball give him the OK sign. This print is good for ice cream. AWW. The sailors rushed over happily, lined up, each got a cone of ice cream, and happily licked it. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew over. The weather in the Indian Ocean is very changeable. Soon, dark clouds gathered, and the sky quickly darkened. Director. The flight wing commander asked me to ask you if we should still take off, as the rain is about to get heavy. Liaison Officer Sergeant James came to Ronald. Please tell the wing commander that he appreciates his kindness, but even if we can take off in bad weather, we won't be able to get the desired footage. Ronald looked at the impending downpour and felt terrible. Van Kilmer had wasted too much time. It seemed they wouldn't be able to catch good weather before sunset. There was only one day left tomorrow. He could only pray to God that they could get the right footage. He looked at Van Kilmer walking towards the cabin, and Rick Rossovich, who played his partner, these two troublemakers. I only realized today, while looking at the data, that Anakin also became a patron of this book last month. I didn't notice at the time, so I'm adding my thanks now. Thank you for your support. Anakin also frequently corrects my typos. Thank you again. Chapter 604. How much does an aircraft carrier cost per hour? What are you planning to do with Val Kilmer? Bruckheimer asked Ronald in the cabin. Is it too late to replace him? Bruckheimer was startled, then saw Ronald's smile and realized he was joking. Ha, that's how it is when you work with stars. They prioritize their own image over the overall performance of the film. I know, Ronald smiled. This is one of the biggest differences between actors and stars. Stars pursue a fixed image both on and off screen. It's their livelihood. From this perspective, he understood Val Kilmer a bit. That square jaw meant he couldn't play anything but a tough guy. If he could outshine Tom Cruise in this scene, it would definitely benefit his personal image. But that wouldn't be good for the movie. Fortunately, Val Kilmer's scenes on the aircraft carrier were already filmed, and there were only a few shots of him in the cockpit of the F-14 Tomcat. In short, he wouldn't have to put up with him for much longer. Buzzing, Van Kilmer and Rick Rossovich moved to a compartment far from the nuclear reactor, but it was near some kind of mechanical device, causing some noise at night. Neither could sleep. Van Kilmer had embarrassed himself on set that day, failing to achieve his goal, and was seething with anger. He grabbed the whiskey he'd smuggled onto the ship and drank straight from the bottle. Ugh, we can finish filming tomorrow, and leave this hellhole the day after, Rick Rossovich said, opening a can of beer. HMPH, Van Kilmer finished the last bit of whiskey he'd had in 4 days, grabbed the beer, and the two of them drank their fill, bottle after bottle. These Navy sailors, they're all bastards. Van Kilmer began cursing the extras who had embarrassed him over an ice cream cone. They're all people who, they've been tamed by the military, no longer the free American people. Rosevich was also getting a little tipsy. He played the radar officer for Iceman, his role intertwined with Van Kilmer's. And those pilots, they look down on us even more. Damn it, what gives them the right? We sleep in this godforsaken place, while the pilots get to sleep in the clean, spacious dorms up there. Yeah, it's unfair. We have to teach them a lesson. The two drunks, supporting each other, staggered up the deck and headed towards the area where the forward flight wing was seated. Swaying drunkenly on the dark deck, they somehow bypassed the sentries and other soldiers, reaching the midships bridge area. Damn, I'm so bloated. Van Kilmer pulled out his penis and ejaculated into the gap between the deck and the wall. Let's see who ejaculates the farthest. Rosevich started too. Ha ha ha. Van Kilmer, feeling relieved after relieving himself, picked up his Polaroid camera and shoved it into Rosevich's hand. Take a picture of me. He struck what he thought was a very cool pose, pointing one finger at the antenna on the bridge and saluting with the other. So, he angrily sent someone to wake Ronald and Bruckheimer and bring them to the captain's cabin. I'm sorry, Captain. Their repeated offenses are unforgivable. Ronald was furious, looking at the two still drunk men. Today was supposed to be the day to film the catapult launch of carrier-based aircraft, and these two idiots had ruined it. How much the captain and flight wing commander would still be willing to cooperate was uncertain. Gentlemen, an aircraft carrier is a weapon of the Navy, and the Navy is a highly disciplined force. What do you think I should do with them? As the captain suggests, the captain was also dissatisfied with Ronald. These guys were really setting a bad example on the carrier. What if the sailors did the same thing in the future? After all, an aircraft carrier is a place that values discipline. Then I must keep my promise. At daybreak, please leave the Enterprise. The two actors were crammed into a helicopter at daybreak and transferred to a supply ship in the fleet, where others would pick them up. During the morning address, the captain reiterated discipline, and all sailors on board were deprived of their weekend ice cream. The film crew began to feel unwelcome. Only the carrier air wing, which wasn't under the captain's command, remained welcoming. Ronald and the remaining technicians and actors moved to the flight department to prepare. As dusk approached, it was the crew's last chance to film the catapult launch scene on the Enterprise. Don't worry, the captain isn't targeting you. If discipline wasn't emphasized, this behemoth wouldn't survive a day at sea, the fighter squadron leader said to Ronald. They were the most welcoming group, since the film's protagonists were carrier-based pilots. I understand, but they went a bit too far. They deserved to be sent away. Hopefully, it won't anger the captain too much and affect filming. Haha, this is probably the first time in the Enterprise's history that someone has relieved themselves under the captain's bridge. It seemed the captain wasn't too petty or meant to embarrass them. Ronald directed the film crew to set up their positions on the deck. The fighter squadron cooperated seamlessly. The landing crew, catapult crew, weapons crew, and maintenance personnel responsible for refueling and powering, all wearing helmets and vests of different colors, performed various maneuvers in perfect unison. Two F-14s also cooperated, remaining on the deck for the maintenance personnel to prepare. Ronald used his old method, shooting against a light. Under the setting sun, the steel behemoth was guided into the steam catapult in the launch area. This silhouette effect under backlighting was perfect for filming takeoff shots. Top Gun crew special operations, requesting takeoff. The squadron leader began communicating with the captain on the bridge and flight control via radio. Takeoff approved, came the wing commander's approval from flight control. Attention, turn around. The captain also issued the order. A rapid blast of the ship's horn sounded, red lights flashed, and the massive USS Enterprise began to turn back in the direction it had come from. What are you doing? Don't turn around. I want it that way. Ronald watched the carrier slowly turn, nearly going crazy. He'd finally found the right backlight angle. What was the captain doing? He glanced at the figures on the bridge, then at the distance to the stairs. Time was precious. Ronald walked to the camera crane and had a porter crank him up. Sitting on the crane's platform, he was taken to the opposite side of the bridge window. He shouted towards the captain. I want you facing that direction. I want backlighting from that direction. What did you say? The captain gestured to open the window. I want the carrier facing that direction. I want backlighting. Go back quickly, the suitable lighting time is running out. I'm sorry, this is already the boundary of the Enterprise Carrier Strike Group's mission area in the Indian Ocean. According to the group's orders, I must turn around. What do you want in return for turning around? Ronald, still clinging to the crane, yelled at the bridge. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. The Navy is on a mission and has no obligation to cooperate with you. Our compensation is only for 2 hours a day. Today's time is up. Ronald was furious. These Navy bastards. They'd been charged tens of thousands of dollars an hour for carrier usage, when they were already going to sea anyway. This was just a permit fee. They took the money, but wouldn't budge on the mission route. Even if Van Kilmer offended him, this kind of retaliation was unnecessary. Time's up? How much for an extra hour on the carrier? Ronald blurted out in desperation. How, $25,000, the captain sneered, spreading his hands. He had no intention of cooperating with these damn artists. Let them film if they want, or not if they don't. Changing direction? Did the American Navy serve Hollywood? Ronald waved for the elevator to descend, and shouted to the assistant director, "Get me my bag." After taking the bag, he took out his checkbook and pen, wrote a check, tore it off, and directed the elevator to rise again, reaching the bridge window. Here's $25,000. Now fucking turn around. The stunt captain took the check. The Wells Fargo check read, U.S. Navy Enterprise, $25,000. Below was the signature, Ronald V. Lee. Turn around. The captain hadn't expected Ronald to write a check. He seemed genuinely in a hurry. Military personnel love action, and the captain immediately ordered a turn. Action. Ronald, seeing the carrier back on the correct course, quickly ordered filming to begin. The sun was already setting. The blast deflectors rose, and the naval fighter pilots engaged afterburners. First to the left, then to the right, the two exhaust nozzles opened, spewing orange-red flames. The engines, initially whirring softly, gradually increased in volume, becoming a roar. Bang! The steam catapult hammer suddenly disengaged, and the F-14A Tomcat, as if shoved hard, surged forward along the deck. Near the end of the deck, the Tomcat lifted off, executing a graceful maneuver, and soared into the sky. One more, Ronald shouted. Bang! From another runway, another F-14A was launched, taking off at the end of the deck. SHHH. Only 2 shots. Ronald felt slightly relieved seeing the good signal from Kimball, unsure if this amount of footage was enough. Chapter 605. Another Secretary General departs. After locking the film taken on the aircraft carrier in a sturdy metal box, Ronald and Bruckheimer guarded the undeveloped film closely. They took a Navy helicopter, then switched to commercial flight, and returned to Los Angeles together. After sending the film to the developing plant, Ronald could no longer bear the accumulated fatigue. He said goodbye to everyone, got into Bud's car, and went home to rest. This fatigue wasn't just physical. Ronald had to work more than 12 hours a day during filming to ensure every aspect of the crew's work was done properly. More importantly, it was psychological. Everyone on the crew would bring him problems to decide. From small things like props and hairstyles to big things like shot arrangements and coordination with the military. He also had to deal with evil-like actors agents who made underhanded moves, and the constant battle of wits with nature. "Get me a pizza, please," Ronald instructed Bud to find something to eat. Not being a particularly attentive woman, Ronald was especially missing his Aunt Karen back home in New York. If she were home, she would surely have prepared a hot meal and his favorite hot tea for him. When Bud returned with the pizza, Ronald was already asleep on the sofa, the tea still on the coffee table beside him. "Hey," Bud said, fetching a blanket to cover Ronald and gently closing the door. Ronald was exhausted, and she didn't want to bother him with her own worries. "Ronald, you're back. Come on, get up. Our new house is beautiful." Ronald was half asleep, dreaming of a beautiful figure wearing a white sleeveless top and a large headscarf, knocking on the wall of an old house. Coming, Ronald put on a mask and joined the woman, who seemed to be his girlfriend, in the work. She was short and elegant, and from behind, he couldn't immediately recognize her. Ronald hugged her from behind, and a soft melody began to play, a soulful male voice singing. This dream is so strange, it even has its own background music. Ronald felt like the dream was a mixture of his subconscious and movies he'd seen in his past life. "I brought your clean shirt from the laundry room. We're going to Auntie's for dinner later," And I have ballet practice tomorrow. It's you, Antonia? Will you come back and marry me?" Hearing about the dry cleaners and ballet, Ronald remembered his time with Antonia Franceschi, how they had imagined their married life. "Yes, you're making movies, and I'm dancing ballet. We can't be together because of our careers. I'm so sad." Antonia Franceschi materialized as a fairy in a ballet costume, seemingly performing on stage, then drifting away from him. "Antonia, Antonia," Ronald called anxiously, not wanting her to leave. Ronnie, Little Bud heard the calls and came to check on Ronald. "It's nothing, I just had a dream." After a nap, Ronald felt his energy return. Now wasn't the time to start a family, he had to continue striving for his career. The pizza was cold, so he and Bud went out to find something to eat. Breaking news. Konstantin, the General Secretary of the Soviet Union, passed away this morning at the Central Clinical Hospital in Moscow. It is reported that Moscow has declared 3 days of national mourning and published his obituary and the biography of his successor, Mikhail, in Pravda. How many is this in 3 years? Ronald, munching on Italian meatballs in a cafe, heard the ABC report and asked Bud in astonishment. The third, Bud took a sip of coffee. "When I was in the Marines, many of my comrades said that the president's fate was divinely favored, which is why the Union lost 2 general secretaries during his tenure. Now it's the third. Our president certainly doesn't think so." Ronald chuckled. It seemed many people now thought the president was a chosen one, able to escape the curse, survive assassination attempts, and even outlive several general secretaries. Inside the White House, the president was discussing this breaking news with the White House Chief of Staff, the National Security Advisor, the CIA Director, and many other staff and government officials. Unlike the previous 2 deaths of the Secretary General, this time the obituary and the resume of the successor appeared simultaneously on the front page of Pravda. "So we don't need to observe who is in the lead position at the funeral to know that Mikhail will be the successor," CIA Director William Casey reported. "He is the person we chose. Last time, when the vice president attended the funeral of the former Secretary General Yuri, he relayed to Central Committee Secretary Ryzhakov that America and its allies would not accept anyone other than Mikhail as the successor to the Secretary General. It seems that the strategy has worked." National Security Advisor Clark, a close friend of the president at his ranch in California, has demonstrated the success of his strategy with his successor. "We finally have an alliance leader we can communicate with." White House Chief of Staff James Baker breathed a sigh of relief. The previous 3 secretaries general had all been hospitalized for extended periods, making normal communication difficult. The group held a long meeting until First Lady Nancy came to call the president for dinner. "Darling, it's time for your dinner, gentlemen, that's all for now. I need to have dinner with Nancy first," the president announced at recess in the meeting. "Clark, come and try some veal from the California ranch." Nancy didn't fit in with the Washington bureaucrats, only National Security Advisor Clark was their neighbor and friend from the California ranch, and the 3 sometimes dined together. Several aides looked at Clark, who had a good relationship with Nancy, with envy. He always managed to influence the president through Nancy. "Darling, you finally have a leader you can communicate with. Your grand ambitions finally have a chance to come true." The First Lady watched her husband eat the veal from their hometown ranch with affection. "Of course, Nancy is a dream." The president seemed to remember something and said to his wife, "I'll have a lot of communication to do with Mikhail next. Ask our old friends in Hollywood what movies have been made in recent years that reflect the lives of ordinary people in the Union. I need to understand their views on life, the government, and us." "Okay," Sinatra called last time and said he wanted you to advocate for this more. "There's just too much sex and violence in Hollywood right now." Is he still living like a king in Las Vegas? The president thought of his old friend. His health isn't good now, but since he reinstated his casino license, his life has been the same as always. The president chatted over his meal, promising to appeal to Hollywood to reduce violence and sex at the next press conference. Many of his supporters were conservative white people from the South who had originally voted for the Democratic Party, but, with the help of evangelicals, switched their votes to this conservative president. This appeal perfectly aligned with their demands. Frank, Ronald has agreed. Next time the opportunity arises, he'll appeal to reporters to restore Hollywood's conservative and patriotic traditions. Nancy called the famous singer and actor, Frank Sinatra. This old friend had generously donated $4 million to her husband's campaign, making her the biggest donor among Hollywood's old friends. After his second election this year, The president had already included him in the next batch of recipients of the Presidential Medal of Freedom. "Frank, I've taken care of what you asked me to do. When are you coming to Vegas? We'd love to have a good time." After receiving the news, Sinatra then called his old friend at Paramount, Frank Mancuso, the Italian-American CEO. "That's really good." The president agreed. "Don't worry, he'll talk about the rampant violence and pornography in Hollywood at the right time, and call for a return to the traditions of the Golden Age. Thanks to you, I'll get Paramount stars to appear at your desert hotel." Mancuso leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. He had already reviewed the footage of Top Gun, and there were many places where he could use the president's speech to his advantage. Tannen and his ilk, who only knew how to produce films, didn't understand the workings of high-level politics. This was also an important reason why he was so highly regarded by the Gulf West Film Company. He had friends in political circles. "Yes, Nancy, it's an honor to serve the president." Jack Valentine, president of the American Film Institute, also received a call from the First Lady shortly afterward. The most successful film from the Soviet Union in recent years is a great film reflecting the lives of ordinary people. It's called Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears. Yes, ordinary people, unwed mothers, middle-aged love stories, very similar to American films, isn't it? It's a rare Moscow film. That's great. Ronald wants to see this kind of film. Can we find a copy in America? The First Lady asked on the phone. Of course, Nancy. It even won the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film. Yes, I'm sure it's been imported and screened in America, otherwise it wouldn't be eligible for Best Foreign Language Film. I'll find its distributor and send the copy to the White House. Please help me find a distributor for Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears. Jack Valentine pressed the doorbell and instructed his secretary. The New World, huh? Valentine smiled, looking at the filing materials his secretary handed him. He knew Roger Coleman's reputation. He liked to import foreign films for screening. The president wants to see it. Have someone from New World send a copy. I'll call the White House. Up. The secretary hesitated. I heard that Roger Coleman took all the rights to New World's older films. That Roger, he's shrewd in business. Jack Valenti picked up the phone and dialed Coleman's number. Roger, do you have a copy of Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears? Good, the president wants to see it. Thanks to Rita Zuenia for the generous donation. Thank you. Chapter 606 The Grand Commander wants to watch your movie. Miramar Air Force Base will send the actors playing the pilots and radar officers there for a week of training. They'll be filming the cockpit scenes on the planes. The Navy insists they undergo basic safety training first, learning how to eject, Bruckheimer told Ronald. Great. This next part is the most important air combat scene in the movie, and the Navy's cooperation is excellent. After a day of rest, Ronald returned to planning the filming. Ronald, your call. Don Simpson entered from the side. He had been released from rehab and looked much better. Thanks, Ronald said, leaving their office to answer the phone. Hello, Ronald? Are you still in Los Angeles? How's filming going? It was Roger Coleman on the other end. We have to wait for the Navy to be ready before we can film the air combat scenes. And after the whole film is edited, you'll have to wait several months to see you in the control tower, Ronald joked with his former boss. So, you're free these few days? That's great. The president of the Film Association called. The president wants to see Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears, and you'd like to come to Washington with me, Roger Coleman said on the phone. I don't think I need to go. I've already seen it last time. Ronald thought of Nancy's difficult personality and really didn't want to go. Fool, this is a great opportunity to increase your social connections and influence. Do I need to teach you? If your breakdancing wasn't promoted by the First Lady, would it have grossed over $100 million at the North American box office? It's just a matter of leaving a good impression on the first family in 2 days. Okay, Ronald thought, and it made sense. Although he was just a nobody in front of the president, what if the president recommended his film? You're a very smart kid, how come you sometimes act silly? On the plane to Washington, Roger Coleman gave Ronald a lecture in the business class seat in front of him. This time, the American Film Institute paid for the ticket and the baggage fee for the film print. Coleman was unusually seated in business class. These kinds of opportunities don't come around all the time, you have to be good at seizing them. Frank Sinatra wasn't originally in Hollywood, nor was he a particularly close friend of the president, but he had been funding the president's political activities since his California governorship campaign, which allowed him to regain his casino's license after it was revoked by the FBI. I just think the First Lady is a bit. Ronald scratched his head. Superficial? So what? Which Hollywood actress isn't superficial? The honorary Oscar 2 years ago went to Barbara Stanwyck, who hasn't even won an acting award. Would she have received that honorary award if she didn't have a close relationship with the president? Ronald nodded in agreement. He felt that Coleman hadn't recognized his contributions in Hollywood and was still quite resentful. At the airport, the Secret Service sent a special car to escort Coleman, Ronald, and a dozen of their best-preserved film prints to the White House. White House Chief of Staff James Baker came out and saw them, extending his hand. "We meet again, young man. Is this Levi's Union film also related to you? And this is Mr. Roger Coleman, the former president of New World Films, who oversaw the import. This is Chief of Staff Mr. Baker," Ronald introduced to Baker. "Hello, Chief of Staff." Coleman shook his hand. "This is the film Ronald helped me choose in Montreal years ago. It was very successful. Come with me to the screening room. The president is waiting to see it." Ronald quickly stepped forward, pushing the cart with the film reels, and the group went to the screening room. Baker told them to wait and went elsewhere. Seeing that no projectionist came to take over, Ronald went forward himself, pulled out the first reel of film, clipped it onto the projector's chuck, then turned on the projector lights and tested the effect. Then he turned the machine off. After a while, no one came, so Ronald and Coleman waited together. Half an hour later, the president, his staff, the vice president, and others came in. "Young man, we meet again." The president recognized Ronald. "Jr. What brings you here today?" "I bought this film for my boss, Mr. Coleman." Ronald introduced Coleman, who was standing beside him. "Hello." The president shook hands with him. "Where's the projectionist? I can project movies. I can show it for you," Ronald quickly said, going to the back projection room and turning on the projector. After the 2-hour-plus film, Ronald turned on the lights and came out to the projection room to await instructions. "What a wonderful film," First Lady Nancy said, even taking out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. At the end of the film, Katerina's two best friends said goodbye, leaving the time for her friends and her lover, Gosa, whom she had finally found again. Katerina, her heart filled with a bittersweet mix of emotions, looked at her lover, Gosha, who was sitting at the table eating borscht, and uttered the line from the film, "I've been waiting for you for so long." The final shot cut from Katerina's apartment to the outside, where lights shone in every window. Amidst the myriad lights, the joys and sorrows of ordinary families blended into the cityscape of Moscow and disappeared. "I'll definitely watch it again sometime. This film can help me understand the Russian soul," the president remarked, deeply moved. "Such genuine joys and sorrows of ordinary people within the Union are rarely found in the public media." "Young man, what do you think?" the president asked, noticing Ronald Jr. standing nearby. "I feel like I'm watching a Hollywood movie. They have strong women, single mothers, close friends, alcoholic ex-husbands, struggles in love. I feel like they were just like us, real people with ordinary emotions." "Well said," the president nodded repeatedly. "Hollywood these days has too much unnecessary sex and violence. We haven't seen romantic movies about ordinary people's love lives for a long time." "Young man, what movie are you making lately?" "I'm working with the Navy on a patriotic film about naval aviators, mainly about the struggles and love of young pilots." Ronald broke out in a cold sweat and glanced at Coleman beside him. The plots of his previous films were either erotic, nude scenes in fast-paced movies, or violent, the martial arts fights of the Dragon Boys, genuine exploitative films taught at Coleman's University. "Excellent. Our old friends in Hollywood have been calling to complain that there are too few John Wayne-style American hero movies these days. I'm glad you made one. Once it's released, send a copy to the White House. Nancy and I are eagerly awaiting it." Ronald was overjoyed by the president's personal praise and quickly stepped forward to express his gratitude. "The copy is right here. I'll watch it a few more times." The president shook his hand. The First Lady also came over to thank him. "I'll remember to have old Ronald bring your new movie to watch. Has it been named yet? When will it be released?" "It's called Top Gun, and it's expected to be released next summer." The vice president next to him adjusted his glasses, nodded to Ronald, and left. "I told you, we can't let this opportunity slip by." "How is it going?" On the plane back, Coleman, sitting in the inner part of economy class, asked Ronald. "Yes, I'm still a little unaccustomed to dealing with politicians. Ronald adjusted his posture. His height made the increasingly cramped economy class seats a bit uncomfortable. Bang! A few days later, at Naval Air Station Miramar, Tom Cruise sat in a device resembling a drop tower at an amusement park, fastened his seatbelt, and then the machine suddenly launched, propelling him several meters into the air. This was a pilot ejection simulator. All the actors playing pilots and radar officers had to train here. Only after obtaining Navy safety clearance could they sit in the back seat of an F-14A Tomcat to film cockpit shots. After returning from Washington, Ronald also came to the base to complete his training. For some shots, he also had to fly and direct from a nearby aircraft. "This is really exciting," Tom Cruise said, showing great interest in flying and enjoying the training. "This is incredibly boring," said Val Kilmer next to him, looking dissatisfied. He had been thoroughly exhausted by the Blue Angels last time, vomiting all over the place and completely ruining his tough guy image. Actually, he didn't want to fly at all. For the cockpit shots, couldn't they just use a prop set? "Gentlemen, we're going to do our final training exercise, pool training." The group followed the naval instructors to a large outdoor swimming pool. Everyone donned thick flight suits and put on parachutes. This training was part of the search and rescue operation. In case of a malfunction in the air, the pilot in the front seat would eject, landing on flat ground. They had already undergone parachute training and should be fine. But if they landed in the Pacific Ocean, they would have to learn how to save themselves while wearing parachutes and flight suits. They would wait for several tens of minutes to avoid drowning until the search and rescue helicopter arrived. "Fuck, why did I do something so stupid?" Van Kilmer grumbled again. "Pay attention to the instructions. After falling into the water from the platform, maintain your balance and don't make any unnecessary movements. The more you struggle, the easier it is for the parachute lines to get tangled. As long as you maintain your balance, our search and rescue personnel will arrive soon." SHXT. Van Kilmer wasn't paying attention. After falling into the pool, he struggled several times and accidentally untied his shoelaces. One of his shoes got wet, and as he struggled to reach it, he lost his balance and choked on several mouthfuls of water. The training instructors at the base, annoyed by his inattentiveness and restless movements, deliberately didn't pull him out immediately. After he had choked on several mouthfuls of water and was painfully waiting in the pool with a wet boot for 5 minutes, they finally had him pulled out. "Damn it, if this happens again, I'm quitting," Van Kilmer cursed as he went to the locker room. "Does he have any more training sessions?" Ronald asked his assistant. "It's over. He can get in the back seat for takeoff and filming." "What a troublemaker," Ronald shook his head. He would never use a star like this again when he had the power to cast actors in film productions. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607. CEO Mancuso is about to have a heart attack. Very good. It seems that letting the actors adjust the cameras themselves in the air is feasible. As soon as the fighter jet came to a stop on the runway, Ronald removed his oxygen mask and said to Bozo, the pilot in the front seat of the F-14A. To film the cockpit scenes, Ronald first sat in the Tomcat's radar officer's seat, turned on the camera in the air, and filmed a short clip of himself. He wanted to make sure the actors could remain calm at high altitude and complete the clapperboard and camera operation. "You're different. Those airsick weaklings might not be," Bozo replied with a laugh. "Don't go too far with them. The rental fee for this kind of filming to the Navy isn't cheap." Ronald laughed too. Ronald, Nishida rushed over anxiously as he stepped off the boarding stairs. "Quick, come with me, I'll be right back." Ronald calmly said goodbye to the pilot and got into Nishida's BMW parked next to him. "What's wrong?" Ronald asked. Paramount CEO Frank Mancuso suddenly called a meeting with all the key people in the crew. What's he up to now? Did Val Kilmer complain again? I don't know. Producer Don Simpson, Bruckheimer, and Vice President of Production Ned Tanyan were all called to the meeting. "We suspect he has some secret plan, otherwise, it's unlikely he would call all the key figures. I'll accompany you to this meeting. If there are any problems, just watch my eye." Ronald trusted Nishada's experience, and the two quickly arrived at Paramount's top executive conference room. A small projector was set up in the conference room, and a small screen was mounted on the wall at the other end of the room. Ronald slid into a seat near the back of the conference table and nodded to Simpson and Bruckheimer, who were already seated. He noticed that Paula and Val Kilmer's agent were also present. "Since everyone is here, let's begin." Frank Mancuso and Ned Tannen came out of the adjacent CEO's office and announced the start of the Top Gun preview screening. Scenes appeared on the screen: female instructor Charlie lecturing in an airport classroom, her date with Tom, and so on. The men in the audience smiled knowingly at Ronald's deliberate low-angle shot of McGillis's legs. Then appeared on screen four muscular men: Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, Anthony Edwards, and Rasovic, playing beach volleyball shirtless. Their olive oil-coated bodies radiated masculine energy in the sunlight, leaving a lasting impression. Ronald noticed Mancuso's secretary, a middle-aged woman, watching with great interest, her mouth moving as if in approval. Finally, there were shots of F-14 fighter jets taking off and landing on an aircraft carrier at sunset. Ronald silently hummed a theme song from Top Gun in his mind, creating a powerful soundtrack for these scenes. The film ran out, leaving a white screen. Having seen these selected reels, Ronald was very pleased. Visually, the film had achieved his intended effect. He turned to look at CEO Mancuso, who had convened the meeting. What was he going to say? Mancuso leaned forward, placing his hands on the conference table like a bird trying to spread its wings to frighten its kind. He began, "What kind of garbage did you photograph, huh?" Ronald immediately sat up straight, staring at Mancuso, waiting to see what logic he could come up with. "How was it garbage?" "Let me see your garbage. Look at McGillis here, that makeup, that posture, those high heels and stockings. Is she a naval aviation expert, or a streetwalker on Hollywood Boulevard? How the hell am I supposed to know what a Hollywood Boulevard prostitute looks like?" "Looks like you know a thing or two." Ronald jumped to his feet, wanting to retort. Nisida tugged hard at his sleeve from below. He knew that if this client really went all out, an old-fashioned man like Mancuso wouldn't be able to handle it, and that would completely ruin the relationship. Ronald glanced at Nisida, noticing he seemed to be lip-syncing to calm down, before slowly sitting down. And these four male actors, beach volleyball, was it really necessary to film this like a low-budget softcore porn? A male-only version, no less? Are you only good at making low-budget exploitation films? This time, Ronald stopped his tirade. He ignored Mancuso and turned to the two actors' agents. Paula looked shocked, while Val Kilmer's agent seemed prepared. Ronald then looked at producer Don Simpson and Bruckheimer. Their eyes also showed shock. They hadn't expected Mancuso to so thoroughly denigrate the sample footage. Had he found some leverage to replace the entire upper echelon of their crew? And all the shots were shot against the light of the setting sun. What is this? A music video? An advertisement? Finally, Mancuso began criticizing the aircraft carrier scenes. "You're so good at shooting commercials and music videos, why don't you specialize in those from now on? Big Hollywood productions need complete storylines and performances that drive character development. All I've seen in your sample footage so far is a large-scale music video, and you too." Mancuso turned his attention to the two producers. "When you were making this, you told me it was a legacy of the Golden Age, patriotism, a reenactment of John Wayne's great Western spirit in the air. And look at this now. John Ford, filming a documentary about the U.S. military on Midway during World War II, braved Japanese air raids to film the carriers being attacked. That was great sacrifice, not this effeminate stuff, all about male and female sex. I want to see a Western, not a Western pornographic film." Ronald looked at Ned Tannen next to Mancuso. He should have stepped in to defend him now. He was the one who gave the green light to the film. If Mancuso continued to reject it, he, as the production manager, would also be held responsible. Tannen gave him a barely perceptible shake of his head, signaling Ronald not to erupt in anger. Ronald frowned, puzzled. What leverage had Mancuso obtained? And why wasn't Tannen saying a word? The aircraft carrier, the beach volleyball, and some of the female lead's key scenes all need to be reshot, Mancuso said, circling back to Ronald. Mr. Mancuso, this film is PG rated, there won't be any excessive sexual or violent scenes. Ronald couldn't help but stand up, trying to defend himself. Sit down, Mancuso snapped. It's Paramount's glorious tradition. If you don't want to film it, you can find someone else. Paramount has many experienced directors who can handle these kinds of films. They understand how to truly make a film centered around a classic Hollywood star like Val Kilmer, Ronald sat down angrily, glancing at Val Kilmer's agent sitting next to him. The agent gave him a smug look. Ronald then looked at Ned Tannen across from him, gesturing for him to speak. He was one of his men, shouldn't he be the one to say something? Seeing that Tannen avoided his gaze, Ronald decided to take matters into his own hands and stood up to argue again. Union, 2/3, Nissida desperately pulled Ronald along, whispering 2 words. HMPH. Ronald suppressed his anger. He understood what Nissida meant. The main scenes of the film were all shot, what remained were some air combat scenes. Ronald had already handled the technical aspects, and it wasn't necessary for a director with exceptional talent to simply copy the style. If Mancuso brought in another director to shoot those scenes, he could kick him out. Then, he could reshoot some of the key scenes, keeping only the challenging aircraft carrier scenes he had shot himself. This way, it would be easy for a new director to shoot more than 2/3 of the total number of shots. Then, he could legitimately remove his name from the director's list, even if he had handled the entire film's technical aspects, shooting logic, and the most difficult action scenes himself. At this moment, Don Simpson spoke up, defending Ronald, and also defending himself. I disagree with some of your points, Mr. Mancuso. The new generation of viewers doesn't like old-fashioned didacticism, they prefer the fast-paced editing of music videos and commercials. Ronald's camera work, with its lighting reminiscent of classical oil paintings, also appeals to the color palette and atmosphere of this new generation. This is typical of John Ford westerns. Ned Tannen breathed a sigh of relief. Someone had steered the conversation towards a normal technical discussion, and he could finally speak. Frank, Dante's right. Hollywood isn't what it used to be. It doesn't have to rely on actors to drive the story and develop the characters. This is a high-concept, big-budget production, like Spielberg's E.T. the Extraterrestrial and Jaws. Audiences want to see big scenes and spectacles. Don Simpson chimed in, right, audiences can watch TV series at home now, which are all dramas. They go to the cinema to see aircraft carrier takeoffs and landings, aerial combat, and other unprecedented scenes. Mancuso interrupted them. Of course I know all that, but have we got Spielberg or George Lucas? Who else in Hollywood can make this kind of movie besides them? Mancuso steered the conversation back to Ronald's directing, still criticizing him for going astray. He glanced at his watch. The timing was perfect. I'm reminding you, the president is about to give a keynote address on the current state of Hollywood. It's almost time. With that, he turned on the television and switched to NBC's live broadcast. This was planned, wasn't it? Ronald glanced at the television. The president had just seen him. What could he possibly say? The president was on a platform, about to deliver a speech. Behind him, on the wall, was a wooden sign that read Conservative Political Action Conference. This was an annual event held by conservative forces in America. This year, the president had been invited to deliver the keynote address. I believe that those in Nicaragua who are trying to overthrow the current government are morally equal to our founding fathers. I reiterate my appeal to Congress to pass an appropriation of $14 million for them. Conservative values are the foundation of the United States, and they have now become the mainstream values for millions of families again. We have a responsibility to them. And we must cherish these conservative values. The president praised the resurgence of conservatism in America. He paused to take a sip of water, remembering the request from his old friend Sinatra. We are the American people, our films are our epic. I've noticed that violence and pornography have become more readily available in Hollywood lately, and our average American family is worried about the influence of Hollywood movies on their children. We need more smart movies, like E.T. the Extraterrestrial and Star Wars. Hollywood should make more of this type of film, not those that are more controversial, violent, or have adult themes. Mancuso heard this and turned to look triumphantly at the group below, especially Ned Tannen. With the president's conservative values in his speech, his actions to purge Eisner's negative influence at Paramount seemed more righteous. Speaking of which, it reminds me of something. The other day, Nancy and I watched a film directed by Sowell. It was one of our little friends, who shares my name, Ronald, and was brought in with great foresight. The president continued his speech. Mancuso noticed that the two producers, Simpson and Bruckheimer, as well as Ned Tannen, all immediately focused their attention on Ronald. The excessively young director grinned at him, pointed to his nose, and mouthed, "Yes, that's me. Nancy and I both love this film. My only regret is that it wasn't made in Hollywood. This kid is directing a Paramount-funded film about naval aviation. We need more Hollywood-made heroes like this on screen." to revisit the best of American qualities, leadership, heroism, and sacrifice. Mancuso's face quickly fell, his flushed excitement turning to a furious lividity, then to deathly pale. He touched his heart, a dull ache shooting through him. He felt like he was about to have a heart attack. The president continued his speech on television. My dear friends in the Conservative Union, remember, we Americans are born to lead the world, and the sky, not the streets, is our limit. Nancy and I are already looking forward to the release of that little boy's film. There has never been a more exciting moment, a moment that inspires miracles and heroic achievements. Our space shuttles are sending ordinary people into space, the skies we're going to reach. We don't need roads. The president personally selected Ronald to direct Top Gun and wanted to watch it at the White House. Mancuso shakily pulled a pill from his pocket, picked up his water glass, and swallowed it in one gulp. Everyone, except Mancuso, was holding back their laughter. Tannen spoke up, Mr. Mancuso, Ronald and the other producers still have more shots to finish. Perhaps we should adjourn the meeting now, PFFT, ha ha ha. Ronald and the two producers burst into uncontrollable laughter at the Paramount entrance. You're something else. When did you go to the White House? Is Nancy your aunt? Ha ha ha. Don Simpson laughed so hard he kept pounding the hood of his new Ferrari. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to cry. Look at Mancuso's face. Nisita pulled Ronald into the car. Don't laugh in front of Paramount, Ronald. This is some experience we agents have. Someone will pass on the message. We have to respect the Paramount CEO. PFFT. Ho ha ho ha. Get in the car. Chapter 608 Singing Talent Show. Mancuso went to UCLA Hospital that very evening. After a thorough examination, the doctor told him there was nothing seriously wrong, most likely just excessive anxiety. But he remained paranoid. A CEO of one of the 7 big studios couldn't possibly be anxious. He insisted he had a heart problem. The doctor, at a loss, prescribed some emergency cardiac medication and advised him not to put too much pressure on himself and to try not to get angry. Don't get angry. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Mancuso glared at the doctor's orders and shoved them into a drawer. After sneaking back from the hospital, Mancuso felt that many of his subordinates looked at him strangely. They didn't seem to respect him as much as before, and they all wanted to talk badly about him behind his back. He didn't want to see that bastard Ronald anymore, nor did he want to see the crew. He buried himself in piles of documents, spending his days in his office issuing memos filled with platitudes through his secretary. He basically didn't directly interfere in the affairs of each film crew. Conversely, Ned Tannen, the vice president in charge of production, was in high spirits. He had regained control over Paramount's film production business. He's been very active lately, seizing the opportunity of Mancuso's temporary retreat to expand his influence. He's present on every film set, getting along well with all the key personnel. Hollywood has changed. Eisner's high-concept film approach has proven effective in generating high box office returns over the past decade. Tannen doesn't have the same pressure as Mancuso to urgently eliminate his predecessor's influence. He can manage production operations using Eisner methods. That day, he visited the Top Gun set, which had brought him unexpected good fortune, to check on the progress of the producers and director. Gentlemen, we have 15 songs in total. Besides the opening theme, you can choose any piece you want and submit your work. The screening room was packed with musicians, including songwriters and singers who had written songs that had reached the top 50 on the charts. Don Simpson clapped his hands, encouraging the contestants who had come to compete for the Top Gun score. If you talk to them individually, these musicians will definitely talk at length about their feelings, ideas for the film, and so on. Neither the producer nor the director has a strong ability to discern musical talent, so Simpson used his trump card, having everyone bid on the project. This way, everyone would showcase their true abilities and drive down the price. What you'll see are scenes from the initial filming. We've already had the audio and video synchronized, but it's not yet finalized. Ronald gestured to the projectionist to start playing a dozen or so sample clips. This is the opening scene of the aircraft carrier taking off and landing, and the battle with the enemy, Ronald explained after showing the first clip. The air combat scenes weren't finished yet. This clip used a documentary of the Battle of Midway, filmed by John Ford during World War II, as a reference. This is the scene where the male and female leads are attracted to each other and fall in love. I need a romantic melody here. Ronald played a scene of Charlie and the Lone Ranger sharing a kiss on a motorcycle after the Lone Ranger's wife confesses their feelings. This is, boo, everyone burst into laughter, some even yelling. You don't need to tell us what this is. The screen still showed four muscular men, sweating profusely, playing volleyball shirtless on a beach. Among the musicians bidding for the project were two men with meticulously styled hair and eyebrows. Inspired by the scene, they exchanged glances and clasped hands. This segment's theme, I plan to call Playing with Boys, Ronald insisted amidst the laughter, stating the music's theme. Ha ha ha, he couldn't help but laugh himself. Jerry, you help me continue the introduction. Ronald saw Ned Tanning enter through the door, handed over the hosting duties to Bruckheimer, and went to greet him. Tanning was essentially a high-ranking office bureaucrat. He wouldn't clash with his superiors for the sake of the producers. Of course, precisely because he was an opportunistic bureaucrat, now was the time for him to offer the production team his full support. How's filming going? Any difficulties? You can call me directly, everything's going well, except Val Kilmer is still a bit resistant to filming the cockpit shots from the sky. Ronald took the opportunity to complain, as Kilmer still wasn't 100% cooperative. Don't worry, I'll put pressure on his agent. On set, the director's word is law. Tanning patted his chest, assuring him he would fully support Ronald's work. After seeing off Tanning, who had come specifically to offer his support, Ronald returned to the bidding site. I'm submitting the theme Playing with the Boys. A young musician stepped forward and handed over his application. Oh, Ronald looked at the signature on the document, Kenny Rogers. He was originally a member of the Rogers and Messina duo, and also wrote his own songs, mainly in the disco style. After disco declined in the early 1980s, he gradually transitioned to rock. Why did you choose this song? Ronald knew many musicians were vying for the soundtracks for the fight or dogfight and romantic love themes. I'm almost past my prime, so I chose a less competitive theme, Kenny Rogers said candidly, laying his mind on the matter. It's a wise choice, Ronald praised him. In the face of fierce competition for hit theme scores, choosing a less prominent theme to secure a contract and advance payment is a good option for a fading musician. Actually, I've heard of you before. Cindy Lupa told me about you, saying you're one of the best people in Hollywood, that you don't discriminate against people in the music industry, and that you're happy to work with us and listen to our opinions and ideas about music video shooting. Many directors think we can only sing and know nothing about visuals. She said your music video is the best. How did you two meet? Ronald was surprised to hear the name of an old acquaintance. Back in January, during the recording session in America for Africa, I participated in the recording of MJ's We Are the World benefit concert with her, and I even sang a short solo. Then you're definitely not a has-been, Ronald laughed. Being able to sing in MJ's benefit concert, and even singing a solo part, not just harmonizing, couldn't mean he was as down on his luck as he claimed. I just got a good deal with the record company, I'm signed with Columbia Records. Ronald patted Kenny on the shoulder and went over to check on the situation. George Morode, who was in charge of the overall music, still spoke with an Italian accent. Look, this romantic love song has a lot of people auditioning. I think it's bound to become a hit. You'll have to personally invite the song. Good songs aren't so easy to find in the record industry. Bruckheimer wouldn't let Morode go. This top producer had many connections in the music industry, and he had to get him to snatch the hottest, most promising hit song. Don't worry, I'll do my best, George Morode said confidently. Seeing how things are today, you should know how much a good movie can boost a song. I guarantee that once we get a good song, every female rock singer will come to Los Angeles vying to sing it. The song and the movie really do complement each other, Ronald nodded. They market each other, mutually enhancing each other's appeal. Fans of the music and movie fans convert into each other, and everyone benefits. He had learned this principle when filming Coherence. After finishing the bidding for the soundtrack and incidental music, Ronald rushed to the Miramar Naval Base. The male actors there had completed their acclimatization training. Ronald greeted Barry Tabb, who played Werewolf, and Rasovic, who played Slider. They all trusted Ronald quite a bit, not only because he was the only crew member who didn't vomit in the back seat of Bozo. What impressed them even more was the way he had embarrassed Paramount CEO Mancuso. Aside from Tom Cruise and Val Kilmer, the others weren't really aware of the inside story of his victory over Mancuso. It was a chance encounter, a movie screening for The First Family, that led to his unexpected praise from the president in a public address. Ronald, however, enjoyed this admiration, as it made directing the filming much easier. He congratulated each of the young men with a high five. A familiar feeling washed over him. Ronald felt as if he were back on the night last year when he dreamt of Top Gun, and it seemed that before the aerial combat scene, he was woken up by a similar scene. Just as Ronald was touching his palm, trying to grasp that spark of inspiration, the director of photography, Kimball, approached. "Ronald, Val Kilmer's side has refused to take off for filming." "What?" Ronald angrily flung his hand away, not only because Val Kilmer was causing trouble again, but also because this interrupted his thoughts of the aerial combat scene from his dream. Van Kilmer refused to take off from the back seat of an F-14A Tomcat to film the cockpit, Kimball repeated. "Bring him here. I want to ask him in person." Ronald took out a stainless steel thermos, poured a cup of black tea into the lid, and slowly sipped it. "Director, I can't take off for filming." This time, Van Kilmer didn't challenge Ronald's authority, but instead cautiously smiled and said to Ronald, "Could you condescend to tell me why, Mr. Kilmer?" Ronald blew on the black tea to lower its temperature. Van Kilmer's expression changed slightly. He couldn't possibly reveal the real reason he didn't want to take off in public. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Can we talk privately? I'm short on time. If you can say it here. Otherwise, have your agent and Mr. Ned Tanning explain." Ronald was too lazy to argue with him. Van Kilmer's face turned bright red. "Every time I go up. You can ask Bozo." "I can't say." With that, he turned and walked towards his car. "Hey," I said, "what's wrong with you?" Ronald stared in astonishment at Van Kilmer, who refused to give a reason and even gave him a cold shoulder in public. "He's probably scared." Lloyd Abel, nicknamed Bozo the Idiot, one of the pilots who had come to watch the commotion, whispered in Ronald's ear. "What?" Ronald turned to look at Bozo. This was an answer he hadn't expected. "It's normal. Every year, some of the new pilots who enlist fail to overcome their fear during the 4 major tests: advanced jet trainer, fighter aerial combat, carrier takeoffs and landings, and night carrier takeoffs and landings. They're eliminated." Bozo shrugged. "Oh," Ronald nodded. So Van Kilmer was afraid of sitting in the backseat and experiencing those tactical maneuvers with the pilots. Some people are naturally afraid of heights, so it couldn't be blamed on Van Kilmer. But this meant fewer cockpit shots of him, and he just happened to be the second main character besides Cruz. "It seems we can't rely entirely on location shooting," Ronald thought to himself. "Besides, I'm not sure what kind of effect the Navy's cooperation and shooting will achieve. So, we need a plan B." Bud, Ronald called over Bud, who was serving as his personal assistant on set. "Call James Cameron and ask him when he's free. I'd like to meet with him and have a chat." Chapter 609: A wedding gift for Cameron. "When are you getting married?" Ronald asked, seeing Cameron and Gail arrive at the banquet, embracing sweetly. "What do you say?" Cameron smiled at Gail in his arms. He still had his beard, dressed in a shirt and jeans, a truck driver's attire. "I want my parents' blessing," Gail said, her short, ear-length hair adorned with diamond earrings, making her look more capable and sexy. "Oh, let's talk while we eat." Ronald realized he'd said the wrong thing. Gail's parents weren't too happy about her marrying Cameron. Her father might not be willing to pay for the wedding, and the couple might have to hold their own. "It's okay. As long as I can be with Jim, I'll produce, he'll direct, and I'll be happy with life," Gail said, noticing Ronald's embarrassment. "What projects are you working on right now?" Ronald hadn't dined with his 2 friends in a while. Terminator had made Cameron famous. Everyone knew this director who could create spectacular special effects on a budget. "We just submitted the script for Aliens 2, and the Writers Guild is about to strike." "Huh?" Ronald was busy directing and didn't know about the strike. "How long will it last?" "I heard it'll be at least 2 weeks. So, will you get the project?" Ronald asked while cutting his steak. The new chairman of Fox, Barry Diller, estimates the film will cost $35 million, and he wants us to go. But we think we only need a little over $15 million, and we want to discuss it with him one more time. With a Terminator example, he should trust you. Ronald forked a piece of beef. The well-done texture was excellent. There's a trend in Los Angeles now to cook steak like sashimi in Japanese cuisine, only grilling it to medium rare. Ronald wasn't too fond of this kind of cost-cutting practice. "I always find negotiating with the big studio executives exhausting. Do you have any good ideas?" Gail drank some red wine and sought advice from Ronald. "If there's one thing I've learned recently, it's that when dealing with studios, you have to stick to your ideas. Those executives are very busy, and they're not exactly filmmaking experts. They're often influenced by the ideas of the last person they talk to. As long as you stand your ground and make your point, they'll gradually be influenced. You see, when these people judge you, they largely look at your confidence. If you're confident, they'll think you fully understand what they were saying and will be more inclined to agree with you. Ronald shared his perspective. These high-level executives often have multiple projects running simultaneously, and maintaining confidence is the best strategy when dealing with them. Cameron listened thoughtfully. After dinner, they went to Ronald's office and began showing him sample footage of fighter jets on the aircraft carrier. Interesting. Are you going to shoot shots from inside the cockpit? Cameron leaned closer, examining the details carefully. Not just inside the cockpit, but also movie cameras mounted on camera guns in the pods on the outside of the fighter jets. This way, we can capture shots similar to the pilot's first-person perspective. Ronald explained his idea to Cameron. Look at this canopy, Cameron said, pointing to the bubble canopy of the F-14A taking off from the carrier. Notice the reflection, a ray of sunlight reflected off the canopy glass. Oh dear, Ronald stroked his beard, I have a main character who's afraid to take off. What do we do? Val Kilmer's fear of heights was severe. Both the subjective viewpoint and the cockpit viewpoint inevitably captured the reflections of the blue sky, white clouds, and objects inside the cockpit on the Tomcat fighter jet's canopy glass as it took off. How could they film this reflection effect on a ground-based set? Moreover, the high-altitude shots needed to be visually consistent with the set shots so that when the two were edited together, the audience wouldn't have a "this seems fake" reaction, which would ruin the viewing experience. You should have two systems on the ground, Cameron said, drawing a diagram for Ronald on a piece of paper. You need a front-end projection system to project the aerial footage onto a screen behind the cockpit set on the ground, making it appear as if it were filmed at high altitude. Traditional rear-end projection methods look rather artificial. This front-end projection invented by Kubrick provides a more realistic and believable perspective. Cameron then pointed to the cockpit canopy he had drawn on paper. The key to recreating that reflection is adding a second projection here. Simultaneously reflect the footage onto the canopy's glass. This way, as long as your cockpit, like a fighter jet, has 3 axes of freedom, the canopy will present a realistic effect, capturing the reflected scenery inside and outside the cockpit. Ronald nodded, pointing to the cockpit and asking, how should I build this 3-axis of freedom cockpit on the ground? The simplest way is to build a large ring, allowing your cockpit to glide and rotate on it, and the cockpit itself can also rotate around its own axis. As for the third degree of freedom, you can put your camera in a rotating system and add it by rotating the camera. This way, your costs won't be too high. If you were to find someone to build this system, how much would it cost? Ronald asked. I can keep the cost under $200,000, make a budget, don't exceed $350,000, Ronald said. Ronnie, Gail and I are busy with Alien 2, no problem, you build it, and then recommend a few suitable operators. Ronald waved his hand, he understood Cameron's thinking. Finding producers and teams to build it was fine, but he couldn't use his friend's idea for free. Consider any extra profits as an early wedding gift to you and Gail. The next day, Ronald brought the blueprints for the stunt cockpit to the two producers. Hearing it was the idea of the director of Terminator, the two exclaimed how cheap it was and immediately signed a check to purchase Cameron's services. Could you have your friend help us film the whole thing? Don Simpson really liked Cameron's creative solution. He's been spotted by Barry Diller and might be directing a sequel to Alien. He wrote the script. Ronald said he couldn't help it. The two producers sighed in disappointment. Soon, a ground-based cockpit filming setup began construction, expected to be successfully tested and ready for Ronald's filming in a few weeks. Ronnie, have you thought about the aerial combat effects? Cameron had come specifically to help supervise the initial model construction. Before building the actual system, a small circular model was needed to verify the design's usability. Tisk, that's what I'm worried about too, Ronald confided to his friend. The Navy agreed to film 2 air-to-air missiles, along with sorties using F-14s and F-5S fighters. But my biggest concern is whether the effects of enemy aircraft being hit by missiles and exploding in mid-air, crashing, will match the actual footage. And that Lone Ranger and the Dungoose, stalling into horizontal spin, I'm not entirely sure if the pilots can perform that maneuver, and whether our camera aircraft can capture usable footage. A horizontal spin is a very dangerous situation where an aircraft loses horizontal speed and spins in the air, making a crash highly likely. The Navy hadn't yet given a clear answer as to whether the pilots could perform such a dangerous maneuver with the F-14A. Even if they could film it with a Tomcat fighter jet, it would be difficult to find a plane slow enough to capture the spectacular horizontal spiral at close range. You'd better have a backup, Ronnie. We can't rely entirely on aerial filming, I know. How long does it take to complete these model stunts? Ronald asked Cameron, the stunt model expert. If I were to do it, the design, production, debugging, modifications, and reproduction to meet your requirements would take at least 3 to 6 months, Cameron stated. Tisk, Ronald thought that was too long. But there are suitable companies on the market, you can ask them. Who? Industrial Light and Magic, Lucas. Don't you think dogfighting between fighter jets is similar to the X-Wing fighter versus TIE fighter in Star Wars? Hiss. Yeah. That evening, Ronald dialed the home phone number George Lucas had given him for Skywalker Ranch. Mr. Lucas, this is Ronald. I have some special effects shots to film, including dogfights, missile attacks, and crashes. I was wondering if your Industrial Light and Magic, is currently accepting outside commissions. As the industry's benchmark for special effects, has always been a coveted target for the Hollywood Big Seven. However, Lucas's production capacity is limited, so he can only prioritize his own special effects research and the special effects work for a few friends, such as Spielberg. No problem, I take on any work now. Come over when you have time, Lucas readily agreed, without any hesitation about not having enough time. Ronald was quite surprised. This was different from the rumors circulating in the industry. I'm short on money right now, so I urgently need a revenue from ILM, Lucas explained. Ronald was deeply moved. He thought Lucas was joking. How could he possibly be short of money? Perhaps he was just saying this to avoid feeling awkward from constantly receiving favors from Lucas. By the way, I just happen to have something to ask you. Ronald, you've directed quite a few young actresses, haven't you? Yes, that's right, Ronald said respectfully. Who do you think has the best acting skills? Or have you seen them perform live? Many, Ronald laughed. He had indeed directed quite a few actresses with good acting skills. There was Phoebe Cates, who had played the lead in several Spielberg films, and Jennifer Jason Leigh, who was suited for tragedies. Then there was Diane Lane, with whom he was closest, a favorite of Capullo and a frequently used leading lady. No, I don't want just average acting skills. I want a leading lady with an outstanding imagination, someone who can fall in love with thin air. Fall in love with thin air. Yes, I'm negotiating a project with Universal, where an actress will co-star with a special effects animal. So she needs to be an outstanding actress. And also able to perform love scenes with a blue screen or a special effects model. She doesn't necessarily have to be very sexy, but she needs to have a bit of playfulness, preferably a rock and roll vibe, because the leading lady is the lead singer of a rock band. You could try Diane Lane. I've directed her in a rock singer film, and Francis liked her a lot. Ronald immediately recommended Diane. Great, I remember her. Anyone else? Phoebe Cates is good too, Steven recommended her. But I plan to audition all the actresses and pick the best one. Lucas was ambitious. Ronald racked his brains. Besides the actresses he had directed, there were 2 others he knew who were good. There's an actress who acted in Footloose. She's a cellist and singer. Her name is Laurie Singer. I know her. Lucas noted her name. And another one, I filmed her Burger King commercial. She's probably the most talented actress I've ever met. Is she the sweet girl from your karate movie? Not Elizabeth Shue? She went to Harvard. I'm talking about Lee Thompson. She recently acted in Back to the Future. She should be in post-production. Okay, thank you, Ronald. Your recommendations are very helpful. I'll give Industrial Light and Magic a call. You can just go directly to them. Chapter 610 Barrel Roll and Side Roll. Diane, no. Dean, Madam Dean, Ronald called Diane's hotel in Germany. Hey, Ronald, it's you. The Germans really like our cotton club and have invited us to many salon events. Diane answered the phone in her room. Are you having a great time in Germany? Come back soon, Diane. Lucas is making a new movie and needs good acting skills. I recommended you. You invited me back for the Oscars? Okay, I'll buy tickets right away. What? International calls are too noisy. I misheard everything. Ronald hung up and continued on to Miramar Airport with Bud to prepare for today's takeoff and filming. What? You're going back? Why don't you stay a few more weeks? You speak French, and the people here like you. We can go to bars again tonight. There's one in Paris called the Cotton Club. It'll match your new clothes perfectly, and you can meet a lot of handsome men from the French film industry." Another actress from the film The Cotton Club, Lynette Benquet, pulled Diane along, wanting her to stay with him. "I heard a lot of French male stars are going too." "No, I rarely get a chance to appear at the Oscars. I'll book the tickets right away." Diane carefully guarded the secret Ronald had brought about regarding Lucas's casting, not letting any of the actresses in the crew know. "Then I'll go by myself. I'll ask Keber from the crew to go with me. He speaks French too. He can be my translator." Lynette Benquet was very eager, having heard that Christopher Lambert, who was coming to the club tonight, was a very handsome and currently popular young actor in France. What's that maneuver called?" Ronald asked in the base's lounge, watching the pilot idiot and Pete Pettigrew, a former Top Gun instructor and now the film crew's naval consultant, demonstrate a real-world aerial maneuver using model aircraft. "That's a barrel roll. The F-14's powerful engines give it an advantage over MiGs in barrel rolls. Experienced pilots can use barrel rolls to lure the enemy forward and use the complexity of compound maneuvers to hinder their effective aiming." "Right, in your script, Iceman evaded enemy machine gun fire several times before Lone Ranger arrived to provide support, all thanks to this barrel roll maneuver. The Top Gun instructor can use it to lure you into a relentless pursuit, but he just can't lock on. This maneuver seems a bit stiff, but let's try it out anyway." 3 aircraft took to the sky with this maneuver, Idiot's F-14A at the front, followed by an F-5S simulating a MiG-28, and finally an F-5S equipped with a modified camera gun. Ronald sat in the back seat, personally checking what kind of footage they could capture. "How about that? Dazzling, isn't it?" Bozo's flying skills are excellent. The plane behind him struggled to lock onto him, but couldn't. After landing, Pettigrew was very satisfied with the pilot's dogfighting skills. The chase and escape were top-notch, even by real Top Gun school standards. Ronald remained silent. The barrel roll really seemed like a very boring maneuver. The tumbling radius of a fighter jet as it spirals around is too large. If you shoot it close up, it keeps going in and out of the frame. If you shoot it from a distance, you can't capture the details on the fuselage, and the fighter jet looks too small on the screen, lacking any sense of presence on the anamorphic widescreen. Here it comes. A few hours later, the quickly developed sample was loaded into the projector. "Oh. This is a disaster." Ronald looked at the footage on the screen. Just as he had thought, the F-14 Tomcat was filmed like a toy plane, devoid of any texture. The barrel roll maneuver in the footage was also hard to see any good effect. How can this be a disaster? Bozo flew so beautifully, even 2 more fighter jets couldn't catch him. I mean, it's a disaster for the audience. I bet those Oklahoma City dads and moms don't understand barrel rolls, compound maneuvers, or dogfights. They just know this maneuver is ugly. I would never film such an ugly maneuver. You need to think again, Pete. Navy planes can definitely do some nicer maneuvers. Okay, Pettigrew scratched his head. These young Hollywood guys were really torturing themselves. They wanted it to look good, not be practical. While designing the air combat, several male actors who had completed the parachute training were taking turns taking off, sitting in the back seat filming the cockpit scenes. Ugh, most of the actors still couldn't get used to the high-G fighter maneuvers. Barry Tubb, who played Werewolf, had his vomit bag full. He staggered off the plane, lost his footing, and fell to the ground. He felt nauseous again and vomited incessantly. The crew's assistants quickly helped him up, moved him aside, and washed his face with hot water until he slowly regained his color. Although this experience was thrilling, I really do vomit a lot. I didn't wear an oxygen mask up there so as not to get the cockpit dirty, and I was throwing up so badly. I'm so sorry, Director. Barry Tubb came over to apologize. Ronald, seeing his pitiful state, felt bad about scolding him and could only comfort him, saying it was all right. Do fighter pilots all have to wear oxygen masks? Ronald asked Idiot Bozo next to him. That's the regulation, but nobody usually wears them. It interferes with radio communication, and it's hard to talk clearly with a mask on. We usually wear one side, leaving our mouths exposed, and then we fasten it when we really need to do high-altitude maneuvers. Next time the pilots are flying with the actors, don't do such high-speed maneuvers. After looking at the printed sample footage, Ronald greeted the flight instructors from the Top Gun flight school at Miramar Air Force Base who were involved in the filming. Please have pity on my actors. Look at Barry Tab, his face, look at his face, it's already turned blue. I heard that people who have a sudden heart attack look similar to him. Ronald pointed to Barry's face on the screen. Several flight instructors exchanged glances. Indeed, some actors were simply too tired to fly, even closing their eyes during stunts. Right now, only Tom Cruise is getting more and more used to flying, but high G is, after all, the domain of fighter pilots. Let's make a rule: if an actor is in the backseat, no stunts exceeding 4G are allowed. Pete Pettigrew also gave the order. The actors had been exhausted from the past 2 days. Then what can we fly? Can we defeat enemy planes with level flight? The pilots were also dissatisfied with the film's inability to depict realistic air combat. I've learned a bit about Hollywood, let me tell you. Do you know what Oklahoma's parents are? Pete Pettigrew, receiving a high salary from the crew, had already defected to Hollywood. He was the most suitable person to explain to his former colleagues that the film wasn't based on reality. Attention all departments, action. The next day, Ronald was back in the back seat of the two-seater F-5S fighter jet, personally taking to the skies to film the air combat. He issued commands over the radio. Roger, Hollywood. Tommy's doing well with me. The pilots were a bit unhappy with Ronald for not letting them perform combat maneuvers, so they gave him the call sign Hollywood, which happened to be the same as a pilot's call sign in a movie, implying that he didn't understand but still wanted to boss people around. Roger, take it easy, groom, don't do anything over 4G. Ronald couldn't argue with these audacious, high-ego pilots, so he had to accept the nickname Hollywood. Less than 4G, the pilot with the call sign groom was very dissatisfied. What kind of maneuver was that? He had no choice but to pull the stick and perform a roll. This kind of maneuver, rolling around the fighter's own axis, was useless in combat and was considered the most basic maneuver. Its only advantage was low load. Oh, what kind of maneuver is that? Viper, why didn't you tell me sooner? Ronald, watching from the plane behind, was very excited. He called out the call sign that his advisor, Pete, had used during his service. This isn't maneuvering, Hollywood. It's worthless in combat. Also, next time you call me by my call sign, include your own for easy identification. Over, but this is really good. Anyway, Oklahoma, Oklahoma's parents love it. Pettigrew recited it by heart. Very good, this role is excellent. We need to shoot more. Give me a few shots of every plane's air combat. After seeing the printed sample footage, Ronald was very satisfied. How exciting is this role? Add to that the special effects of the MiG-28's cannon firing and the air-to-air missiles approaching, only to be dodged by the F-14A's roll. The audience will definitely be thrilled. Alright, you call the shots here, Hollywood. Advisor Pettigrew couldn't bear to watch anymore. With a roll like this, the fighters behind wouldn't even need to adjust their cannons. A long burst of fire would finish off the planes in front. Okay, this is our biggest achievement from recent filming. Think of a few more cool stunt moves. I need to leave early today to pick someone up from the airport. Pettigrew slapped his eye. Alright, I'll pick a few good ones, the ones Oklahoma's parents will like. I told you this is the result of my hard work, otherwise the director would have wanted the F-14A to perform a crane kick. Brother Ronnie, are you really going to recommend me for an audition for Lucas's film? Diane got into Ronald's Mercedes. She had been thinking it over on the plane, still afraid she had misheard, and the first thing she wanted to do upon seeing Ronald was to confirm. Didn't you say you were going to the Oscars? Ronald joked with her. Okay, you know I have other actresses with me, and I don't want them to know. The two arrived at their booked hotel room, and as soon as Bud closed the door, Diane hugged Ronald. Brother Ronnie, why are you being so nice to me this time? You didn't recommend anyone else, only me. Then she kissed Ronald several times with a soft Is it because you think my acting is good? Diane raised an eyebrow again, making a face at Ronald in a friendly gesture. Go take a shower and rest. You must be tired from the journey. Tell me, I want to hear you say my acting is good. Ronald ruffled her hair. The light blonde eye still not completely faded. You actors always put acting skills first. Actually, when a film director is casting, the first thing they look at is whether your temperament matches the character, then your chemistry with other characters, and only lastly consider your acting skills. Huh? Diane looked surprised. Are you serious? I always thought they said that to avoid making us too sad when we were eliminated. Bert didn't say that, it's true. Specifically this time, It's mainly because Mr. Lucas wanted to cast a rock star, and you've played that role twice, and your look is very much like a rock lead singer. Hey, I knew it, you like me dressed like that. Chapter 611 Aerial Combat Special Effects. Ronald held Diane sweetly in his arms. He felt relaxed with her, and the two drifted off to sleep in that embrace. Whoosh, two tomcats flew overhead, and Ronald clearly felt he was dreaming again. A black F-5S with a prominent five-pointed star on its wing appeared in his dream, then with a whoosh, another F-5S, also masquerading as a MiG-28, cut in from off-camera. The two planes side by side created a silent sense of oppression. The enemy pilots wore oxygen masks, never showing their faces, giving them a powerful presence. They have five, Iceman and Slider shouted from their F-14. Soon, their wingmen, Hollywood and Werewolf, were shot down by missiles fired from the MiG. Get Lone Ranger up for the rescue. This must be the final aerial combat scene. The original director's editing was truly impressive. Diane woke up as Ronald gripped her tightly. Seeing how much he cherished her, she happily kissed him on the cheek again. It's dawn. Ronald felt he had slept the best night in a while, only regretting not having seen the complete aerial combat footage. But that didn't matter. Pete Pettigrew had come up with some great maneuvers, and combining his dream with his ideas, he should be able to achieve a similar effect. He left Diane at the hotel to prepare for the audition while he went to the naval base. Looking at Tim Robbins, the actor playing the temporary radar officer for the Lone Ranger, who was nearly 2 meters tall, no matter how he adjusted his body, he couldn't close the canopy. Ronald wiped his brow. If all else fails, we'll just film his scenes from the ground. Luckily, they had Cameron build a ground-based cockpit beforehand, as aerial filming often caused problems. Robbins was too tall to fit in. Barry Tabb was terrified, and not a single shot was usable. Not to mention Val Kilmer, who was too scared to even board a plane. I'm never filming plane scenes again, Ronald cursed. Large machinery is notoriously difficult to work with, frequently malfunctioning. It's arguably the second most difficult mode of transportation to film, after trains. Cameron's model had been approved by the producers, and the actual filming equipment was being tested. A massive circular track was erected in the huge soundstage, with a front-end projection device placed beside it. A life-size replica of the F-14A cockpit was mounted on the track, swaying gently like a cradle with a light push. Great, both sides can be done simultaneously. Let Tim Robbins try it out first. Tim Robbins donned his flight suit and oxygen mask, then sat in the special effects cockpit, a specially enlarged cockpit to accommodate his giant frame. Let's do a test shot, are you crazy? Lone Ranger, go back and help Iceman. Robbins, a minor actor, delivered his final aerial combat lines with perfect precision. I feel something's wrong, I can't go into battle, Tom Cruise said, acting alongside him. A projector at the front projected aerial footage of the blue sky and sea onto a screen behind the dummy cockpit, while a smaller projector projected a reflection from the F-14A Tomcat onto the dummy canopy. Cut. I want to try it too. Cruise, intrigued, sat in the dummy cockpit and tested the circular track. Just say whatever comes to mind. I didn't prepare any scenes for you today, Ronald said, this time testing Cameron's toy effects. Ronald, let's get a jet pilot's license together sometime. We can fly together, then you have to act well. Jet planes are expensive. My money depends on you to earn it. Ha ha ha. Get me my orange juice. Cruise took off his oxygen mask and took a sip. Tower, requesting clearance. Cruise started spouting lines again. Cut, Ronald called out as the film reel was almost empty, sending it for developing. The fake cockpit on the ground looked good, and they could start filming Val Kilmer's scenes. Ronald handed over this part of the character shots to the second camera crew, letting their director oversee it, while he himself rushed back to Miramar Air Force Base to personally oversee the live-action footage. This part was still the most realistic and stunning imagery. He had boasted to Paramount President Mancuso that he would show audiences unprecedented spectacles, and it was all thanks to these scattered aerial combat shots, how to edit them into a coherent story. Very good, we'll maintain this distance. I want a shot of the fighter jets in the background being relatively stationary. Ronald, watching the filming from the ground, picked up the radio and gave the order. An F-14A flew towards the base from the sea. In the low-altitude, high-humidity environment, the vortices formed on its wings created two beautiful white trails of mist that enveloped the fighter jet. This shot is worth $1 million. Well done, Ronald praised the stunt plane with the camera in front over the radio. Oklahoma, his advisor, Pettigrew, automatically chimed in. It looks good, doesn't it? Everyone will think it's a sonic cloud breaking the sound barrier. Pettigrew shook his head. These Hollywood people, everything has to look good. A real sonic cloud is a cloud of mist produced when an aircraft breaks the sound barrier, accompanied by a very loud popping sound. The speed is too fast, so it's difficult to shoot a good shot in the air. Director Ronald actually used this kind of high humidity weather, flying at low speed over the sea, the vortices that the wings would pull up, to replace it. However, the mist of water vapor condensing in this low vortex is indeed very beautiful. This is an aerial scissor tactic. 5 MiG-28s are chasing 2 F-14s in front. The simplest way to catch them is for the predators to make a cross-shaped pursuit, like a pair of large scissors cutting at the prey in front. Pettigrew held up 2 models of fighter jets and made a cross-shaped motion. That way, at least one plane will be able to find the prey's weak point, and we can lock on and fire. Great, let's film it that way. Oklahoma's parents will love it, especially the scissor-like arrangement of multiple planes. Looking back from the planes in front, it's like, how to describe it, like seeing 4 or 5 planes circling your backside. It's spectacular. Great, looks like Pete, you'll find a job in Hollywood. God help me, I hope I don't get yelled at by my old colleagues. Behind an F-14A, a reconnaissance-grade camera gun was added, and then modified to include a movie camera and film canister. I'm counting on you. Remember to fly smoothly. Pettigrew handed the task over to the best pilot, the idiot, Bozo. Remember to do a few rolls, the audience loves that. Oh, Pettigrew closed his eyes. What kind of requirements were these? The F-14A is a twin-engine heavy fighter. When rolling, its nose-pointing stability isn't as good as the single-engine F-5S. Maintaining both roll and stability is a huge test of a pilot's skill. No problem, just watch me. Bozo knew his days flying fighters in the Navy were numbered. He'd be flying passenger planes or even more mundane cargo planes and commercial airliners, with no more opportunities for such fancy maneuvers. He readily agreed. Bingo, seeing the film Bozo brought back, and the developed result, Ronald and Pettigrew were speechless. Bozo flew beautifully, his rolls incredibly stable, and with the distortion of a wide-angle lens, 4 or 5 enemy planes circling behind the F-14A Tomcat created an aura of heroic grandeur. Excellent, excellent, this is the spectacle the audience wants to see, Ronald thought smugly, believing his footage would be even more spectacular than the original. Okay, that's enough for today. Contact the Navy and see when the missile launch can be officially approved. Ronald was still thinking about the 2 air-to-air missiles the Navy had promised to film. Today, Cameron and Gail were having a small wedding at City Hall, with only a few close friends invited. Ronald rushed back to the hotel to attend with Diane. Congratulations, Ronald, a friend of both sides, hugged Cameron and Gail, who was wearing her bridal veil, and gave them gifts. This is a voucher for a Honda Accord. Gail needs to drive a lot, so she needs a safer car. Ronald gave Gail a gift. The couple had given up most of their income to become directors and producers on Terminator. The cost of the special effects equipment for Top Gun also needed to cover their daily expenses, so Ronald offered them a cheap and safe Japanese car for their convenience. Don't I have a gift? Cameron came over and hugged Ronald. I'm here as the bride's representative, Jim. I sat next to the bride at the dinner. Besides, Gail is the one who manages the money in your family, Ronald joked, highlighting the division of labor between husband and wife. Congratulations, a man with a German accent and another tall, beautiful woman came over to offer their congratulations. Hello, Mr. Schwarzenegger. Ronald shook hands with him. Hello, Ronald. This is Bridget, this is Diane. The two introduced their companions. Bridget Nelson was a Danish model, a full 6 feet tall, a good match for Schwarzenegger, the Austrian bodybuilding champion. They had met while filming Queen's Sword and were now very close. Oh, you're really strong, even stronger than on TV, Diane exclaimed upon seeing the giant. You're much stronger than Stallone. Wow, Schwarzenegger struck a pose, flexing his muscles. Anyone who is Stallone's enemy is my friend, Schwarzenegger stated bluntly, now his biggest rival to Stallone. Then we have a lot in common, Ronald chuckled, his relationship with Stallone also strained. Ladies and gentlemen, with the authority granted to me by the state of California, and with Mr. Roger Coleman as our witness, I hereby declare James Cameron and Gail Ann Hurd to be husband and wife. The government-officiated wedding was simple. Cameron and Gail were immediately husband and wife. Ronald and Diane even launched confetti at them. Gail's parents didn't come in the end. Ronald sighed, knowing Gail would be lonely. This was why Ronald had come to the wedding, wanting to make it as lively as possible. "We should go celebrate," Ronald gestured to Bud, who went to call the rented limousine. The newlyweds and guests were going to a restaurant for dinner. "Thank you." Gail came over to specifically thank Ronald. Roger Coleman was like a father to him, and Ronald was like a brother. This wedding could somewhat make up for the regrets. "Here you go." Ronald seized the opportunity to hand Cameron a gift certificate for a modified motorcycle. It was for the latest Harley-Davidson, and at the most famous modification shop in town, the troublesome parts were being replaced with the more durable Japanese components. Many Harley enthusiasts were starting to do this now. After all, Harleys that frequently broke down, while beautiful, were very impractical. "I told you you wouldn't forget my share." Chapter 612 Two Missiles. Attention all departments, these are million-dollar shots, the two most expensive shots in the film. All teams, please double-check your equipment. Ronald, sitting in the back seat of Bozo's F-5S, gave the final check order to the two fighter jets equipped with cameras. One on the left, one on the right, one in front, one behind. The two planes surrounded the F-14A launching Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. Not far ahead was a Navy target drone. After layers of approval from the Navy, today's filming was finally cleared. Two missiles, two target drones, the fuel consumption and depreciation of several aircraft, and the assistance of several top Navy pilots. Ronald was going to waste over $1 million in the sky today. Charlie 5 confirmed, Charlie 6 confirmed. Confirmation came from the pilots and cameramen on the two filming planes. Action. After giving the order, Ronald stared intently at the missile under the Tomcat fighter's wing. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke appeared. A Sidewinder missile detached from its launcher and flew forward. In the cockpit of the aircraft, Ronald heard no sound, only saw the missile's tail enveloped in white smoke, tracing a path across the sky. Boom. A dozen seconds later, the target drone burst into flames and was blasted to pieces. Charlie 5, Charlie 6 reporting. Ronald called again. Rational, Charlie 5, rational, Charlie 6. Finally, the Navy's generosity hadn't been in vain. Half an hour later, the fighter jets took off again, this time the F-5S, playing the MiG-28, launching its air-to-air missiles. The Navy only authorized 2 missile launches for the film. So, the good guy Tomcat and the bad guy MiG each launched one. Half a day later, the expedited film arrived. Ronald looked at the mere minute-long footage on the screen. For those 2 real shots, a considerable sum had been spent. In the final fight scene of the movie, several missiles were launched. Some hit the enemy aircraft, some missed their targets. This little bit of footage needs careful planning to seamlessly integrate with the model effects produced by Industrial Light and Magic to achieve a good editing result. You'll have to find another way to film the horizontal spiral. The Navy thinks this maneuver is too dangerous. An F-14A is just too expensive, not to mention the cost of training pilots, Pettigrew told Ronald. The basic shots here were almost finished, but the Navy, after granting missile launch permission, rejected the horizontal spiral footage. "I understand, it's indeed too dangerous. Even if the Navy agreed, I wouldn't want you to take the risk." Ronald shook hands with each of the pilots participating in the aerial filming. Having worked together for so long, they had all become friends, and he didn't want anyone to get into trouble because of filming a few seconds of spiral footage. "Ronnie, who are you taking to the Oscars this year?" Back home, Ronald received a call from Demi Moore. "Aren't you with Emilio?" Ronald thought Demi was trying to piggyback on his spot again. Now, wasn't there the sucker Emilio Estevez? Ronald saw the photos of the two of them attending the premiere of The Breakfast Club in the entertainment newspaper. "Don't even mention it, I regret it." Emilio made it sound so good, but he couldn't even get 2 tickets to the Oscars. He ended up having to ask his father, Martin Sheen. Demi's magnetic voice reminded Ronald of her charming smile and figure. "Sorry, Demi. I already promised someone else." "Okay, I just came to ask. Who's the lucky woman? Brooke Shields? Or Helen Slater?" "Neither. I got Diane from the Cotton Club. You know, I have a lot of directing techniques, all learned from Coppola. This time his film only got 2 minor award nominations, and he didn't have enough tickets, so I helped bring one actor along." "Well, it's a real shame you didn't come to the Breakfast Club premiere." Director John Hughes even thanked you specifically to the reporters for your help. I saw the interview. Ronald remembered seeing it on the Entertainment Channel 2 weeks ago. John Hughes specifically mentioned Ronald, helping him find the legendary Hollywood editor, Diddy Allen. Demi's early involvement resulted in a beautifully edited version of The Breakfast Club, flowing like a poem. Don't worry, this movie is a huge success at the box office and with critics. You'll soon be a rising star, with film offers and beautiful clothes galore, Ronald reassured her. Haha. I think so too. You absolutely have to come to the premiere of the St. Elmo Fire. Demi regularly called Ronald to chat, partly to catch up on Emilio and his friends' lives and whether they'd gotten carried away with anything against him. Partly, it was also a way of showing off her rising stardom. Recently, she'd been praised for her natural and fluid acting by several critics, especially Albert of the Chicago Sun-Times, and her boasting had started to outweigh her tattling. Ronald was busy lately and didn't attend the premiere of The Breakfast Club. The film was an unexpected success, accumulating nearly $20 million in box office revenue in less than 4 weeks. Director John Hughes was poised to surpass Ronald in media attention and become Hollywood's best director of teen movies. With a total production cost of less than $1 million, and an estimated box office of over $40 million, Universal began to truly value John Hughes. However, things in Hollywood are always unpredictable. 2 films that Ned Tannen championed during his time at Universal, The Breakfast Club and St. Elmo's Fire, are now the work of the new CEO, Ronald's old acquaintance, and Frank Price. If he hadn't jumped ship to Paramount, Tannen might have had significant independent production rights. The Breakfast Club has already been both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. If St. Elmo's Fire, written by Ronald's friend Cameron Crowe, also becomes a hit, it's hard to say whether Tannen's move will give him more or less power. That's all for now. I'm hanging up. See you at the Oscars. Ronald hung up the phone. Demi Moore is very adept at maneuvering. She's very familiar with industry gossip. Today, she even mentioned Brooke and Helen's names on the phone. It seems some of his actions have been noticed by those who are interested. He attended the Golden Globe Awards with Brooke, helped Helen audition several times, and after winning the Billy King Legend Award, he even scared away the leading man who wanted to date her. Brooke, in particular, still had a powerful influence. If they hadn't been careful, their photos might have appeared in the entertainment media. Thinking of Brooke, Ronald sighed. This girl, so focused on getting her Princeton degree, was drifting further and further away from his priorities. Aside from holidays and attending some public events in New York, Brooke buried herself in campus, studying boring French language courses. This wasn't helping her acting career at all. But it was Brooke's biggest wish, so Ronald didn't say anything, and their phone calls became less frequent. He had wanted to invite Brooke to the Oscars, but she declined, citing a busy academic schedule and a trip to France for further studies. Her interest in Hollywood was waning. How about I dress like this for the Oscars? A few hours later, Ronald arrived at Diane's hotel. While she was trying out filming for the Cotton Club, the crew gifted her several costumes, along with 2 mink shawls also from the crew. She asked Ronald, "Want the truth?" Ronald looked at Diane. "You're a modern girl. This kind of old-fashioned attire doesn't suit you. Put these 20s and 30s relics away. I know you don't like it, but the advertising fees I got from Japan can't buy better clothes. You know, if an actress wears the same dress twice, the newspapers will gossip. Luckily, I can use the Cotton Club costumes as a cover." Diane carefully put away the mink shawls. Ronald smiled. This little girl who once rushed to the Oscars in a dress and white sandals was now starting to be picky about her outfits. The fearless girl of yesteryear was now becoming cautious. "Don't worry, I've already talked to Mr. Armani. Go to his bespoke tailor shop, they have clothes ready for you. He's kept your size." Ronald glanced at the girl. The weight she'd gained for Cotton Club was now basically back to her ghetto justice days. "Thank you, Ronnie." Diane hugged Ronald's neck. She saw hope again in her 3-game losing streak in the film industry, all thanks to this guy. Could Lucas's film be her lucky break? What? Ronald went to the White House as a projectionist, delivering film prints. Paramount CEO Mancuso finally managed to find out. It turned out Ronald's name was mentioned by the president at the conservative convention because he was delivering a print of a Levi Westphalia film, not because he had any close personal relationship with the president. "Oh, I see. How unlucky I was. I was inexplicably startled during the live broadcast. Actually, Quite a few Hollywood figures were mentioned by the president. He even praised his old friend Cary Grant. Mr. Mancuso, these are the Oscar tickets. The secretary came in to deliver the invitations. Just put them on the table, Mancuso sighed. Now wasn't the time to dwell on these things. If only he hadn't been intimidated by him back then. There was plenty of time. He needed to eliminate the influence of his predecessor, consolidate the power held by vice presidents like Tanning, and wait for the right opportunity. Chapter 613 Best and Worst. Ronald and Diane crossed the street in front of Dorothy Chandler Hall together. This wasn't their first time entering the Oscars together. They smiled at each other. The last time they attended the Oscars together, Ronald had won Best Original Song, and they hoped for good luck this time. Once inside the hall, they sat separately in the seating area for the Cotton Club and Dragon Boys. Fortunately, neither film had received many nominations, and their seats were close enough for them to chat. The Cotton Club received nominations for Best Editing and Best Production Design. Dragon Boys received a nomination for Best Supporting Actor. Francis doesn't seem too happy. Ronald noticed Coppola's displeased expression. He received preferential treatment in Germany, but here, Diane whispered. Did your crew do any lobbying for Morita Noriyuki? Weintraub had Morita attend a series of association award ceremonies, but I heard the results weren't great. The Japanese are currently engaged in a trade war with America. The president vowed to make Japan pay the price and respect the rules of the game, especially regarding intellectual property and market openness. Ronald knew that in this social atmosphere of hatred towards the Japanese for taking away job opportunities, even though this year was the first year that Asian Americans united to make their voices heard through the Vincent Chin case, Noriyuki Morita would find it difficult to defeat Wu Hanrun, the Cambodian Chinese doctor and amateur actor from the Killing Ground. After all, his experience was very tortuous and tragic, and in a social atmosphere favorable to Asian Americans, he was clearly more suitable to represent them in accepting the award. Did you see this? These are the hottest tickets in Los Angeles, for the Hollywood Awards ceremony. People will do anything to get these tickets. This year, the host was finally not Johnny Carson. Veteran actor Jack Lemmon took the microphone and began introducing the guest hosts. Porn star Catherine Turner and Gregory Hines, the black actor from the Cotton Club, were invited to the stage. The first award presented was the Best Supporting Actor Award, which was given out first every year. Linda Hunt, last year's Best Supporting Actress, is a very short woman who often plays stereotypical roles like teachers, lawyers, and nuns. The nominees are Noriyuki Morita. Dragon Boy. Ronald turned to cheer Morita on. Morita's hair was still messy. After Dragon Boy's huge success, he kept his Miyagi-esque look. You're the only one from our cast nominated. It's a testament to your acting skills, Ronald said, seeing Morita's nonchalant attitude. Thank you, Morita smiled wryly. Despite months of running around for various awards, it seemed the odds were stacked against him. His chances of winning were practically zero. The winner is Killing Fields, Wu Hanrun. Keep smiling, Weintraub reminded everyone, then flashed a teeth. The live broadcast cameras panned to the areas where the non-winning nominees were, and everyone wore a smile that seemed to say, I didn't win, but I'm happier if he did. Are you going to Las Vegas this year? Why don't you come with me? I have a plane. Weintraub found Ronald at the party after the awards ceremony and said to him, I was going to. Tom Cruise and I are going. Paramount is going there to sell films. See you then. Weintraub was going to the Las Vegas Film Ordering Convention to sell his Top Gun, Maverick sequel, which was to be released next year, and he wanted Ronald to come along. Ronald's task at Paramount was more important. Top Gun, unlike Maverick, wasn't a sequel, and securing better filming and release dates would depend on how he and Cruise showcased the film's appeal to the theater buyers. We're going to the Las Vegas convention to show some clips. What kind of footage do you think we should cut? The next day, Don Simpson came to ask Ronald. At the annual film convention, each booth, like those for films already in production like Top Gun, would show clips of exciting scenes. But for Maverick 2, which was still in pre-production, there were only posters. Let's keep the romance between McGillis and Cruise, and add some beach volleyball scenes. No air combat in aircraft carriers. Those parts haven't been carefully edited yet. They don't have the impact. Ever since CEO Mancuso targeted him, Ronald had been keeping his editing under wraps. Without planes and aircraft carriers, the theater buyers will find it hard to believe, Bruckheimer reminded him. Then let's add a shot of fighter jets taking off. Ronald knew better. He wanted to minimize the amount of footage. While I'm in Las Vegas, let them continue with the model experiments on the ground. As for the live-action shots in the sky, how about we wait until I get back? Ronald looked at the two producers, who would also be going to the Las Vegas convention. Don't worry, we've hired a second unit director to handle some subjective perspective shots. He's found America's best and most experienced stunt pilots. You just focus on helping sell the film, Don Simpson laughed. After finishing his trip to Las Vegas as a salesman, Ronald returned home. He always fell asleep easily during filming. Knock, 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 a rapid knocking sounded at the door. Who is it? Ronald thought it wasn't Buzz knocking, it must be someone he knew, so he didn't stop them. He quickly got up in his pajamas to open the door. As soon as he opened it, Diane, wearing a t-shirt and jeans, rushed in with red eyes and hugged Ronald, bursting into tears. What? Brother Ronnie, I'm done for. What happened? Ronald was startled and told Diane to sit down and tell him slowly. What had happened? They gave me a Razzie nomination for Worst Supporting Actress. Oh dear, I thought something terrible had happened to you. Just ignore them. Ronald gave Diane a cup of tea and comforted her. Brother Ronnie, since my debut, the media has always praised my acting skills. Wah! Diane cried, tears streaming down her face. In my first film, A Bridge at Sunset, Sir Laurence Olivier praised my acting. Even in my later films, which didn't do well at the box office, the critics still praised my acting. This time, they actually gave me 2 Best Supporting Actress nominations. Ronald picked up the newspaper from Diane's hand. During the Oscars, the new comedy prize, The Sour Plum, was also being awarded. Diane Lane received 2 Best Supporting Actress nominations for her roles in Ghetto Justice and The Cotton Club. They're just messing around. You were the lead actress in both of those films, weren't you? Ronald noticed a blind spot. Huh? Really? Diane stopped crying, but was still sobbing. And in the end, you didn't win. You'll be forgotten soon. The Best Supporting Actress award ultimately went to an actress named Holly Johnson. Will the media really forget? Diane stopped sobbing and looked up at Ronald. Definitely. Who remembers these randomly nominated awards? As long as you don't win, it's fine. Oh, Ronald took the nomination and award list and glanced at the Worst Supporting Actress nomination. He was right. These Razzie Awards wouldn't put truly bad acting on the list, because really bad movies don't even get a chance to be released. Many nominations are just for exposure, deliberately putting some famous actors on the list. Look, even last year's Oscar-winning actress, Shirley MacLaine, was put on the list for Worst Actress. How could MacLaine's acting suddenly go from best to worst in a few months? It's just sensationalism. You don't need to care about it at all. But they gave me 2 nominations. Don't worry, Lucas promised you an audition opportunity. It's waiting for you. Don't worry about him rejecting you because of this ridiculous award. Diane's father, Bert, was an acting coach, and she had always been proud of her acting skills, and was valued by the great director Coppola. This was a significant blow to her confidence in her acting. After finally calming Diane down, Ronald carefully looked at the list of winners. The biggest winner of this year's Razzie Awards was Ronald's longtime collaborator, Minahan Golan of Cannonball Pictures. His utterly terrible film, a parody of the blockbuster Perfect 10, and featuring the same actress Bo Derek, Bolero, won 5 awards: Worst Picture, Worst Director, Worst Actress, Worst Screenplay, and Worst Original Score. Sylvester Stallone was also unlucky enough to win Worst Actor. This Razzie Awards was really getting more and more prestigious, even managing to secure sponsorships for the awards ceremony by leveraging the Oscar buzz. Ronald's eyes fell on Best Supporting Actor. Why was it Brooke Shields? Why was Brooke Shields a supporting actor? Because of her role as Dale in Sahara, wearing a ridiculous fake mustache, the newspaper stated the reason for the award. He wondered if she would be upset. Ronald, I'm fine. They put me in the nominations before, but I don't care. I'm out of the entertainment industry now anyway. I'm only focused on the most important thing, getting my Princeton degree. You make it sound like you've already distanced yourself from the entertainment industry. Yeah, now I'm only concerned with my studies. During my trip to Europe, I met Catherine Deneuve and Jean-Paul Belmondo. They both praised my French. I'm happy for you. You'll definitely achieve your goal. Okay, let's talk again after I finish my exams. Ronald hung up the phone with Brooke Shields. She didn't care about the entertainment industry's opinions anymore. Meeting two big stars in France, what she remembered most was their praise of her French. It seems Diane, who still wants to make her way in Hollywood through acting, is more focused on these things. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614 Las Vegas Expo. The Western Film Expo in Las Vegas is held annually at the Bellagio Hotel. Despite its name, it's actually America's largest domestic film trade fair. The fountain in front of the hotel is famous, attracting many tourists for photos. The presentation for Top Gun took place on the second night of the event. At the presentation, three of America's biggest stars, Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, and Kelly McGillis, appeared on the stage. However, they weren't facing enthusiastic fans, but rather hundreds of film buyers from across the country who were there to place orders. While Ronald Reagan was already a well-known figure in the industry, the actors held greater appeal for these film buyers. This wasn't just because audiences loved seeing stars in movies, but also because it offered them the opportunity to take photos and get autographs, perfect gifts for their children. You're also from Paramount? How's the movie? I heard it's about fighter jets. I saw Clint Eastwood's Fox from 2 years ago. Air combat is always so boring. A young-looking buyer, chewing gum, inquired of Ronald, who was sitting in the audience. Let me tell you a secret, this movie looks like an air combat film, but it's actually a thrilling sports movie. Very good. Oh? How did you know? The young buyer looked at him in surprise. Usually, the actual content of these movies doesn't match the advertising. Could the person who knows the truth be a relative of some Paramount executive? Thomas Stevenson, the buyer extended his hand and shook hands with him. My name is Ronald. Are you a theater buyer at such a young age? Looking at the audience, all the employees were in their 30s or 40s, and some were even over 50. Ronald was also curious about this young man who looked to be in his early 20s. My dad owns a movie theater. I've been selling tickets and cleaning the theater since I was a kid. Hey man, that was the worst job ever. No wonder, it was a family business. Ronald understood. Stevenson was a natural conversationalist and quickly struck up a pleasant conversation with Ronald. He told Ronald everything about himself. He was now a buyer for his father's chain of theaters in New Jersey. The father and son owned fewer than 10 theaters, and they also represented other theater owners at the Las Vegas convention, making them a fairly large buyer. Now, let's invite the film's director, Ronald Lee, to answer some questions. I have to go up. Ronald greeted Stevenson, went up on stage, and began answering questions from the buyers. For example, how many aerial combat scenes were there, how long the film was expected to be, and whether there would be a romance between the male and female leads. Ah! I remember now, Stevenson exclaimed suddenly, looking at Ronald. Wasn't this the director of Dragon Boys and Breakdance, the two movies that had been playing for 7 or 8 months in his family's newest multiplex? His father, Thomas Sr., had specifically told his son to keep a close eye on directors like Ronald and see what kind of films he would make this year. Many directors have a period of great success, during which everything they make is a box office hit. Audiences just love their work. He just hadn't expected Ronald to be so young, almost his age. Hey, Ronald, I didn't expect you to be directing a Paramount blockbuster at such a young age. I didn't recognize you earlier because I didn't know you were so talented at such a young age. Can I have a beer and chat with you? Young Stevenson took the initiative, wanting to learn more about the inside story of filmmaking. No problem, after I finish here, we'll chat tonight. Ronald also wanted to talk to these grassroots industry workers. They were the group of people closest to the audience within the film industry. How's your business? With the box office recovering, you must be making good profits, right? That evening, Ronald met with Stevenson Jr. at a bar, where they drank beer and chatted. Although Paramount had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on marketing materials for the exhibition, specially edited a teaser trailer, and even had 3 celebrities attend, most of the actual distribution and signings were still settled privately in bars and cafes. Actually, our profit margin is very low. Just from ticket revenue, the gross profit doesn't exceed 10%. Indeed, before the widespread adoption of movies and television, they were practically 2 different markets. Ronald believed this figure. It matched the data he had received when settling accounts with Atlantic Cinemas. Many cinemas would delay paying a year's worth of box office revenue, using the funds for a year's worth of renovations, even haggling over the smallest interest payments. You're absolutely right. Of all the studios, directors, and actors I have met, you're the only one who truly understands our business. They always think we make a lot of money and cut their profits, but actually, we rely on box office returns. If we buy the wrong film or two that doesn't do well, we can easily go broke, so you have other ways to make money, right? Ronald thought to himself, who would work for nothing just because they love movies? I really like your films. My dad said that as long as you direct one, we'll sign a distribution contract unconditionally. Our family's 6 old-fashioned theaters and our newest multiplex will buy 8 copies in total. Adding in our counterparts in the surrounding towns, I can buy 15 copies this time. Then thank you. Ronald shook his hand. Under the current distribution model, the country is divided into over 1,000 regions, each with a population ranging from several thousand to hundreds of thousands. In each region, a studio signs an exclusive distribution agreement with only one theater. This significantly reduces the number of film copies needed. Nationwide, a typical film only needs around 1,000 copies to meet the needs of nationwide distribution. Even the most popular sequels only require fewer than 1,500 copies to satisfy audiences nationwide. Expensive film copies are a significant cost for distributors. Naturally, fewer copies are better, which is why this exclusive theatrical release model has remained in place to this day. Also, I have a sequel to Dragon Boys, and I'll be holding a press conference tomorrow. You can come and see. Are you directing the sequel? If so, I'll definitely buy it. Stevenson Jr. was straightforward. He was there because of Stevenson's name. I haven't agreed yet, but there's a high chance I'll be involved. Even if I don't direct, the story will develop according to my ideas, Ronald replied. Great, I'll order it from the station. Little Stevenson gave him a high five again. Last time, Breakdance 2 wasn't directed by you. And I almost messed things up when I bought it. Luckily, the breakdance craze hasn't died down yet, so I didn't lose money. There won't be any problems with a Dragon Boys sequel. Mr. Weintraub and I will take the story to Okinawa this time. It's sure to be great. You should still buy a dozen or so copies. You won't lose money. Ronald took the opportunity to promote his work, and he also wanted to see the other party's reaction. I will definitely buy it, but not the same number. My family only needs about 5 or 6 copies of Dragon Boys, and for the others, I'll have to make a long-distance call to see what the old folks think. Oh, why? You don't think my Dragon Boys sequel is good? Ronald was a little surprised. This buyer clearly had more confidence in Top Gun than in the Dragon Boys sequel. No, that's actually our trade secret. Hey, but you're the director, you know what I'm saying, so it's okay to talk to you. Stevenson Jr. took a big gulp of beer. I wasn't that confident about Top Gun to begin with, but on one hand, you're the director, on the other hand, I've looked at your brochures and clips, and I think this movie is perfect for fathers to take their kids to see. Fathers to take their kids to see, Ronald repeated, this short sentence containing a lot of business acumen. Yes, we always like movies that the whole family can enjoy. Last time with Spielberg's E.T., we bought an excessive number of copies, and besides the box office being packed, we could also make a profit by renting them out to other companies. This time, your movie is also perfect for fathers to take their kids to see. They're much more generous with buying Coke and popcorn than mothers. There's something to learn everywhere. It seems that action, sports, and competitive movies really do attract audiences. The next day, Ronald came to the Top Gun 2 booth again to support Weintraub. You know, Ronald, Frank Sinatra used to own shares in this hotel, and he made a lot of money. Then the FBI got involved with him, saying he was implicated in, and he withdrew his shares. It wasn't until the president took office that he was completely extricated from the investigation. The president's leniency, Ronald was referring to privilege the president had, allowing him to pardon the crimes of anyone during his term. It didn't go that far. Sinatra was a Hollywood and music star, the FBI couldn't easily touch him. The president awarded him a medal, and they automatically dropped the investigation, because the female lead for Dragon Boys 2 hadn't been cast yet, and the male lead, Ralph Marzio, was still filming. Only Noriyuki Morita, nominated for an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, and Ronald were present. Why this imported German mineral water? We can just use our own Wrigley's. Weintraub was busy running around, personally handling the arrangements for the press conference, seemingly saving a lot of money. You're such a big boss, couldn't you just delegate these things to your subordinates? Ronald looked at him, puzzled. Weintraub didn't have the same business philosophy as Roger Corman. He also wanted to make big-budget productions. Probably because I'm Jewish, when I see small places that could save money but are putting on a show for some reason, I feel compelled to intervene, Weintraub chuckled. However, I probably won't have time for these things soon. Why? Ronald sensed a hidden meaning in his words. I'll tell you quietly. But don't tell anyone else. The owner of MGM Studios, who is also the owner of the MGM Grand Hotel Group in Las Vegas, Cochran, has been talking to me these past few days about restoring the United Artists brand and putting it in my hands. Oh? Restoring the configuration of the 8 major studios? Ronald raised an eyebrow. This was a big deal. After United Artists was acquired by MGM, the distribution channels were merged into MGM, but many experienced veteran employees remained. More importantly, United Artists is a member of the MPAA, the rating body, and also a member of the Producers Guild of America, which negotiates with various unions. Both are powerful, long-established organizations. Outsiders, like Minahan Golan, have to struggle for a long time to break into them. The MPAA, in particular, is still largely controlled by the 8 major film studios, whose films often receive more lenient rating standards. Cochran hopes United Artists will restore the tradition of artist-led filmmaking. Ronald, no one has any reservations about a director like you who spends all his money on the screen. After you finish these 2 films, you can sign a long-term contract with United Artists. Then you can make whatever kind of film you want, however you want, and I'll find the actors you want. How about that? Very good terms, Mr. Weintraub. But for such important matters, I need to discuss it with my agent first. Ronald recalled that Eisner from Paramount had said the same thing to him, but unfortunately, he had gone to Disney and hadn't sorted things out yet. The idea of being able to film whatever he wanted was now just empty talk. Of course, once this matter is settled, our Dragon Boys 2 will basically be finished filming, and then we can talk about it slowly. Ronald felt this was a big deal, and upon returning to his room, he immediately called his agent. Nisida and Richard had also heard rumors of United Artists' comeback, but they hadn't expected that gambling tycoon Cochran would choose Weintraub to manage it. The 3 decided on the phone to wait until they returned to Los Angeles to discuss the impact of this on the industry and whether to accept Weintraub's offer. That evening, Ronald went downstairs again and began strolling around the Bellagio Hotel. Many movies releasing in the latter half of this year and next year were taking the opportunity to promote themselves. Posters for Paramount's Star Trek IV, Fox's Aliens, and Weintraub's Dragon Kid 2 were displayed on both sides of the entrance avenue. Many films hadn't yet finalized their cast and crew, so they were just concept posters. For example, Dragon Kid 2 only featured a large image of Noriyuki Morita as Miyagi-sensei, with the title below. However, those buyers, with just this information, could make a fairly accurate judgment about the film's box office prospects, and thus sign preliminary contracts. What movie is this? Ronald saw a poster for a mid-sized production company called Orion. It featured only one soldier in uniform, his back to the audience, a helmet dominating the center of the image. Platoon, Ronald thought, standing at their booth for a while, even picking up a brochure to look at it. So it's an Oliver Stone film. Ronald knew this director who had once written Conan the Barbarian was now directing and starring in his own films. There haven't been many Vietnam War movies these past 2 years, Ronald muttered to himself. But Oliver Stone never followed trends. He might just make a good film. He hadn't really messed up much. Canon, ninja, breakdancing, karate. 2 young dancers dressed as bunny girls danced and handed out Canon Films brochures to passers-by. Minahan, Ronald called out to his old friend. This Israeli still preferred this vulgar but effective publicity tactic, making quite a spectacle of it. Ronald, Minahan rushed over and gave him a big hug. How's the runaway train filming going? Ugh, Konchalovsky's so slow. If only he were as fast as you. Minahan waved his hand regretfully. It won't be released until the end of the year, so it'll only make it to next year's film festival, but we have a lot of new films too. Minahan shoved several posters into his hands. This is American Ninja, this is Invasion of the USA, Adventures of Hercules, this is Vietnam War Vanguard, remember? Starring Chuck Norris, it's that movie that imitates? Ronald chuckled. It's just a knockoff of Stallone's First Blood 2 directed by Minahan. That's it, ha ha ha. We might even get released before his movie. I was delayed by a video conference today. I'll finish the next chapter tomorrow. Chapter 615 Model Special Effects and Flight Stunts. Upon returning to Los Angeles from Las Vegas, Ronald went straight to an open space in the suburbs without resting. This was where the special effects artists from Industrial Light and Magic were studying the filming of the fighter jet model. This was the most important part of the upcoming shoot. Several special effects artists had already seen the aerial footage Ronald had shot and had spent several weeks studying it here. We tried many methods, and finally decided to use slow motion to solve the problem of shooting the model in the air. An F-14A model larger than a person's outstretched arm lay quietly on a table. This large model aircraft was equipped with 2 small gasoline engines and remote control equipment. The California sun was bright, and against a backdrop of blue sky and white clouds, the camera was shot from a great distance, and the telephoto lens had a small viewfinder. This meant that only a part of the model aircraft could be seen in the viewfinder, and with a background sky, it was not easy for the average viewer to tell that it was a model aircraft. It was hard to tell from a distance, but many people could tell from close-ups, especially when the shots of the model aircraft were edited together with the live-action shots, creating a slightly different feel. To make the visuals more realistic, the special effects artists at Industrial Light and Magic came up with 2 additional methods. This is a special paint. Its texture on film is very similar to metal, the artist explained, showing Ronald the metallic paint effect on the wooden model through the camera lens. Very good, Ronald said, closing one eye and examining the model through the lens for a while. The model resembled a real airplane in every way, except it lacked weight, appearing somewhat flimsy. However, this was inherent to the model's characteristics, and there wasn't much that could be done. We've prepared this, the artist said, seemingly sensing Ronald's thoughts, and brought out a power drill. Whoosh, whoosh, he started the drill, the loud noise startling Ronald. What are you going to do? This is a method we came up with when Lucas was filming Star Wars, the artist said, inserting the drill into a round piece of wood. With a whoosh, the drill bit pierced through. Slightly off-center like this, the artist said, placing the wood on the table next to the camera lens. The drill churned the wood, and the off-center circular plank vibrated, causing the table to tremble slightly, which in turn caused the camera lens to shake slightly, resulting in a shaky shot. The slow motion mode was activated, and the footage of the fighter jet against a blue sky and white clouds now had a slight vibration, like a real engine, instantly maximizing realism. Very good, I can hardly distinguish between the model and the live-action footage, except for the drill noise, Ronald praised with satisfaction. The drill noise could easily be replaced with pre-recorded engine sound during post-production dubbing. Why did they add that vibration? It makes it feel like a real plane, not a model, Ronald wondered, quickly consulting the special effects artist. We carefully compared the footage of the model with your live-action shots. The main problem is that the model appears light and floaty in the wind, and the live-action aircraft vibrates slightly under the engine's power. We used slow motion and added vibration to make the floatiness go unnoticed by the audience, while the vibration became the main visual feature. It took us several days of experimenting with how to maintain the right vibration with this drill. Ronald felt the special effects fee was well worth it. Industrial Light and Magic truly lived up to its reputation as the most experienced model special effects team in the industry. These models are for the explosion and missile launch scenes. The special effects artist then led Ronald to another corner of the open space. 2 aircraft, also painted black, lay quietly on the table. These models lacked engines and remote control systems, but had several hooks with attached wires. We expect that after being hit by a missile, this F-14A and this MiG-28 will break apart in the appropriate place, catch fire, and explode, the special effects artist explained to Ronald, pointing to the pre-made notches on the models. We've installed flashbangs and explosives here. After remote detonation, it will break at the location we want beforehand. That's ingenious. Ronald reached out to touch the model. Don't touch it, the special effects artist quickly stopped him. To ensure the break is here, we used a patented material called eggshell to manufacture this part of the fuselage and wings. Oh? Eggshell. Ronald crouched down to examine the material closely. The difference wasn't noticeable unless you looked closely. Yes, it's named for the fragility of an eggshell. In the event of an explosion, it will break right here. Then, the special effects artist led Ronald to a large screen. We tried blue screen and green screen effects, But the chroma keying effect of the wires under the blue sky and white clouds wasn't very good. He gestured for the staff to lower the screen, which displayed a scene of blue sky and white clouds. So we decided to use a model for real shots, against a backdrop of blue sky and white clouds, to create the effect of a missile strike and destruction. Ronald pulled out his director's viewfinder and carefully examined the screen. Sure enough, in the camera lens, the model and screen were incredibly realistic, especially under backlighting, where many details were obscured. It perfectly matched his cinematic style. What about the wire? Ronald asked the model maker. Without wire, how could they film the plane in the air? We have William, the model maker called out to a worker on the crane. Show it to director Ronald. 3, 2, 1, William, the worker on the crane, reached out and tossed a smaller model plane. The plane was given an initial velocity, streaking across the backdrop of blue sky and white clouds, and then landed steadily in a safety net. William is the most accurate plane thrower in our team of over 40 people. Only he can throw it into that safety net 10 times out of 10. Thank you, you did a great job, William. Ronald reached out to greet him. William smiled sheepishly at him. He was a very shy man. When the weather is bad, we'll add a large light, a 10K high-powered spotlight, using filters to simulate the light of sunset. But it still seems a bit weak. You know, artificial light can never compare to the sun, the special effects artist explained to Ronald about a large light on a nearby stand. Fortunately, our explosion scenes don't require high-end lighting, so it won't be a mistake. I'm very satisfied. It seems you did an excellent job while I was filming the other shots. Ronald praised Industrial Light and Magic's professionalism. George said you're an expert too, so we have to show some real skill. Ronald shook hands with each of the 40-odd special effects artists. I'll put all your names in the end credits. It's a small token of my respect. Oh, director, you're so kind. I want to marry you and have your son, 2 female VFX artists exclaimed. Everyone was delighted. Not every director and producer in Hollywood adds credits to everyone on their team. Lucas was the first in the industry to do so, but when Industrial Light and Magic outsources work to other companies, sometimes only the name of the person in charge gets credited. Keep dreaming, Jenny, the bearded VFX artist next to her teased Jenny for trying to take advantage of Ronald. We film directors are pretty much like you, our work is very irregular, and it's hard to find girlfriends. Let's hug. Ronald hugged several female special effects artists, making them grin from ear to ear, as if they were receiving great respect. These special effects artists were often seen as nerds by artists. Many directors would ignore them as long as the desired effect was achieved, and would even yell at them if the effect wasn't there. Few directors valued them this much. This is Art Scholes, Don Simpson and Bruckheimer said, bringing in the renowned stuntman. Leave it to me. I can simulate all the subjective special effects shots for you with my Super Chipmunk propeller plane. Art Scholes was America's most skilled aerobatic pilot. In the 1960s and 70s, he repeatedly represented America, defeating aerobatic pilots from the Allied powers in East Germany to win the aerobatic flying championship. After achieving fame and success, he opened a flight school and toured various states in America performing a variety of aerobatic maneuvers. He was famous for performing aerobatics with his dog. Many Navy and Air Force pilots initially developed a love for flying because they saw his performances at their hometown carnivals when they were children. The group went through the aerobatic flight maneuvers one by one. The camera was installed in the cockpit of Art Scholes' Super Chipmunk, and many of the pilots' subjective shots were simulated using this propeller plane. Anyway, the Super Chipmunk was fast enough to be indistinguishable from the real thing. Let's use a model for this horizontal spin. I don't want to film such a dangerous maneuver. Ronald saw that there were still shots of Lone Ranger and Dumb Goose getting stuck in horizontal spins on the form. It's okay, although Super Chipmunks doesn't do horizontal spins easily, she does inverted horizontal spins as easily as drinking water. When the time comes, we just need to reverse the film, just like a subjective shot taken from a horizontally rotating airplane. Blue sky, ocean, blue sky, ocean. Art Scholes gestured with his hand, making a rotating motion. Seeing that Ronald was still undecided, Art Scholes patted his chest and assured him, I do this every time I perform, I've been doing it for almost 30 years, you don't need to worry, okay, but be careful. For overly dangerous stunts, I'd rather use models. I've seen their models and they look great. Ronald turned to the 2 producers and explained. This director values models so much? He's so young, He probably hasn't seen my stunt performances. Only aerobatic flight is the closest to reality. Art Scholes remained silent, wanting the director to truly understand his abilities. Chapter 616 Filming suspended due to accident. Art Scholes is in an accident. What? Ronald, who was filming the scene in the circular cockpit built by Cameron, heard the report from his assistant. Cut. Sorry, Tim. Tim Robbins is 6 feet 5 inches tall, about 1.96 meters, and all the scenes of him playing Merlin the Wizard were filmed in a ground-based special effects pod. Ronald had just interrupted the filming. What kind of accident? How serious is it? Ronald told the assistant director to tell everyone to take a break, and he and his assistant went to the side. Mr. Bruckheimer called. He received a report from the second production team director that Art Scholes is missing. Missing? What do you mean missing? His plane disappeared at sea. We heard him say on the radio that his plane got stuck in a horizontal spin and couldn't recover, and then the pilot and cameraman on the follow plane saw his plane dive into a cloud, and after that, no one saw him again. Upon hearing this, Ronald realized that he was missing at sea, and the chances of survival were slim. It was very likely that someone had died, so he quickly left and drove towards the production office. It's been 4 hours. We've notified the Coast Guard and called Art Scholes' family. Bruckheimer looked dejected. He was completely stunned after receiving the news. Who would have thought this kind of accident could happen? I heard Art Scholes had finished filming for the day, but he insisted on doing it again, hoping to get the best shot. Then this happened. After he flew through the clouds, the planes filming behind him couldn't find him. They thought he had pulled up, but even after pulling up, they couldn't find him. When they returned to low altitude, they couldn't find him either. Damn it, we bought accident insurance, right? Don Simpson walked in from outside, cursing. Can anyone tell me if we bought accident insurance for Art Scholes? Yes, we did. Ronald mentioned the risks, so I requested it. Bruckheimer glanced at his partner. It wasn't appropriate to say this now. That's good, that's good. Don Simpson crossed himself. You might think I'm a bit cold-blooded, but this means a lot to his family. And it gives the crew some breathing room. It's not like the 50s or 60s, when a movie dying or two wasn't a big deal. Paramount will also conduct an independent investigation. You mean Paramount will investigate? Ronald caught a key point in Simpson's words. It's standard procedure, and Mancuso won't pass up this opportunity, right? Don Simpson glanced at Ronald. It was a pure accident. Nobody wanted this tragedy to happen. Bruckheimer joined the discussion, and the three quickly reached an understanding. Their interests were completely aligned on this matter. Nobody wanted this tragedy to happen. God said, there is a time for everything, a season for every activity under the heavens, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to uproot. Ronald, wearing sunglasses, listened to the pastor's sermon at Art Scholes' funeral with the two producers. Art Scholes' family silently watched the coffin, but his body was not inside. The Coast Guard hadn't located the exact crash site. The Pacific Ocean was vast, and the Super Chipmunk stunt plane was small. The deceased's family didn't show excessive grief. Perhaps they had long considered that Art Scholes, passionate about stunt flying, was destined for this end. Please accept our condolences. Ronald and the crew members offered their condolences to each family member. After the funeral, the three went to Don Simpson's house to discuss their next move. Mancuso used this opportunity to suspend filming and launch an independent investigation into the accident. This will take a considerable amount of time. Don Simpson poured brandy for the two men. Ronald downed his drink, trying to lighten the somber atmosphere of the funeral. We didn't do anything wrong. What can he do? Inadequate safety measures, filming overly dangerous scenes, and investigations from the Stunt Performers Union and the Actors Union. There's bound to be trouble. We must stand together, Bruckheimer added, more familiar with the procedures. Is what you told us about okay? Don Simpson's biggest fear was that Mancuso would use the safety incident to frame the producers and director for poor filming, then use his own people to take over the final filming and editing. This was unacceptable to them. Although their names would still appear as producers and directors, editing was the final creative step in the film. If Mancuso's outdated ideas were implemented in the editing, and the film failed at the box office, it would ruin the reputations of all three of them. No problem. This is a technique invented by John Ford and developed by renowned directors like Billy Wilder and Fred Zinnemann, a unique method to combat Hollywood's haphazard editing. Aside from myself and my teacher Walter Murch, there's practically no one in Hollywood who can edit my footage well. Ronald was confident. This method of countering other editors' attempts to edit his work started from the fundamentals of editing and was extremely ingenious. He wouldn't have used this method if fighter jet footage hadn't been so difficult to film. But precisely because of this, the three of them now had the leverage to compete with Paramount. "Couldn't you try talking to the president?" Don Simpson still vividly remembered the president's speech. "I don't really have a connection with him. I met the president and his wife by chance when I delivered copies to the White House." Ronald shrugged. He wasn't familiar with the president's family, but he was more acquainted with the vice president. However, the vice president didn't have much real power. "All right, let's see who our friends are and who our enemies are." Don Simpson, having received confirmation from Ronald, didn't think about anything else. As long as the editing was settled, there wouldn't be any major problems. The three of them downed their drinks, forming a united front. "Ronald, I heard you've been stripped of your editing rights." Cameron, having learned the news from his wife, called specifically to inquire. "It's nothing, I just wasted some time." "It's nothing serious, that's good. Fox has already agreed to let Gail and me film the Alien sequel, and Sigourney Weaver will return to play the female officer Ripley from the previous film. If you're not feeling well there, you're welcome to come visit my set anytime." "It's alright, Jim, I know what I'm doing." "Then be careful." After hanging up with Cameron, Ronald continued to his agents, Nisida and Richard, on the other end of the line. "I only need some time here. Mancuso will soon realize his ideas are wildly wrong." Nisida stared into Ronald's eyes for a long time, realizing that this client wasn't blindly confident, but rather seemed to have a strong sense of conviction. "I will continue to put pressure on Paramount and respect your editing rights. Ned Tennant is someone we can try to win over. I believe you already have a plan. Ronald, if you need help, Rick can come with me to see Mr. Michael Ovitz. He has some influence at Paramount now." Richard Lovett, not being in the industry for long, unlike Nisida, didn't have much of a clue about Ronald's intentions. He was quite anxious about this. "Since Ronald has his own ideas, we'll just go with his way." "That's settled then," Ronald said, taking his leave. "Rick, is this really a good idea? Unlike you, I only have this one high-quality client." After seeing Ronald out, Richard asked Nisida, "PFFT, as if I have a better client than him. Coppola's creativity is waning, and projects are getting harder to negotiate." "You and I are in the same boat, Richard," Nisida reassured her partner. "Ronald has his own ideas. Don't forget his friend is Walter Murch, one of the best editors in Hollywood. I don't believe he didn't do any preparation. I've never heard of anyone having that kind of trick up their sleeve." Richard remained silent. Of course, not everyone can. Without shooting the main shot, without shooting over-the-shoulder shots, how many directors can edit a quality film? Ronald doesn't seem like someone who's blindly confident. "I agree," Richard shook his head. All he could do now was trust Ronald. "Are you alright? There's a rumor in Hollywood that your movie has been suspended." Diane called from San Francisco. She was on her way to her first audition. "Don't worry about me. Focus on your audition," Ronald replied to Diane. "I'm fine, just a minor setback. Remember not to tell Donna and my aunt. I don't want them to worry." "Okay, don't worry about me. I prepared a lot for this audition." Director Lucas seemed very satisfied. "I think he'll contact my agent." Diane completed her first audition, dressed as a rock singer, and posed for some photos with an electric guitar. She felt the audition went well, and hearing the other actresses talking about Ronald, she quickly called him. "He should be alright now, right? Ronald, are you okay?" This time it was Helen Slater calling from New York. Her Billy King saga had finished filming, and her father, Gerald, had found her a voice acting job in an animated series being produced by the television station. "How did you find out?" "I'm fine. They're trampling on artists, Ronald. If you need help, I can talk to my dad." "I'm fine. This will be resolved. It just takes some time." "Ho ha ho ha." Emilio Estevez laughed wildly in the bar. Beside him were some friends he'd met during the filming of The Breakfast Club. "That Ronald, actually going against Paramount. Let's see how he gets out of this. What media outlet will still be praising that guy who only makes exploitation films? He really doesn't know much about real theater." Eric Stahls chimed in. Ever since he was fired from the Back to the Future crew halfway through, he no longer held the same respect Ronald had shown him. "Hey, don't say that. Ronald was still pretty good to us." Rob Lowe, who had been recommended by Ronald for 2 auditions, didn't want anyone to relay his words to Ronald. You don't need to be like this. Street. Elmo's Fire, which you filmed with Demi, is about to be released. There's absolutely no need to be afraid of him. What are they talking about? Cher had broken up with Val Kilmer after Top Gun began filming and started dating Eric Stoltz, who wasn't famous yet. He was talking to Emilio's girlfriend, Demi Moore. They're talking about Ronald Lee. I heard his film was suspended by Paramount. Oh, him. Cher liked young people with an artistic flair, but Ronald didn't have that strong artistic vibe, so she quickly lost interest. I'm going to the restroom. Ronald, are you alright? Demi Moore seized the opportunity to slip out and call Ronald. It's alright, don't worry. Ronald recognized Demi's hoarse voice. I haven't even congratulated you on finishing filming St. Elmo. Oh, I'm glad you're alright. You sound very confident. I have to go back now. I'll call you again if anything comes up. Demi, on the contrary, had a lot of confidence in Ronald. Ronald, I heard you're free lately. Another call came in. The soft voice was familiar, but this person surprised Ronald. I am free. Why did you think of calling me, MJ? Chapter 617 Editing needs a story. Mr. Mancuso has given you two a chance, don't let him down. Chris and Billy were editing partners working together. They had been brought in by Paramount to do the rough cut of Ronald's footage. What happened to that unfortunate Ronald? Why is he now barred from the editing room? I heard he embarrassed Mancuso, and after this incident, he's being retaliated against. Anyway, it's not our business, just do your job. The two were pure technical types. Having secured the work, they started working on the sample footage Ronald had shot, beginning with audio-visual synchronization. Are there some missing film reels? Why isn't there a main shot establishing the story's central plot? Chris looked at the 30-odd reels of very short film and asked his partner Billy. It seems not, it's all here. How do we edit this? It's all short shots, less than 5 seconds each, without a script or storyboard. We don't even know the story. Did they hide the main shots? Don't worry, here's the script Ronald handed over, along with the shooting log and forms. We'll find it eventually. Is this the final version of the script? Why is it only about 50 or 60 pages long? Chris picked up the script and found many blank spaces, especially the love scenes between Lone Ranger and Charlie, and some aerial combat shots. There were no detailed descriptions or storyboards. There were only sentences like, in the aerial combat, Lone Ranger's superior skills led to an attack, shooting down 3 hostile MiG-28s, followed by a timestamp like, 3 minutes, nothing's missing. The film is definitely all here, the shooting time, location, camera positions used. These shots using special effects models even have the word special effects specially written on the storyboard, and it all matches the logbook. Billy was dumbfounded. If you say Ronald and the two producers played tricks, they did hand over all the scripts and footage. But if you say they were honest, their scripts were very brief, and the shots were all short takes of a few seconds each, without any main shots to establish the overall plot. For example, that 3-minute aerial combat scene, if there had been a main shot showing the planes dogfighting, approaching, and escaping from above, they would have had a clear editing strategy. Right now, all the plot was in the director's head, only he knew how to connect all the shots. What do we do? The two editors suddenly realized they hadn't been given an opportunity, but a huge burden. Screw it, let's just edit according to our imagination. Maybe the director is an idiot, he's made exploitation films, and maybe he's only now realizing he can't make this kind of aerial combat work. That's true, we need to come up with a rough cut. The two editors decided to edit according to the script, since nobody would watch the aerial combat scenes anyway. Cindy told me that you edited the music video you filmed for her, and I have an editing problem that I need your help with, MJ said softly to Ronald in the editing room of his We Are the World single music video. Ronald accepted MJ's invitation to go see the music video for his new song, We Are the World, and discuss the editing of the TV documentary for the single. Since recording We Are the World on that day in January, the radio airplay and chart performances have been excellent. In its first week on the charts, the new song broke into the top 20, achieving MJ's best performance since Thriller. On the night of recording, MJ arranged for people to film footage all night long, from rehearsals to the final cut, as well as the solo performances of dozens of big-name singers who participated in the chorus, all of which were recorded on tape. The main problem now is this: each singer has one line, and we need to maintain a balanced amount of screen time during editing. But some people are late, Some arrive and refuse to participate, and then there's MJ's prominence. You know, MJ's manager, Frank DiLeo, a short, stout Italian man, explained the situation to Ronald. He had also strongly advocated for Ronald to be the one to solve the problem. Well, each person will have about 5 seconds of screen time, and then it will all come together to form MJ's solo segment. That's fine. Ronald scrolled through the footage on the editing table. That's where the trouble starts. Frank DiLeo urged him to continue. Isn't that Bob Dylan? Ronald saw that after the performances of more than 40 singers, there was only one solo singer left, Bob Dylan, who sang twice as many lyrics as the other singers. What's going on? Ronald looked at Dylan's footage, which seemed to show him alone in the recording studio. And he seems a little off-key, PFFT. MJ couldn't help but laugh. Bob Dylan was an excellent songwriter, but his voice wasn't actually that great, and his basic singing skills were lacking. So you want to adjust Dylan's performance to the same length as everyone else's, and then highlight MJ's climax, since he's the core of the song, right? You know your stuff. Frank DiLeo laughed heartily and lit a cigar. Here's how it works. You can still give each person a line of their vocals, about 3 to 5 seconds each. Then smoothly transition to MJ's 4 lines of lyrics, appearing twice. Dylan's lyrics were recorded separately, so we can't split them. We can use fade in fade out and picture to cut to close-ups of the other famous singers, thus maintaining a balance in their screen time. Ronald quickly found a solution, cleanly and efficiently resolving the editing arrangement problem for over 40 singers. How did you manage to invite so many famous singers to sing with us? Ronald asked curiously. He highlighted close-ups of Bruce Springsteen, Cyndi Lauper, Diana Ross, and Lionel Richie, giving them special treatment. These singers were all established stars, and not necessarily from the same record label as MJ. Although his current albums were breaking sales records, inviting each of them to sing a line didn't seem to have that much appeal. It's for fundraising for refugees in Africa. Last year, there was a severe drought in Africa, and many places were experiencing food shortages. Last year, British singers got together and sang a song called Do They Know It's Christmas, and all the proceeds went to disaster relief. So, we American singers wanted to collaborate. Quincy Jones came up with the idea, had MJ led the way, invited Lionel Richie to produce, and then the team grew bigger and bigger. Everyone wanted to join in, and in the end, we invited 45 singers to sing together. I see, Ronald nodded after listening to Frank DiLeo's explanation. He worked quickly, editing the entire 7-minute music video. Now everyone's lined up according to their position, distance, and sequence, MJ said, satisfied. He had 4 lines of lyrics to himself. Repeated twice, making him the champion among all the singers. 42, 43, Ronald silently counted the heads. There aren't 45 people here, ha ha ha, Prince gave up himself. Frank DiLeo laughed uncontrollably. Prince and MJ were originally rivals, but Prince's success last year with his autobiographical film Purple Rain had subtly given him a slight edge over MJ in the entertainment industry, so inviting him for this duet was both a matter of courtesy and logic. Frank DiLeo instructed someone to place a large sign at the door, "Please leave your ego at the door." Prince, known for his ego, turned and left after seeing the sign. This allowed MJ to have 2 long solo lines. But won't the audience find it strange that so many of us are singing together? MJ worried again. Indeed, I had the same feeling when I watched it. I wonder what brought all the top American singers together. Ronald quickly watched the video twice more. He noticed a familiar face in it. Kenny Rogers, who had participated in the competition for the song for Top Gun, also sang a solo line in the song. Because he was wearing heavy rock makeup, he hadn't recognized him before. So what do we do? MJ wanted to be a perfectionist. You need a storyteller. These short shots of each person, 3 to 5 seconds long, are hard to naturally form a story that the audience can understand. So either you have to work through the scenes bit by bit, gradually refining the story based on the audience's understanding, until you can clearly tell the ins and outs of the story, but you don't have enough material. Or you can be lazy and have someone narrate the story of the donation to African disaster victims at the beginning, so that the audience can be immersed in the story. Then, what kind of person would be good to narrate the story? Frank DiLeo brought in Ronald, also to satisfy MJ's perfectionist tendencies and to gain more trust from him. Hearing this, Ronald quickly asked which candidate would be best. I think you need a star with a good image, preferably a woman. Her public image should ideally be one of charity. peace-loving, and able to naturally evoke the audience's sympathy. Isn't that Jane Fonda? She's the embodiment of peace. Those anti-war films she made in the 70s, wow, yes, she's a good choice, Ronald agreed. Ms. Jane Fonda, I'm Frank DiLeo, Michael Jackson's manager. We'd like to invite you to do the opening narration for a song calling for donations to African disaster victims, telling the story. Why me? I can't even sing. Jane Fonda didn't refuse, but she was a little surprised. Someone strongly recommended you, Jane. It's me, Ronald. This music video suits your image perfectly. Oh, it's you, Ronald. Okay, I'll go. Tell me the filming location. Chapter 618, Regaining Control. Hello everyone, I'm Jane Fonda. I'm standing at the entrance of AM Recording Studio in Hollywood. Something great happened here at the end of January this year. Cut. Ronald called a halt to filming. He was directing this monologue. It was a charity project anyway, so having a subtitle was a good thing. Jane, you're a truly great actress. I didn't need to give any guidance at all, Ronald exclaimed. Filming with a top-tier actress from a family of actors was incredibly easy. Even a casual narration was perfectly delivered with perfect delivery and emotion. After filming her monologue, Jane Fonda sat down on a chair and chatted with Ronald. The leg warmer business is doing very well. I've already had them find a factory in Southern California and are preparing to relocate the entire operation here ahead of schedule, except for the New York State tax authorities. I think everyone is satisfied. Ronald's Coca-Cola stock, bought from the sale of his business, was performing well, and Jane Fonda's business consolidation had also increased profits. Both were very pleased. Actually, you're really good at shooting these short videos. The production cycle is short, the price is good, and you're capable of handling it. You could consider making it your own business, Jane Fonda suggested to Ronald while sipping her vegetable juice. I've had that idea, but Jane, your aerobics video is shot and edited by your own company. I can't compete with you for business. Jane Fonda laughed. My friend Debbie Reynolds, you know her too. She's shooting a version of aerobics for seniors and is looking for suitable people. Why don't you take it? What, aren't you worried about her competition? Ronald blurted out. Who introduces a producer to a video competitor like Jane Fonda does? Maybe in 20 years, I'll be worried. Debbie is targeting the senior fitness market. If your video sells well, it will only boost the entire aerobics market. Oh, Ronald was given a lesson. I'll go talk to her right now. Oh, my lovely little Ronnie. Debbie Reynolds happily made tea for Ronald in her dance studio. This is the set design I drew. If I hadn't become an actor back then, I probably would have found a set design job in Hollywood. What do you think? Ronald took it and saw a hall in the style of ancient Rome, with a few pillars inside. Debbie Reynolds wanted to do an elderly version of aerobics here. Find me a few young and beautiful girls, and I'll teach them to dance. I'm not used to Jane jumping around like that. I need to tell some jokes and chat with the girls so I can keep up. You understand? No problem. What kind of girls do you want to compliment you? At my age, I'm past a time to compete with young girls. You can find anyone you like. They don't need to have a dance background. We can learn as we go. Maybe that will be more effective. Then I'll recommend my people. Ronald and Debbie finalized a business deal for the elderly aerobics. His partner, Douglas Hanson Jr., flew over with his New York agent, Eddie, specifically to participate in the filming of Daydream Pictures' first feature film of more than 30 minutes. Debbie Reynolds has a wide circle of friends, so we just need to make sure we don't lose money on her price, Eddie calculated shrewdly. He had also gained a lot of experience shooting company promotional videos in New York, making him a competent project manager. Great. Can we get her daughter, Princess Leia, to film it? Little Douglas was hoping to use this opportunity to break into Hollywood and get to know more actresses. I'm afraid that's not an option. Carrie Fisher is transitioning into screenwriting. Ronald had actually considered having Debbie, a sex symbol, appear in the video. However, the old lady flatly refused, saying that her daughter had already begun transitioning behind the scenes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't know when you'll be watching this video. I never thought I would be making a video like this, but I bought Jane Fonda's aerobics videos and found that I couldn't keep up with her at all. Maybe I've reached the point where I can enjoy my own rhythm, so I specifically sought out Ronald Lee, the director I worked with on Breakdance. Hi Ronald. You might not know, But he filmed the breakdance battle scenes in this very dance studio of mine. Debbie Reynolds was very relaxed and cheerful, improvising a few lines on the spot. Debbie's videotape probably focuses more on tongue exercises than full-body workouts, Douglas Jr. remarked, noticing that many of the women alongside Debbie were older. Doug, if you're not happy about that, you can put on some workout pants and leg warmers and dance with me, Debbie, a seasoned Hollywood professional, teased Douglas Jr. I didn't. I meant you're in great shape. Ronald filmed the workout routine in a day. He wouldn't personally direct such simple projects anymore. Excellent. I can already imagine the videotape selling like hotcakes. Debbie Reynolds looked at the rough cut and was very pleased with her performance. Wish us luck. Great. I'll hire you for the second and third installments too. You won't find a production company in Hollywood as cost-effective as yours. Isn't that why I hired film students from universities to work here? Ronald handed out checks to the interns and signed their internship agreements. They not only earned money but also earned academic credits. Ronald, Mancuso called us. He can't hold back anymore, Don Simpson called Ronald. Great, looks like we're taking back control of the film. Is this what you edited? Ned Tennant saw the rough cut of Top Gun by the two editors. The pilot communicated with others on the radio, then two fighter jets passed each other, and the scene switched to live footage of the Navy launching air-to-air missiles, a puff of white smoke, a loud bang, and a MiG-28 being shot down. The two editors were nervous. They had put in a lot of effort to piece together this aerial combat scene. We picked out some long enough shots. This is just the rough cut. We can continue to revise. Frank Mancuso waved his hand to stop Tennant from further questioning. It's not just an editing problem. I think the filming is flawed. After some adjustments, he had finally found Ronald and the two arrogant producers' weakness and was now too lazy to argue with the two editors. At least Ronald wouldn't have edited the aerial combat like this. Tennant looked displeased with the lack of logical connection between the shots. We don't have enough footage, the editor explained cautiously. Then bring them back to participate in the editing. If there are any scenes that need reshooting, you can approve them. However, we currently have other projects funded. And we can't increase the budget for Top Gun. Let the three of them work within the existing budget as much as possible. Ned Tennant was discouraged. Mancuso had preemptively plugged the gap he would have created by requesting additional budget. With this footage, could they really edit a decent movie? Don't worry, audiences won't expect too much from this kind of movie. Seeing missile launches and enemy plane explosions will be enough for them. Mancuso looked at the footage with great satisfaction. Those short shots, ranging from 3 to 5 seconds, were difficult to splice together. The editor had tried his best, but still managed to piece together the story from two long shots of missile launches that were over 10 seconds long. The two protagonists, the male and female leads, fell in love with each other inexplicably without any foreshadowing. 1 minute they were arguing with each other, and the next, a single sentence from his best friend's wife led to them kissing on a motorcycle. Audiences definitely won't buy it. It's a good opportunity to throw the garbage back at Ronald and the two producers. Let them deal with it. When the box office fails, I'll have an excuse to come back and punish Ned Tennant and the others. Then I'll just take back the production power. Mancuso smiled broadly. That kid Ronald embarrassed himself in front of all the company's top executives. We should really thank him properly. And those two arrogant producers, Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer, these two, having helmed 2 consecutive blockbuster films, were now playing a role that transcended the typical good employee or bad employee dynamic. They were now playing the roles of bad employee and even worse employee. This was a good opportunity to teach them a lesson. This scene is too rough, Ronald said, having also reviewed Chris and Billy's rough cuts. You didn't give us your script and storyboards. This is the best we could do. The two editors were now convinced Ronald had a secret storyboard. We're not hiding anything from you, Ronald chuckled. In reality, he hadn't drawn up the detailed storyboards in his mind. They were just mentally drafting them. The two editors were skeptical of Ronald's statement, but they were just employees. Soon Ronald would be their boss and the chief editor. They wanted to see what secret weapons he had. Now we need to do 2 things. Ronald had reviewed all the rough cuts. None were usable. First, have the film processing plant send over a working copy. I'm going to start editing from scratch. Ronald picked up his thermos, poured himself a cup of tea, and began to drink. He likes to use a thermos when editing. Secondly, it's time for the composers of the background music to submit their drafts. Before editing, I need to see the background music and then determine the editing rhythm based on the music. Determine the editing rhythm based on the music? Are you making a music video? Editors Chris and Billy looked at Ronald. It's rare for filmmakers to do this. The common practice now is to add background music and background music after the final cut, and have the composer revise any rhythmic issues. Bingo! Ronald had a "you guessed right" look on his face. He and the two producers had long ago agreed to use a music video like fast-paced to edit Top Gun. Is this editing style acceptable for Chapter 619? Before sunrise, against the dim backdrop of the aircraft carrier deck, several plumes of white steam drifted by, and the nose of an F-14A slowly slid into the monitor from the left. The theme song from Top Gun began to play softly on the track, and bells started to chime in the background. Snap! Ronald pressed the pause button. Perfect frame. I think we should cut right here. Chris and Billy glanced at Ronald. During their time editing, they were already used to his ability to stop at a single frame every time. They had witnessed this technique a few days before editing and immediately knew that Ronald was an expert editor, so they no longer dared to rely on their editing skills to act like veterans. Seeing Ronald give the editing instruction, one went to mark it on the editing machine, and the other went to move the film reel to be spliced. Dong, dong, dong. The opening bells of the theme song rang out, the lead guitar entered, and the piano's initial soft melody was repeated. Several naval deck officers began their work amidst the increasingly bright sunrise and the billowing white steam. The nose of a second fighter jet also began to cut into the frame from the lower left. Snap! Ronald pressed pause again. Cut this frame here. The piano and lead guitar repeated the main melody with even greater excitement. The deck crew, seemingly awakening, and the two fighter jets, perfectly matching the intensification of the melody, slowly appeared on the left side of the monitor. Chris and Billy both found it very interesting. This was truly editing a film using the methods of editing a music video. It wasn't using images to tell a story, but rather using images to dance with a melody. Every cut in the frame corresponded to a phrasing in the melody. A melody phrase lasting 3 to 5 seconds was cut in one stroke. The theme song's melody was uplifting and perfectly matched the image of the soldiers going from stillness to activity as the sun rose. This short shot, high-frequency editing method demanded a high level of skill from the director. The classic Hollywood editing technique typically uses a single main shot to capture the entire scene, establishing the location, characters, time, and logical relationships between them. Medium shots and over-the-shoulder shots then depict dialogue, followed by close-ups and extreme close-ups showing the characters' reactions to the dialogue. Ronald's editing, however, completely abandons this classic Hollywood approach. From the beginning, the audience is captivated by the close-up of the massive steel aircraft carrier and the elegant steel eagles. Then, in the slowly rising steam, the officers on the carrier deck appear and disappear. This is essentially music video editing, incorporating jump cuts from the French New Wave, requiring the audience to connect the dots using their imagination. Chris and Billy began whispering again, somewhat incredulous at this new film editing method. Music videos are only 3 to 5 minutes long, and the audience primarily listens to the song's emotion. Could this stream of consciousness editing style be applied to theatrical films? Ronald already knew they were discussing his editing. No doubt about it. Today's audiences have been influenced by the new wave editing methods for years. I'm just unifying the editing techniques that Hollywood has scattered throughout films over the past decade into a single film. The audience won't have trouble finding our story, but why do we always lose the rhythm when we try to imitate your editing style? Chris and Billy humbly asked for advice. They had tried to find editing points themselves while Ronald was resting, but their work never felt as natural and smooth as Ronald's. My teacher, Walter Murch, taught me that editing is about anticipating the direction of the audience's thoughts and then appearing there a little before they arrive. Oh, Chris and Billy suddenly realized they did indeed lack this ability to anticipate. Hey, Ronald chuckled inwardly. Such theoretical explanations would certainly make the editors feel very capable, but in reality, he had only shot and edited many commercials and music videos. A commercial of a few seconds or a music video of a few minutes has far more time constraints than a film. While filming those movies, Ronald had more experience than Hollywood professionals in how to piece together the audience's train of thought using fast shots and editing within a limited time frame. This kind of repeated training, knowing when to jump cut and let the audience fill in the gaps, and when to gently build up the story so the audience gradually understands, were lessons he learned from shooting commercials and music videos. He presented the finished product directly, skipping the intermediate training. This was like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat, truly astonishing the two editors. "Get that Danger Zone tape," Ronald commanded the editors, head in hand. Several singers were approached to sing the opening theme song, Danger Zone, but none were quite right. Established rock singers were more concerned with their own musical style. Perhaps only a newcomer like Cyndi Lauper, who sang the theme song, could truly embody the filmmaker's vision. So Ronald and the two producers discussed giving Kenny Rogers, a washed-up singer who had participated in the We Are the World chorus and who, with self-awareness, had written a theme song for the beach volleyball scene, a chance. Sure enough, eager to return to the mainstream spotlight, Rogers cooperated fully, ignoring the strain on his voice, and sang the song with a powerful sense of tension, like piloting a fighter jet in action. Rogers, who hadn't held out much hope, unexpectedly landed a chance to sing a major theme song. "Change the song here," Ronald directed the two editors, switching the two songs as the exhaust pipes of the two F-14, as on the Enterprise's deck, emitted orange flames in succession. The theme song's gentle, morning-like rhythm was transformed into the uplifting, predatory rhythm of Danger Zone. The catapult launched the robust fighter jet's nose landing gear, and the deck officer's movement suddenly accelerated. "Start your engine, listen to her roar. The metal, tense, begs you to touch it. We're heading to the Danger Zone," Kenny Rogers' hoarse voice rang out. Ronald, wearing Sony's monitoring headphones, crouched on the floor. His eyes were fixed on the two folded paper figures he had created on the editing table. Their size relative to the monitor was exactly the proportion of a man and a woman sitting in front of the big screen. The 2.35 aspect ratio was much wider than any of Ronald's previous films. The F-14 fighter jets under the theme song, their exhaust flames only covering a little over half of the screen, leaving a small portion of the left half to depict the steam catapults of the aircraft carrier and the actions of the deck officers. The planes rose from the deck, their long exhaust flames only covering half of the screen Ronald had imagined, leaving the other half blank. "Very good, the editing pace needs to be sped up now." Ronald sat back down. The theme song Danger Zone was already intended to be faster paced, and Ronald added numerous shots captured on the USS Enterprise. These included scenes of deck officers discussing, moving arresting cables, assuming clearance poses, and then a joyful, waving dance after takeoff. Ronald particularly liked this dance, a moment captured when a deck officer spontaneously broke into a dance out of pure excitement. He cut it in two and reused it repeatedly, switching shots every 1 or 2 seconds. The deck footage wasn't sufficient, so Ronald repeatedly used material in many places. Finally, at the end of the song, Ronald added 2 3-second shots. One was a subjective takeoff shot of Bozo the Dumb, filmed later at the San Diego Naval Base. He flew off the dock deck and, with his superb flying skills, performed a 360-degree roll. The subjective shot panned backward, as if the carrier and the sea, and the sky, had reversed positions, with the sky now appearing above the sea. It paused briefly before flipping back. The second shot is of an aircraft landing on the aircraft carrier. An F-14A lands on the carrier deck in the sunset, then is stopped by arresting cables. This was also reshot in San Diego by Bozo. The skill level of carrier pilots varies. Performing such a precise roll with an F-14A is not easy, and a clean, smooth landing requires repeated practice. Bozo is indeed an elite member of the naval aviation. Editing continues daily, and Ronald is working quickly. Val Kilmer, due to his various uncooperative actions during filming, sided with the CEO when Mancuso made things difficult for the crew. His scenes were intentionally or unintentionally cut by Ronald. After all, losing a single one of these cool shots wouldn't affect the plot. Tom Cruise didn't need a traditional villain, but rather a rival to highlight his brilliance. And Tom Cruise consistently stood by Ronald, facing various difficulties together. He stayed with Ronald until the filming of all the special effects shots in the cockpit, then went to report to the set of Martin Scorsese's new film-to-film scenes with his idol, Paul Newman. This back-and-forth arrangement allowed for more of Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis's romantic scenes to be retained. After all, the car and motorcycle chase scenes they filmed were full of emotional tension because Cruise himself almost had an accident. Ronald could use them however he wanted. It's excellent. I knew that using fast-paced music video editing could create this kind of emotional roller coaster effect, but I didn't expect it to be this good. After watching it, I felt like my adrenaline was pumping 200%. Producer Don Simpson came to see the cut of Ronald's footage and was very impressed. The fast pace perfectly matched his vision of a perfect high-concept film. "Have you finished recording Take My Breath Away?" Ronald, not wanting to flatter him, reached out to ask for the most important song. It was used when the male and female protagonists fell in love. "I'm undecided. There are 2 versions now. Listen to them together." Don Simpson placed 2 master tapes on the table. Ronald plugged in the tape recorder, put on his headphones, and started listening. "This is the 12 version, and that one is the short version," Bruckheimer explained to Ronald. "We think they each have their merits. You decide which one is more suitable for the video." Chapter 620. How long has it been since you've had a boyfriend? The so-called 12 version and short version refer to 2 versions of the lead singers. One recording is by the Motels, whose lead singer, Martha Davis, is very tall. The other is by the Berlin Band, whose lead singer, Terry Nunn, is very short. The 2 recordings are somewhat similar in style, both being pop rock. Martha Davis leans more towards 50s and 60s classical rock, while Terry Nunn of the Berlin Band is more outgoing. Ronald carefully listened and found that their voices seemed very similar, and even comparing them closely with the theme song in his dream, it was difficult to tell who sang whom. "Which version do you prefer?" Ronald had no choice but to ask the 2 producers for their opinions. Martha Davis already has a certain level of fame, while the Berlin Band is still working hard on their concerts. They lack a hit single, Bruckheimer said, not directly answering the question. "I prefer the Motels song, but you decide on the soundtrack," Don Simpson said, remaining neutral. Ronald's editing style highly integrates visuals and music, and the 2 agreed not to interfere with his judgment. "Call George Morrode and ask him to come over," Ronald said, having no choice but to consult the music producer in charge of the score. "What's wrong, my friend? Are you having trouble deciding? Tell me, what's your first impression? Or which girl do you like?" George Morrode arrived at the recording studio and, hearing that Ronald was undecided, brought posters of both lead singers. Music, sometimes, is all about feeling. Whether it's the first impression upon hearing their voices or seeing their photos, it doesn't matter. Artists, sometimes, rely on intuition. Ronald, wearing headphones, had already listened to the recording a dozen times. He took off his headphones and looked at the photos of the 2 lead singers, scrutinizing their faces for a long time. Then he pointed to the photo of Terry Nunn, the lead singer of the Berlin Band. "Could you ask her to come over? I have a question for her." Terry Nunn's hair was dyed light blonde, but her bangs retained their original brown, giving her a very distinctive look. She was short, but had a lot of energy when she sang. "Terry, this song isn't one of our own compositions, so maybe we shouldn't sing it," John, the band's lead guitarist and main songwriter, advised her. John insisted that the Berlin Band only sing their own original songs. "But this song is really great, very romantic, and I want to sing it." Terry Nunn didn't want to argue with the core members of the band again, but she couldn't forget what the producer George Morrode, whom they had hired at great expense, had told her. "I have a song here, Tom Cruise. Ronald Lee. Next summer. It's going to be a huge hit. A massive hit. A super blockbuster. Would you like to sing it?" George Morrode had not only produced for superstars like David Bowie, but also composed the soundtrack for the blockbuster film Flashdance. Despite a band split, Terry Nunn was determined to sing this song. "Terry, come, meet our great director, Ronald Lee. He's a master at shooting music videos. Cyndi Lauper, Madonna, MJ, they all line up to have him shoot their music videos. If he takes a liking to you and makes a music video for you, you might just take off." George Morrode, being of Italian descent, was very good at boasting about his collaborator. "Terry Nunn is one of the most talented female singers I've ever met. Her range and energy are amazing. You've already heard her sing. Feel free to ask her anything." Ronald took off his headphones and shook hands with the diminutive lead singer. This lead singer had a very dashing aura, even more so than the rock star Diane played. "I heard you wanted to see me. Now that I've seen you in person, do you have any questions for me?" Terry Nunn's voice also had a touch of metallic clang. Ronald stared at her for a while, noticing a hint of the biased feeling from the recording in her voice. He immediately asked, "How long has it been since you had a boyfriend?" Huh? Producers Don Simpson, Bruckheimer, and music producer George Morrode were all stunned. This method of picking up girls was truly refreshingly unconventional. You noticed? Since our first album, I haven't had a normal life, Terry Nunn said nonchalantly. So I can't empathize with the tenderness between lovers and take my breath away. I sang it with a longing for love, a longing for a man. Very good, you're the one, Ronald decided on the lead singer. The Lone Ranger and Charlie in the movie were like that. For most of the story, they were a bickering couple, and it wasn't explicitly stated whether they ended up together. This feeling of longing for love perfectly matched the plot. Ronald immediately returned to the editing table and began adding Terry Nunn's vocals to the scene of the male and female leads riding motorcycles together on the beach, a moment of their romance blossoming. No, you just called her here and left her hanging. George Morrode, being of Italian descent, couldn't stand Ronald's style. Italian men were supposed to be very gentle and attentive to women, so they would melt like butter in a warm embrace. Cool, that's good. That's the style of a great director. Terry Nunn, on the other hand, admired Ronald's artistic sensibility. It wasn't that she didn't understand Hollywood, she had even auditioned for the role of Princess Leia in Star Wars, it's just that her father, an actress, had died young due to alcoholism, and she didn't have a mother like Carrie Fisher, Debbie Reynolds, who called Lucas for favors. Alright, I'm going back now. If Ronald has time, please ask him to direct a music video for our band. Terry Nunn walked away gracefully. The others present were still confused and could only attribute it to the mutual appreciation of artists. 3 very distinctive insert songs, plus 5 or 6 other insert songs that match the plot and environment, were all in place. Days of editing passed in discussions between Ronald and the 2 editors. Chris and Billy, familiar with Ronald's methods, also offered many valuable suggestions. Spending over 10 hours a day in the editing room, Ronald and his team repeatedly discussed and revised the cut points. Industrial Light and Magic, from the special effects team even helped Ronald film the horizontal spiral shot. The special effects artist, skilled at tossing model airplanes, climbed the tall crane and dropped the models with a slight spin. Although they missed and lost 2 models, prepared 5, and ultimately managed to film a realistic horizontal spiral shot. 2 months later, the initial cut of Top Gun was finally complete, and the soundtrack was mostly mixed into the film's audio tracks. The summer cicadas began to fill the editing room outside Los Angeles. Ronald placed the final working copy into a metal box, ready to be sent to Paramount's factory. The film editor would then edit the negatives according to the editing order of the working copies, and finally, a response copy would be developed for Paramount executives to review. Is this really feasible? Ned Tanning was one of the first Paramount executives to see Ronald's response copy. He liked Ronald's music video style editing, and the songs were quite catchy. However, the film lacked a deep story and compelling performances. The dialogue was rather simplistic. The story itself, how to put it? It had a music video feel, rather superficial. Could a story entirely based on the fast-paced editing of a music video, deeply integrated with the music, appeal to audiences? No problem, Ned. Several young editing assistants really like it. Chris and Billy tried their best to persuade the executives. Although they shouldn't have been the ones speaking here, the excited reactions of the 20-something editing assistants after seeing the finished film made them feel a great sense of accomplishment with this new editing method. Ned Tanning looked at the producer and director. Since you're both so confident, come with me to show it to CEO Mancuso. Is this the final result of your editing? The next day, Mancuso watched the finished product of Top Gun at the appointed time. He felt both happy and sad. Happy because, as Ronald and his team had predicted, they had indeed made the film incredibly fragmented. Audiences go to the theater to appreciate a good story. This kind of film might only get ratings if they cut out the 3 decent songs and sent them to MTV. Sad because Paramount, once the most powerful company in Hollywood, had actually made such garbage. And he hadn't had enough control. He hadn't been able to stop this 1 hour and 45-minute music video from the beginning. A waste of $15 million. Now, the truth was revealed. Although money had been wasted, it could still bring Paramount's production department back to its golden age. All the sacrifices were worthwhile. Yes, Mr. Mancuso, the editing and VFX teams have seen it, and their reaction is very good, Ronald replied. The staff, Mancuso scoffed inwardly. How could the staff's reaction compare to the audience's? They were the people who depended on you for their paychecks. What negative feedback could possibly reach your ears? When can we start the marketing campaign? Has the release date been finalized? Don Simpson asked directly about distribution. I think your editing isn't good enough, it's too fragmented. The audience won't accept it. Mancuso grabbed his notebook, completely rejecting the film's editing. Why don't you go and edit another version? This time, use more long takes and key shots. Oh? Or did you not shoot any key shots? I can't give you any more budget. Mancuso, being a seasoned veteran, naturally saw through Ronald's intention in not shooting key shots, to prevent him from having someone else edit without his input. This young man is really interesting. Does he really think he's making masterpieces like Stagecoach, High Noon, or Sunset Boulevard? Even directors like Billy Wilder and John Ford can pull off this kind of trick? It's clearly a disaster. Frank, I think their editing is also an innovative approach. Although it lacks classic Hollywood narrative methods, the quality is still acceptable. The young staff really like it. Ned Tanning defended Top Gun. That's not a real audience. Real audiences haven't read your script, they'll have difficulty understanding it. Seeing the two arguing, Ronald, on the other side of the conference table, gradually understood. Mancuso genuinely didn't have a high opinion of his director and editor. His mind was still stuck in the 1950s, when audiences didn't have television and went to the cinema hoping for a good story. Today's audiences have been watching MTV for years. Young people have incredibly rich imaginations. They can imagine a complete story from a few minutes of music video. Why can't Top Gun? Mr. Mancuso, Ronald began, I suggest we find some test screening audiences and see what they think. He recalled the time he filmed a chewing gum commercial. Finally, in different locations, audiences were allowed to vote on whether the film was good or not. It seems you're very confident, Mancuso laughed. Then Ned, arrange 3 test screenings, in Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago, respectively, and see how the audiences react in the 3 most representative major cities. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 3 Applause. For the Los Angeles screening, Don Simpson recruited a predominantly teenage audience. Where did you find so many teenagers? Ronald, who had also run screenings, knew that finding so many teenagers through phone calls from movie theaters was difficult. I recruited them at universities. There were fighter jets launching missiles and Tom Cruise flirting with a beautiful teacher. They signed up quickly. Anyway, I paid for their tickets myself. Ronald was quite impressed with Don Simpson's efficiency. Fighter jets and missile battles, plus a romance with a beautiful teacher. It sounded like the most romantic confession to college boys. But our target audience isn't just teenagers. Won't this affect our results? Ronald was a little worried. Ronald, don't have that kind of womanly sympathy at a time like this. Without the best audience reviews, how much marketing budget do you think Mancuso will give us? Don Simpson pulled him aside and whispered, pointing to Mancuso sitting in front of him. He had come to the Los Angeles screening himself. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals, Ronald added to Simpson's assessment. But he's right. Since it's a two-way battle, don't blame yourself for using all the ammunition you can. The Paramount logo flashed, and 2 large metallic gray letters, Top Gun, appeared on the screen. During the test screening, the subtitles weren't fully completed. Next came the theme song, and shots of fighter jets taking off and landing on an aircraft carrier at sunrise. AWW, the college student audience was getting their adrenaline pumping from the 2 catchy music videos at the beginning. Then, immediately afterward, in the Western Pacific, 2 MiG-28s used overlapping tactics to ambush the carrier group. They overlapped closely, so that only one signal would be displayed on the radar. The Maverick and Jaguar fighters were sent to intercept. The Jaguar was momentarily stunned by the MiG-28's overlapping tactic and was targeted by one. The Maverick ignored it and instead drove away the other MiG. When Tom Cruise's character, the Lone Ranger, returned, he gave the MiG-28 chasing the Jaguar a close-range scare, causing the MiG pilot to flee in terror. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Any action that could frustrate the powerful and ruthless Suver Alliance, even if it was fake on screen, excited the young people. Looks like my opening went quite well, Ronald thought, sitting in the back, watching the applauding students, half relieved. Isn't that the Amish woman from The Witness? 2 male students were talking about McGillis, who appeared in the airport classroom wearing stockings and a swaying figure. "Oh, I didn't expect her to be like this." They exchanged a glance and whistled. They had both seen The Witness, and they hadn't expected the devout and pure young woman from that film to be a teacher with fiery red lips. Whistles echoed, and Ronald felt quite pleased. Male college students always had a special attraction to sexy female teachers. When the scene of pilots playing beach volleyball came on, it was the female college students' turn to drool. The plot progressed, and Lone Ranger and Dumb Goose went to the Top Gun Naval Flight Technical School. On the training field, Lone Ranger was being chased by instructor the Joker, who, on a whim, decided to go all out. Suddenly, he pulled up his F-14 Tomcat, placing the instructor's F-5S ahead, then returned to its original altitude, locking onto the other with his missile radar. "Damn! What a madman," the Joker cursed from the cockpit. The young cadet's victory over the instructor delighted the college student audience, who applauded a second time. The plot continued, and during the competition for the Top Gun's top score trophy, Iceman's plane held on to the leading attack position, waiting for the perfect firing position without firing. Lone Ranger urged him on from behind, forcing him to pull up and leave. Being very close, Lone Ranger and Dumb Goose were caught in the exhaust blast from Iceman's engine, causing both engines to stall in midair, and Lone Ranger's fighter entered a horizontal spin. The Goose pulled the ejection lever, and with a loud bang, the teardrop-shaped canopy was blown off. However, the plane, stuck in a horizontal spin, didn't continue forward but instead spun in place. Half a second later, the Goose, ejected first, crashed into the canopy that should have been left behind. Half a second later still, the pilot, Lone Ranger, was also ejected. The canopy had been knocked off by the Goose, but he deployed his parachute unharmed and landed on the sea. "Oh," the audience gasped. They hadn't expected this humorous, loyal, and happy radar officer with a wife and son to die so unexpectedly. Fortunately, Ronald didn't let the audience dwell on this for long. Lone Ranger talked to his instructor, Viper, about his father who went missing in the Vietnam War. It turned out that his father had been surrounded by MiG-21s while covering Vipers and several other comrades, and had crashed in Vietnam. To avoid the scandal of using the wrong map and causing a tragedy, the American government did not issue a death certificate for Lone Ranger's father, leaving his orphan, Lone Ranger, to bear the lifelong rumor that his father might have defected, and causing him to miss several promotion opportunities during his service in the Navy. Having discovered the true meaning of comrades willing to sacrifice themselves to save each other, Lone Ranger quickly recovered. At the graduation ceremony, Iceman won first place. However, a sudden warning arrived. 5 recall notices summoned Iceman, Hollywood, and Lone Ranger back to their aircraft carrier in the Caribbean Sea to confront MiG-28s harassing a malfunctioning minesweeper. The MiG-28s once again employed their overlapping stealth tactics. The radar signals of 3 MiG-28s were detected on the carrier, actually a 6-aircraft formation. Iceman and Hollywood's crews launched an attack, only to be surrounded by the 6 aircraft. Hollywood's F-14A was immediately shot down by missiles fired by the MiG-28s. Lone Ranger and the temporary radar officer Wizard went into battle together. During the dogfight, they accidentally got caught in a wake turbulence and horizontal spin again, but Lone Ranger recovered quickly. Gripping the metal dog tag of the Goose in his hand, Lone Ranger overcame his psychological barrier and charged back into the battlefield. Ow! Ow! This thrilling 2-6 scene quickly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience, who began to yell again. Lone Ranger used a sudden pull-up tactic, letting the pursuing MiG-28 escape, and shot down the opponent with a missile. Wow! 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 The young people couldn't stand this lone hero's act and began to applaud again. Iceman was rescued by Lone Ranger, and he also shot down a MiG-28. Under his control, Lone Ranger used his superb flying skills to lock onto 2 more MiGs and shoot them down one by one. Finally, on the sea, 2 F-14A Tomcats shot down 4 MiG-28s, losing one of their own. The 2 remaining MiG-28s, seeing that they were outmatched, pulled the stick and fled. AWW, AWW, the audience started yelling again. The outcome of defeating a superior enemy force, saving their comrades, and shooting down the enemy gave them a satisfying feeling. In the end, the Lone Ranger didn't choose to continue serving on the aircraft carrier but returned to Top Gun flight school as an instructor. He and Charlie reunited in a bar, kissing to the strains of Take My Breath Away. Dude, when are you guys officially releasing it? Next year? That's awesome. So, next summer, We'll be the only group of people in Los Angeles who've seen it? Cool. My roommate will regret it if he doesn't listen to me and come. This is the best movie I've ever seen. Absolutely amazing. Audience members lined up at the Paramount staff outside, filling out evaluation forms. Yeah, are you showing it in Los Angeles? It's so good. I want to see it again. A+, another A+, the staff member in charge of statistics exclaimed after collecting all the rating forms. My God, I've never seen such preview ratings. A+? Really? Mancuso received the on-site rating in the VIP lounge. This indicated that very few viewers gave scores below A+. Did every viewer fill out the form? Are there any errors in the statistics? After carefully asking the team a few questions, Mancuso took off his reading glasses. Okay, you can all go now. He pinched a bridge of his nose, a sour feeling rising within him. How could this be? Even if Don Simpson had used tricks, focusing too much on a young audience, the ratings were still genuine. Even if the ratings were faked, the 3 rounds of applause, whistles, and shouts heard during the screening couldn't be faked. Allocate the marketing budget to a 1-to-1 ratio with the production cost. Mancuso felt a bitter taste in his mouth, but with such feedback from the test screening, he had no choice but to allocate the most generous marketing budget. I'm leaving now. You discussed the marketing plan with the producer and director. Feeling he couldn't understand the audience, Mancuso instructed Ned Tannen before silently leaving the theater. He didn't go home, but went to his son Frank Mancuso Jr.'s house. Reaching his son's driveway, he got out of the car, sent the driver home, and went inside alone. "Daddy," his son Frank called out, just as he was about to leave. Frank had taken over his mantle as a producer for Paramount. "Can you find a good release date for my April Fool's Day film next year? Is summer a possibility? You should release it in March. Summer slots are reserved for a great blockbuster." "Okay." Mila's in there watching TV. She knows her grandpa's coming to see him and she'll be happy. Old Mancuso entered the room and saw his granddaughter Mila lying on the bed watching her favorite MTV channel, with Jane Fonda's narration of We Are the World. "Sweetheart, why do you like watching MTV, Grandpa?" Mila reached out for a hug from old Mancuso. "I just love watching it." Mancuso hugged his granddaughter. "Can you tell Grandpa why you like this channel?" This one's good. The other channels are too slow." While cuddled with her grandfather, the granddaughter kept her eyes glued to the TV, clapping for Michael Jackson on screen. At home, she could watch music videos on repeat for 2 or 3 hours. Too slow. Mancuso put his granddaughter down, glanced at his watch, and silently counted the shots. On average, the camera cut every 2 or 3 seconds. It was definitely much faster paced than the movies he made. Sigh, he slumped into his chair. Perhaps the next generation would take over. Chapter 622. The whole family comes to the movies. Your aunt is in New York, right? I know she's your closest relative. This is for you. There are several tickets. You can share them with her and your friends. Bruckheimer gave Ronald an envelope containing several movie tickets on the flight to New York. The second preview screening was in New York, so Ronald could still take some time to go home. Thank you. Ronald took the tickets, lifted the curtain, went to the back of the economy class, found Bud, took 3 tickets from the envelope for himself, and handed the rest to Bud. These are the preview screening tickets. You can arrange for your family and friends to share them. Thank you, Ronald. Bud flashed a row of white teeth. Since working for Ronald hadn't shortchanged him in terms of income. However, with his mother and 3 unmarried sisters, a lot of money was sent back to help support the family. But thinking about the future, he was still happy. Ronald was a good employer, and his job was easy, driving, helping with errands, keeping Ronald's secrets, and basically just running errands. After his 3 older sisters get married and the mortgage on the house he and his mother jointly purchased is paid off, he can start his own family. The future looks promising. The plane landed in New York, and Ronald returned to Staten Island to have dinner with his Aunt Karen. His aunt was very happy to see Ronald. Since Donna went to MIT, she had spent most of her time on veterans charities, and she was delighted that Ronald was back. "This is Eric, my friend. He's helped me a lot at the local Veterans Association, and I'd like to invite him to see your movie." His aunt introduced him to Eric, a retired sergeant, who had several photos with her. "He's a Marine?" Ronald asked his aunt. "Yes, he and your uncle enlisted in the same batch. We chat about literature and cook together sometimes. Eric is a good cook, of course, We'll go see the preview screening together tomorrow, Ronald readily agreed. And the Bud family too, we'll go with him. It's good that you hired him. Their income is limited right now. They're relying on the money Bud sends back to pay their mortgage. What? Her mother and sisters. Ronald wanted to ask why they hadn't moved to the new factory in South Los Angeles with him. Remembering Bud's skin color, he said, "Oh, the new factory in South Los Angeles was located in a predominantly white and Latino neighborhood. A black family, with companions on Staten Island, would face many difficulties there." Although racial discrimination was no longer officially recognized in America, implicit discrimination was still everywhere. For example, a black family would have trouble finding housing in a predominantly white or Latino neighborhood. Fortunately, some of Bud's family members were quite skilled with sewing machines, and the Manhattan RTKD leg warmer retail store that Ronald had kept allowed them to alter leg warmer designs for customers, earning a little extra money. "I'll try to get him a raise," Ronald said with a smile, agreeing to his aunt's unspoken request. Aunt Karen's friend, Eric, still sported his Marine-style buzz cut. He greeted Ronald warmly, and the three of them drove to the movie theater together. Bud was temporarily acting as the family driver today, bringing his mother and three sisters to the preview screening. At first, his aunt wasn't particularly concerned when they entered the theater. But when the scene came to the part where the Lone Ranger's comrade, the idiot, was willing to sacrifice himself to save the Lone Ranger, she became emotional. She gripped Ronald's arm tightly, wiping away tears. Years ago, in the Vietnam War, her late husband Steve and Bud's father, Bud Sr., had covered for each other in this way, trying to retreat from an ambush. If the two hadn't covered each other's retreat to a point very close to their own reinforcements before sacrificing themselves, they might not have even received a death notice and would likely have been classified as missing. Ronald gently patted his aunt's arm, comforting her. Eric beside him also whispered words of comfort. Ronald looked around. The composition of the New York screening audience was more reasonable and more representative of the film's intended target audience than that in Los Angeles. Besides some young people, there were some people who clearly looked like retired veterans, but most were families. Among them, fathers and children were the most numerous. Of course, the majority of the audience were young people around 20 years old. Although there were fewer whistles for McGillis's portrayal of Instructor Charlie, the patriotism of the Americans still brought applause right on time as the Lone Ranger shot down the MiG-28 twice. Way to go, Ronald saw a father who was even more excited than the son he brought, clenching his fist and shouting loudly. The son, seemingly seeing his father so excited for the first time, was quickly swept up in the scene where the Lone Ranger's third missile hit the enemy plane, and the father and son high-fived in celebration. Ronald smiled. The Navy-approved footage of the two Sidewinder missiles wasn't enough, but Industrial Light and Magic, referencing real missile launch scenes, created incredibly realistic models. The launch and the explosion upon impact were edited together, almost indistinguishable from the real scene. Finally, the Lone Ranger's F-14A landed on the deck of the Enterprise. The Hollywood and Werewolf crews, rescued by helicopter after being shot down, rushed up to hug the Lone Ranger tightly, expressing their gratitude. Iceman also disembarked from his damaged plane, reluctantly approaching the Lone Ranger and offering to be his wingman. "You're more like my wingman," the Lone Ranger said, embracing his rival, Iceman, who had always looked down on him at flight school. The two reconciled. The audience erupted in applause again. New York audiences especially loved this scene of good American lads uniting. As expected of America's premier elite gathering place, they understand the value of cooperation and mutual benefit. Ronald began to daydream. The Los Angeles audience, well-traveled and knowledgeable, clearly preferred Ronald's showy aerial combat style. The New York audience, influenced by Broadway and various drama clubs since high school, understood character development and story logic. They clearly resonated more with the storyline of the lone wolf, who, through the sacrifice of his partner, transforms from a young man focused solely on personal performance into a mature pilot willing to sacrifice his own performance for his comrades' safety. He wondered which aspect of the story the Chicago audience preferred. A+, Ronald read through the audience reviews in the lounge after the film. This embodies the American spirit. I hope Hollywood will make more patriotic films like this. Instead of always opposing the Vietnam War and belittling veterans. We didn't go to Vietnam willingly. Now we face the threat of the vast Soviet Empire, and we need good films like this. This was clearly written by a Vietnam War veteran. It's so good, I love it. If the Navy could really fly such amazing planes, I'd gladly join the Army after graduating high school. This was written by a high school student. I rarely watch movies with my kids, we don't seem to have much in common. This is the only movie after E.T. the Extraterrestrial that my kids and I can really talk about. This was written by a father who brought his child to a preview screening. Little Bud, why didn't you get Ronald to make an appearance? Ronald looked up. Little Bud's 3 older sisters were also excited, chattering excitedly around him in the lounge, asking about the filming. A girl nearby, arm in arm with Little Bud, laughed happily. Karen, this movie is great, it reminds me of my time in Vietnam. Eric and Aunt Karen sat together, whispering about Ronald. Aunt Karen was happy to hear Eric praise her nephew. Let's go eat. Ronald looked at his family and friends, having already made up his mind. After dinner, Little Bud took Ronald to his hotel. Is that Lucy? Ronald asked Little Bud. That girl, she seems to be the minor actress from Famous. I wonder how she ended up with Bud. Yes, Lucy's acting career is stalled. After graduating high school, she tried for 3 years, but couldn't land a single small role like in Famous. There are so few roles for black people in the entertainment industry. She's now working as a saleswoman at a leg warmer shop in Manhattan. I introduced her to it. Ronald nodded. The attrition rate in this industry is incredibly high. Most of those who fail end up as drama teachers, doing behind-the-scenes work, or having to change careers like Lucy. Are your sisters still there altering leg warmers on the spot? Yes, Aunt Karen is very kind. She introduced our family to this part-time job. Many people need their ankles altered, otherwise they slip off easily. I'll be staying in New York for a few more days. You can take me to Donald & Dole's law firm tomorrow. Ronald had originally intended to offer Bud a raise, but seeing today's situation, he had a different idea. Lindsay. Ronald hugged Lindsay Doll, who looked even more capable now. Her blonde hair was neatly styled in a bun. Congratulations on becoming a named partner. I deserve it. Last year my income accounted for more than half of the firm's total, Lindsay Doll said proudly. I knew you were talented back then. Ronald thought of the small firm that couldn't even afford the lights and phone bills. Now it had been renovated, and Lindsay had her second largest office. I always remember you gave me my first case. It was the only way we could pay the phone bill. Ha ha ha. After the pleasantries, Ronald revealed the main purpose of his visit. I want to register another company to produce film editing tape. The patent holder is Walter Murch. I'll provide the capital, he'll provide the intellectual property, and you can help me determine a suitable ratio. Then the factory will be located on Staten Island, employing the workers from the old leg warmer factory who didn't want to relocate to Southern California. A very good small business, professional market, no need for large-scale marketing costs, and sales are guaranteed. I have 2 objectives. First, my own company will be shooting a lot of low-budget films that will need it, and Murch's small workshop can't meet the requirements. Second, I want to maintain good relationships with major studios. My tape will be priced only slightly higher than their original 3M, but the performance and effect will be much better. Their directors will like it, and the purchasing won't be too difficult. Yes, the amount isn't large, but every film needs it. You have a good business sense. Lindsay Dole looked at the patent documents Ronald brought, constantly highlighting key points, and agreed with Ronald's idea. What, is there anything else? Lindsay Dole asked, noticing Ronald's hesitant expression. Do you know any reliable private investigators? What do you want to do? Investigate your girlfriend's infidelity. No, Ronald whispered his thoughts to attorney Lindsay. Okay, I have someone in mind. He used to be an inspector for the NYPD, but he recently resigned. Frank McPike. Hello. Lindsay told me you need a private investigator. That afternoon, a slightly balding middle-aged man met Ronald in a coffee shop. Are you an actor? I feel like I've seen you in several movies. Ronald looked at the man and felt a little familiar. No, some friends just say that. Frank McPike was exasperated by the Hollywood actor who looked somewhat like him. It's best for a private investigator not to be recognized. He took a pair of small round glasses out of his pocket and put them on. This way, it doesn't look like it. Okay, sorry, Ronald said, taking out a photo of his aunt and Eric. I want you to check this guy's background. What, you want to break them up? Is this yours, my aunt? No. I think they're still very much in love. But there's something about this Eric that makes me uncomfortable. Some of his actions are too much like an actor's. You know I'm a Hollywood director. If he doesn't have any major schemes to deceive my aunt, I'm not going to tell her. But if he has any ill intentions, then I'll have him go. I don't accept checks, only cash or money orders. We don't need to contact each other by phone. I'll have Lindsay let you know once I've found out. Great, here's the salary Lindsay mentioned. Ronald quickly took a thick envelope out of his pocket and handed it over. Great, that's the rule. I'll contact you if anything comes up. If you need anything else from me, just have Lindsay pass on the message. Mike Parker quickly slid the envelope full of cash into his bag. Chapter 623 Someone Else's Premiere Party. Eric only lied about one thing, he lied to your aunt. Soon, Mike Parker delivered the background information to Ronald. What? Ronald took the envelope. Inside was a stack of Eric's documents, from his high school diploma to his chef's resume. He's not a Marine veteran, he only served in the reserves for a while. He probably exaggerated that to win over your aunt. Also, his wife tragically passed away a few years ago, and the nurses at the hospital all said he took excellent care of her. He's a good man. That's all right then. Ronald put the documents away. So it was a little lie for love. That's all. Have Lindsay call me if there's any business. Ronald shook hands with him goodbye and returned to his Hilton hotel room. Excuse me, Walter, it's an acquaintance of mine. I need him to do something for me. Where were we? Walter Murch's Back to Oz opened a week earlier, but the box office performance was lackluster. His directorial debut was unsuccessful, leaving him somewhat disheartened. During a promotional trip to New York, he met with Ronald, and the two discussed the business of their new editing tape. You mentioned you were going to market our editing tape to the major studios. Yes. I've already spoken to Columbia through Weintraub. They really liked your little invention. At Paramount, I asked Tanning to help showcase it to the directors we have contracts with, and they liked it too. I'm also going to meet with Eisner at Disney while I'm in Los Angeles. By the way, how supportive is he of your new film? Actually, not bad, but after its release, many viewers said their children were terrified, so the reviews aren't very good. Walter Murch's Back to Oz incorporated many of the original's thriller elements and was filmed very realistically, perhaps too realistically. I'll be going back to editing for a while. This film might not make money for Disney, and perhaps my directing career will have to be postponed. I've been preparing for this film for several years without taking on any new projects. I have 3 children and a family. Now is not the time for me to be impulsive. Murch's thoughts now turned to reality. His directorial debut hadn't been a hit, and the burden of family responsibilities couldn't allow him to waste another 2 years preparing for another film. His children were about to enter high school, a time when money was needed. It's okay, our editing tape business will bring you a stable profit share. Ronald's factory provided Murch with a stable income. From what I saw at the factory on Staten Island, it seems like you're not making much money with this factory. Walter Murch hadn't opened his own factory before because he had calculated the investment to output ratio and it wasn't worth it. He was still a little worried about Ronald's investment in this factory. I don't expect it to make more money than the original leg warmer factory, but it can provide new jobs for some workers who moved to the island because they trusted me. They couldn't migrate to Southern California because of their ethnicity, and we can use our connections at the studios. The procurement budget is fixed anyway, and their original supplier, 3M, is only slightly cheaper than us. They don't care about this small business. Murch's invention uses only a fraction of the tape per cut, and although the retail price is higher than 3M's, the overall cost is actually lower. Besides the studios, Ronald also supplied Hollywood camera rental shops through Roger Coleman's connections, essentially letting Coleman be the wholesaler for the retail business targeting low-budget films. With a stable supply, Ronald's factory wasn't afraid of losing money. Furthermore, he could try exporting to the Japanese and Asian markets through Weintraub's connections. So, is it possible that I can have you edit my next film? Ronald, hearing that Murch wanted to return to film and sound editing, was also considering cultivating this expert. After all, he was a recognized expert in the industry. No, I don't think your film needs my editing. Murch shook his head, stating his thoughts. Why? Ronald was a little surprised. Did his film not meet Murch's standards? Did he look down on it? I've seen all your films, including the latest Top Gun test screening. Your films don't need any editors. Because you have the final editing idea in mind while you're shooting. Or rather, you've already filmed the finished product in your mind before shooting. So in the end, you don't need an editing expert. but a few editing assistants to help you realize your ideas. What's different about the editing of those big directors you've worked with, like Capula and Fred Zinnemann? Ronald didn't know whether Murch's assessment was good or bad. But he was right. He had indeed dreamt of part of the finished film. He thought for a moment and asked what the sample footage sent to the editing room by other big directors was like. Perhaps it's because of the nature of your subject matter. Your shots are generally only filmed a few times, and you don't encourage different acting styles. Some established directors value acting more. They'll shoot the same scene in several ways. This is a great challenge for editing. I've had many experiences of piecing together good parts from different takes through editing. Your film doesn't require this kind of brainstorming. You just need to put the script and storyboard together. I'm not saying your directing isn't brilliant, but every director has their own method. And your film's subject matter doesn't really emphasize the actors' performances. Ronald wasn't upset by Murch's criticism. He knew Murch was telling the truth. Acting direction was indeed a weakness in his directing skills. How's Disney doing now? Any progress on Eisner's live-action film project? You know, the Screen Fund is calling me again. Ronald inquired about Eisner's situation again. George J.R. had called him again, and the Screen Fund hadn't invested in a single film yet. Eisner's adult film strategy is actually inherited from the former chairman, Ron Miller. So now it's facing resistance from Roy Disney, and he's trying to find a solution. Walter Murch's film didn't get much marketing resources either. He knew the decline of live-action films at Disney. This is troublesome, Ronald decided, determined to meet with Eisner as soon as possible after returning. He had introduced the investment fund of the vice president's eldest son, so he needed to make some progress, otherwise it would be seen as deceiving the second family. What are your plans for your new film? Walter asked, turning his attention to Ronald's next movie. This protégé had been very good to him. Top Gun seemed poised for a meteoric rise, and now was a crucial moment for him. My most likely chance is to make a sequel to Dragon Boys, but I read Weintraub's script, and it didn't seem very challenging. Right now, what I want most is to rest for a while. I feel completely exhausted. Murch knew that Ronald's experience was limited. Many directors hit a plateau after making their first few films. The reason was that all the previous experience had been used up in filmmaking. Of course, they could continue making one film after another, but that would lack the infinite possibilities of reaching the next level. Film is a very old art form. At times like these, you should watch more classic films. Ronald accepted the dozen or so films Murch suggested, all older films that he felt would be very inspiring for his editing career. Thank you. Please give my regards to your wife and children. After seeing Murch off, Ronald lay in bed for a while. Murch offered one solution to his creative burnout: find inspiration in the classics. His agent, Nisita, offered a different approach: get a new girlfriend. Many directors need a new muse every few years to ignite their creative passion and inspiration. Brooke Shields and he were living apart, growing increasingly distant. By Hollywood standards, they were no longer considered a couple. Diane, on the other hand, seemed more like a close friend with a business relationship. Perhaps he really should try getting to know some new actresses and models. Ronald put on his coat, preparing to go to a party. Demi Moore had called yesterday, inviting him to the New York premiere party for Street Elmo's Fire. Since he was already back home in New York, Ronald had declined his trip to Chicago for the third screening, choosing to rest at home for a few days. It seems there's no party venue here. Ronald arrived at Demi Moore's newly rented upscale apartment, looked around, and said, "I'll be making my home here. Isn't that great?" Demi smiled and showed Ronald around her mansion. It was a high-rise apartment developed by a young and successful New York real estate developer, named after him. Demi rented a room in the top penthouse. There were 2 large bedrooms, a separate room for shoes, and a large balcony. Very nice, Ronald thought, also pleased to have such an apartment in Manhattan, even if it was rented. Is the rent expensive? $8,000 a month. Demi looked at Ronald. I'll be living here by myself from now on. Emilio has his own place. Ronald felt a pang of pain upon hearing the price. A year's rent could pay off Bud's mortgage or buy him a new sports car. Demi, seeing Ronald's lack of reaction to her hint, also deflated. Ronald might have old-fashioned morals. She and Emilio Estevez were now officially dating, and he didn't like this kind of thing. Every coin has 2 sides. Demi was able to afford such a luxurious apartment not only because of the rave reviews of her new film, Street Elmo's Fire, but also because of her boyfriend's considerable influence. Emilio, starting with The Breakfast Club, had 2 hit movies, both critically and commercially successful, making him a hot young actor in Hollywood, with a lot of exposure, which also boosted her own value. Let's go, the party is at the limelight. Ronald remembered this club. It was the place where Oscar-winning actress Shirley MacLaine had celebrated her birthday and introduced him to Nastasia Kinski and Konchalovsky. Demi got out of Ronald's car and went ahead to find the group of young actors and actresses who always hung out together. Ronald slowly went in. Tom? What are you doing here? Ronald was surprised to see Tom Cruise. His hair was now growing long, and he was preparing for Scorsese's new film, The Color of Money. Robert Lowe and Emilio were my high school classmates in Los Angeles. This is their successful film, so I came to check it out. Cruise's career wasn't as stellar as Emilio's yet, but he had 2 films coming out next year. Top Gun had the potential to be in the top 10 at the box office, and The Color of Money was a collaboration with renowned director Scorsese and veteran actor Paul Newman. Are you getting used to Marty's directing style? How is the preparation going? I'm still trying to keep up. Newman is also a good opponent. The script readings are very difficult for me. Hey, look who's here, Emilio said smugly as he saw Ronald and Cruise enter. Rob Lowe didn't seem to mind Cruise's presence and introduced him to the young people who had come with him. Emilio, however, was disdainful of Ronald. Having finally landed 2 blockbuster films, he could finally challenge his rival. Our fate as actors isn't really in our own hands. One word from this director, and Spielberg replaced Eric with that shorty. Emilio pointed to Eric Stoltz behind him, trying to incite the actors present. That's true, but thankfully we've endured the waiting hell, added actress Ali City, who had rejected Ronald's offer for Top Gun. It's not like that. I don't have the authority to replace actors in other people's films. I just told Steven, the producer, my opinion. Back to the Future premieres next month. We can all go see it. Ronald didn't argue with them further, waving to Stoltz, the man in question. Hi, Eric. Ronald went inside and shook hands with Eric Stoltz. Hi, Jennifer. He noticed that Stoltz was no longer dating Cheryl, who was more than 10 years older than him, and now his girlfriend was an acquaintance of his, Jennifer Jason Leigh. Ronald, you're being besieged by actors now. Jennifer Jason Leigh had received a huge settlement in the past 2 years and was now focusing on finding suitable roles, no longer making films for money, and living a very comfortable life. However, Stoltz seemed to still have some unresolved issues, and after exchanging only a few words with Ronald, he went off to do something else. Jennifer Jason Leigh shrugged at him and went to be with her boyfriend. Actually, it's not your fault. Movies aren't plays. There's no need to film exactly as the script says, a woman approached Ronald, speaking in his defense. Her voice was gentle, magnetic, and very pleasant. It's nothing, Ronald replied, clearly impressed by the woman's striking presence. He extended his hand. I'm certainly not a top-tier director when it comes to directing acting, Ronald, she said. Andie MacDowell, who played Emilio's crush in the film, was a few years older and more mature. She was eager to befriend a director like Ronald. Chapter 624 Hollywood Kids Gang. Andie MacDowell spoke softly, a former model, she had excellent poise. Ronald enjoyed chatting with her. However, the music was a bit loud, and they often had to lean close to whisper in each other's ears. Ronald considered finding a quieter place. MacDowell nodded in agreement, and the two stood up to leave. Andie went to say goodbye to her friends on set, while Ronald stood there. He noticed a taller, more handsome young man who looked somewhat like Emilio Estevez, greedily eyeing MacDowell and the other beauties. Charlie, Ronald knew Emilio had a younger brother who had appeared in Red Dawn, starring Lee Thompson. Unlike his brother, he wasn't pretentious about using their father Martin Sheen's stage name. Instead, he openly adopted Charlie Sheen, so the industry would know about his father-son relationship with Martin. It's me, Ronald. I really enjoyed your movie. Don't forget to take me with you sometime. Ronald glanced at Emilio, who was shouting and yelling inside. He seemed to be the leader of this group of young actors, someone who could command respect here. Why was Charlie Sheen being so friendly with him? You don't think I can remain calm after seeing my brother and Tom Cruise and Rob Lowe picking up beautiful women every day for the past 3 years, do you? I am me, and my brother is my brother. I'm not afraid to play supporting roles. My acting is pretty good. You can talk to my agent if you want, I'll remember you. Ronald was impressed by this maverick young man. Hey, don't run away beforehand. I arranged for a reporter from New York Magazine to do an exclusive interview with you all today. He only agreed to interview you all because of me. Emilio saw Andie MacDowell about to leave and felt resentful. Why did the prettiest girl always willingly let Ronald seduce her? Emilio, I just wanted to find a quieter place, MacDowell said, shaking off his grip and defending himself. Don't be silly, it's a New York Magazine interview. If it weren't for Emilio's generosity, we wouldn't even have a chance. Ellie City chimed in, eager for the interview and focused on appeasing Emilio Estevez. If he was unhappy, the interview might be lost. Yet, don't be a spoilsport, it's all thanks to Emilio's generosity. The speaker was Lori Rodkin, the girlfriend and manager of Judd Nelson, an actor who had appeared in both films. Rodkin was a stunning beauty, previously known for her close relationship with the Eagles' lead singers. It was rumored that the lyrics "She has many handsome male friends" in the famous song Hotel California were about Rodkin. Andie MacDowell, bound by his friend's loyalty, looked helplessly at Ronald. "I'll go outside and make a call. You stay a bit longer." Ronald didn't want to pressure MacDowell to come with him immediately, so he took a half step back and went outside to wait for MacDowell to slip out at the right moment. The New York evening breeze was refreshing. Ronald bought a pack of cigarettes from the bartender, asked for matches, and lit one at the club entrance. He rarely smoked, but in this setting, a puff seemed appropriate. "I'm here to interview Emilio Estevez and his friends. I already arranged it with him." Ronald noticed a tall, thin man arguing with a doorman at the club entrance. This spotlight club was now poised to surpass Club 54 as New York's hottest nightclub. Long lines formed at the entrance. Unless you were handsome or famous, you couldn't get in. "Sorry. I can only call in to ask." "Please wait a moment." The doorman didn't believe the reporter's story. Every night, several people tried to sneak in using a celebrity's name as a pretext. "Pa, you're so snobbish." The tall, thin man spat at the roadside and muttered, "These little bastards, just because they've acted in 2 hit movies, they think they can enjoy the life of the upper class. I come to interview them, and I get insulted." Ronald hadn't expected the reporter to say such resentful things. He thought the reporter was just envious and jealous. But then he thought again. The interviewee had deliberately chosen a place where he couldn't get in, without explaining beforehand, and he might even curse back. Letting him in sooner would allow him to leave with MacDowell sooner. Thinking this, Ronald explained to the doorman, "Emilio is indeed waiting for a reporter. Ask him his name." "Yes, Ronald," the doorman bowed respectfully. "What's your name, sir?" "David Bloom." The reporter gave his name. "I work for New York Magazine. I used to write for the Wall Street Journal." "Oh, you and Mr. Lee can go in together." The doorman had no idea of the prestige of a reporter who wrote for the Wall Street Journal. "Thank you. Could I have one?" David Bloom offered him a cigarette. "Here you go, I have more." Ronald led the reporter into the club. "David, why are you so late?" Emilio saw David Bloom and immediately snatched him away from Ronald, as if afraid the reporter would steal his thunder once he knew Ronald's identity. "You're late, you should drink a penalty shot," Emilio said, handing David Bloom a double shot of whiskey, telling him to drink it first. Ha. David Bloom downed his drink in one gulp. "Can I interview you now? We'd better find a private room, somewhere quiet." AWW, Emilio applauded the reporter. Emilio, Rob Lowe, and Judd Nelson were the center of this small group. Everyone revolved around them. Half drunk, they weren't very respectful to the reporter. They shoved and jostled, pulling the reporter into the private room. Ronald stood to the side, clearly seeing the venomous look in David Bloom's eyes. Remembering what he'd said outside, Ronald felt like he was being stared at by a cobra, a chill running down his spine. Ronald looked around and found Demi Moore in the corner. She was drinking alone, one glass after another. Emilio had even flirted with the bar's beauties in front of his girlfriend. If it weren't for the potential benefits, Demi wanted a role in Emilio's self-written and directed film. She would have kicked him in the butt long ago. "Who's this guy? Why is Emilio with him? Why is this interview involving all of you?" Ronald asked Demi Moore, leaning closer. "He's a reporter for a New York magazine, always sucking up to Emilio. Emilio considers him one of his own, so he called all the actors from the Breakfast Club and Street Elmo's Fire to come and support him, for a group interview," Demi Moore whispered, narrowing her eyes. "Don't be fooled by Emilio's generosity. Of all these people, only Robert Lowe and Judd Nelson actually get to talk to the reporter. The 3 of them are the core of their close-knit group, Demi tried to sneak in, hoping to get a small part of the interview, given her status as Emilio's girlfriend. "Demi, if you trust me, you'd better not go for the interview." Ronald pulled her back forcefully, ignoring her confused look, and turned to head towards the private room. "Tom. Don't go in," Ronald whispered in Tom Cruise's ear as he was arm in arm with a beautiful woman. "What's wrong, Ronald? This is fun. I've never been in a magazine interview before. Paula told me she'd arrange it when the 2 new movies are released." Tom Cruise, a little drunk, tried to get closer. "Didn't Paula tell you to listen to me?" "Of course." Cruise turned to look at Ronald, his expression serious, not joking. "Of course I'm on your side. Emilio's trying to steal your girl. What are you thinking?" Ronald pulled the girl away and looked at Cruise. Seeing Cruise nod, he gestured for the girl to follow. Ronald, Andy McDowell, who had taken the opportunity to escape the attention of several boys, also came up and took Ronald's arm. "Let's go." Demi thought for a while, then decided to trust Ronald. She didn't go into the private room with her boyfriend, but instead secretly went to the bar, grabbed a cocktail, and pretended to be drunk, unaware of where the rest of the group was. The group left the club, got into a Mercedes parked nearby, and drove off. "Will there be any trouble?" Andy McDowell had witnessed everything. "A little trouble, but luckily we left early," Ronald replied. "I actually became famous as a model." "Do you think I have a talent for acting?" Andy let down her hair, her long, dark brown curls swaying from side to side, very feminine. Ronald was touched by this gentle yet wild charm. "You're a model? I saw your performance in Street Elmo's Fire. It was very natural." Ronald had only seen this movie, but she portrayed a slightly older woman being unrequitedly loved by a younger boy perfectly. "Yes, I used to do ads for Saint Laurent and Armani perfumes, but I got into the film industry because of the CK jeans ad." "Oh," Ronald fell silent. "So, she also gained fame through the CK jeans ad?" Seeing Ronald remain silent, Andy thought the chances were slim. "No way? Then I'll just have to go back to being a cowgirl on the ranch." McDowell laughed. Her family owned a small ranch in Woodland in Southern California, and she often rode horses. "No, Hollywood will come knocking on your door sooner or later." Ronald knew that Hollywood wouldn't let go of a female model with such natural attention. "That's great. I can confidently spend money on acting classes now." McDowell tucked her curly hair behind her ear, her eyes alluring. "That's it, Paula. I took it upon myself to bring Tom away." That reporter was a bit shady. In his hotel room, Ronald dialed Cruise's agent, Paula, and explained what had happened. "Thank you, Ronald. You averted a PR disaster. I'll arrange emergency PR coordination immediately." Paula answered the phone at Nissa's home. "I know this David Bloom. He used to be the deputy editor-in-chief of Esquire magazine, but he was fired for allegedly stealing an interviewee's expensive watch." Ronald, Nissa sipped the carrot juice Paula made. "I'll say a few words to him." "Ronald, you pulled Cruise away. Paula and I owe you one. Do you think there will be any other trouble?" "It's hard to say. I overheard this reporter vehemently criticizing all the young actors outside the club. Emilio was incredibly foolish to invite him into his private life and introduce him to several of his close male friends. I think if things don't go wrong this time, great, but if they do, it will involve a whole bunch of people." "Okay, I'll discuss a plan with Paula tonight. Tell Cruise to fly to Chicago tomorrow and focus on preparing for the new film. Don't get involved with Emilio and the others anymore. Let Paula talk to him herself," Ronald said, remembering that Tom still had a pretty girl there. Ding dong, ding dong. A moment later, the doorbell rang. Ronald opened the door. It was Cruise from next door. "Ronnie, Paula told me I'm going to Chicago tomorrow. Thanks for today." Cruise had been scolded by Paula after sobering up, told to stay away from Emilio. "It's nothing, I was just lucky, then. I won't bother you any longer." Cruise looked around, not seeing the curly-haired beauty. "See you tomorrow." Ronald thought this matter would escalate, so he lost interest and had Bud take McDowell home first, exchanging contact information before parting. "This is Judd Nelson. He's a student of Stella, Marlon Brando's acting coach. This is Rob Lowe. Isn't he incredibly handsome?" Emilio, in the party's private room, indeed gave the interview opportunities mainly to Nelson and Rob Lowe. "Yes, you guys are like the new Rat Pack. You're Sinatra, and they're Dean Martin and Sammy Davis," reporter David Bloom flattered, scribbling furiously in his notebook. "Ha ha ha." The three young actors, flattered and adored, laughed heartily, each with a beautiful woman in their arms. You know what? Hollywood actors are the core of a production. Those directors can't really control a film. Ha ha ha, I see. I've really seen something new today. Reporter David Bloom looked at the beautiful women surrounding the three actors, feeling a stinging ache in his heart. Spoiled Hollywood stars, the true face of young actors who are seen as potential successors to the previous generation of stars, reporter David Bloom grew increasingly resentful as he wrote, pouring all the grievances he had suffered over the years from being looked down upon by celebrities into this report. This bunch needs a catchy nickname. A cover story needs a headline to grab the reader's attention. Young stars, frivolous behavior, surrounded by beautiful women, disdainful of directors, and self-centered on set. How about the new Rat Pack? David Bloom thought the name wasn't catchy enough. Rat Pack, Brat Pack, let's call them the Hollywood Kids. You're right, Ronald. We got the article early through connections. Paula and Nisita called Ronald again a day later. Brat Pack, that's a terrible name. Brat means snot-nosed kid, and it immediately brings to mind the Rat Pack, a gang associated with a mob in the 1960s. Good. Who else is mentioned in the article? Rob Lowe, Judd Nelson, and they also mention several actors from the Outcasts movie, Patrick Swayze, Ralph Macchio, and Tom. But we've completely removed Tom Cruise's name from the article. When the magazine goes to market, we'll include a statement saying Tom doesn't belong to them. No Diane and Demi. Right, no, this article is mainly for young male actors. That quirky, nasty name, Hollywood Kids, sounds like a gang of male stars. Good, that's all. Ronald hung up the phone. It seemed this was going to be a notorious bad nickname that would sweep the public. Anyone caught up in this story wouldn't have a good time for a while. Luckily, Demi was quick-witted and didn't go in. Diane also escaped because she was a girl. But Ronald picked up the phone and dialed Weintraub. Jerry, I heard that someone is targeting Ralph Macchio, linking him to several Hollywood bad boys and a New York magazine. Our Dragon Boys sequel still stars Ralph, so we need to be careful. Chapter 625. Keep your distance so you don't get splashed. It was a Thursday night, like every Thursday night in every bar in every city where young people live in the world. Spotlight Club was packed with boys and girls. This was New York, so the boys were wearing t-shirts, sunglasses, and shorts, and the girls were wearing miniskirts and sporting Madonna-esque hairstyles. Ronald held the cover story of the latest issue of New York Magazine. David Bloom's article was sensational, sure to evoke envy and jealousy in young readers, so the editor moved it to the cover story. The article was very long, beginning by describing the three male celebrities of the boys' gang choosing the prettiest girls in the club with their eyes and then using their gazes to get them to join their table. A girl straightened her long white t-shirt over her blue skirt, brushed her dark bangs away from her eyes, patted her hips, and slowly walked to the table, even though she already knew that all three stars had steady girlfriends. Ronald felt that the article was almost like a movie script, vividly depicting the girls' desire to get close to the stars and the uninhibited nature of the three male actors of the boys' gang. Three members of the Brat Pack shouted "Na Zdravie," a Russian toast for good health, but here, it was actually a secret code. Each member of the Brat Pack could only choose one girl at a club, and when everyone shouted the code, the other members couldn't make a move on her. A poised and handsome young man, the unofficial president of the Brat Pack, perhaps because he was the son of the famous actor Martin Sheen, was also present. The 23-year-old Emilio Estevez resembled his famous father. His innocent, sweet smile attracted more women, whom he couldn't resist. "She's my playmate today," he whispered, as an exotic young woman in a purple jumpsuit sat beside him, smiling like an old friend. This was Hollywood's Brat Pack, the new Rat Pack of the 1980s, much like the Rat Pack of the 1960s, a touring band of famous young stars, roaming the parties, women, and good times. The Hollywood Kids work together as much as possible. For the average American moviegoer, at least one of their films has been seen in the past 4 years. Their first was Turns Out, about kids taking over a military academy. Then came Outcasts, adapted from Hutton's novel and directed by Francis Ford Coppola. Ronald Lee's Fast and Furious Richmond pushed them a step further, reaching teenage audiences. Next came John Hughes' The Breakfast Club. And now, their latest film, St. Elmo's Fire, is set to release in New York. "What's with me?" Ronald looked at Nisita and Richard, who had come specifically for this. "Was he involved in something else? Your name was only mentioned once here, and we thought it was positive coverage," so he didn't ask for it to be removed, while New York Magazine was a very proud publication and wouldn't remove content based on a complaint from an interviewee. The reporter, David Bloom, was willing to do anything for money. Then Bloom listed the Hollywood kids. Tom Cruise was named the hottest kid. His Crazy Boys earned the film company over $30 million. Then came the most talented actor, Sean Penn, the representative of minorities, Nicolas Cage, and the hard-working action star, Ralph Macchio. These are all positive figures, so after Paula and the PR firm discussed it, they kept Tom's name in the reports. Ronald expressed his understanding. Ralph Macchio was also the result of Weintraub's overnight PR efforts, being placed in the group of positive, ambitious kids. Then came several stars David Bloom deeply loathed, perhaps best described as members of the boyhood gang: Emilio Estevez, the president of the boyhood gang; pretty face Rob Lowe, the most unworthy boy; Judd Nelson, the least likely boy to replace Marlon Brando; Matt Dillon, the most unsociable boy; Andrew McCarthy, almost not part of the boyhood; Matthew Broderick. Following this list, David Bloom's machine gun began firing. These were people who hadn't gone to college, entering Hollywood directly after high school. Their parents were mostly in the industry, giving them a much higher starting point than most. And they weren't willing to invest more effort in learning acting, skipping the crucial step to success demanded by Marlon Brando, or more recently, Robert De Niro and Al Pacino's generation: years of acting training. Young actors in the past often spent years under the tutelage of respected teachers like Lee Strasberg and Stella Adler before venturing onto the stage, let alone into films. Today, this step is considered less necessary. Is Tom's press release ready? Ronald asked Nisita, looking up. Yes, it'll be released the day after his interview. How's he doing with Marty in Chicago? Still working on the script. You know his dyslexia, he needs more time than others to prepare it. When are you going back to Los Angeles? I have an appointment with Eisner from Disney next week to talk about Disney's live-action movies. He got his screen fund, but hasn't invested in a single film yet, and the fund directors are urging me again. Ronald scratched his head. George J.R. was calling, he couldn't just brush it off. He might have to go talk to Eisner. Ronald continued reading. The reporter said Emilio deliberately called the theater manager, acting arrogantly, just to show off his privileges in order to get a free ticket to Laddie Hawk. The Eagle and the Wolf is a special effects blockbuster starring Michelle Pfeiffer and Matthew Broderick. Logically, Emilio wouldn't need to call a manager for free tickets if he wanted to see it. Unless he did it on purpose for the reporters. Ronald continued reading the report, where reporter David Bloom shifted the focus to Emilio Estevez's perspective, unfolding a story of extraordinary adventures. Emilio had a mentor, Harry Dean Stanton, the ex-boyfriend of Nastasia Kinski and Rebecca Demoni. He possessed the ability to pick up incredibly beautiful women without spending money, needing industry status, or even being handsome. Emilio frequently climbed to Stanton's house atop Beverly Hills to learn these skills. Besides the well-known Demi Moore, he had over 20 temporary girlfriends. What did Emilio do to offend the reporters? Why is he portrayed so negatively? Keep reading, there's more about your acquaintance stirring things up. Richard pointed to the next section. Huh? How did he get involved again? Ronald realized he had another enemy. After leaving the Spotlight Club, Emilio went to the Japanese restaurant across the street and had his bodyguards clear out the best private room so he and his friends could enjoy sushi all to themselves. The bodyguards kept all other diners out, only letting in pretty girls for autographs. His girlfriend, Demi, didn't come for the second round, and Emilio was expecting another pretty girl fan. But instead of fans, it was another unofficial member of the bad boy gang, Timothy Hutton, the only one to have won an Oscar. Hutton's hair was greasy, and the two chatted about their mutual acquaintance, Sean Penn, who was now dating Madonna all the time. After Hutton left, Emilio loudly mocked Hutton to his friends, saying he had lost 3 movies in a row and no one in Hollywood was offering him roles anymore. Oscars are nothing. If you don't make money, you're doomed. To stay successful in this industry, you have to keep making money. I'm about to write, direct, and star in a movie, and so is Rob Lowe. Is it Timothy Hutton? Ronald glanced at his agent. The current news is it's him, and possibly Sean Penn and Madonna too. Emilio is being reckless, making random comments about many people, and these people might cause him trouble, and you. He also commented on your work, and we had reporter David Bloom remove it. I doubt it was anything good. Seeing how many enemies Emilio had, Ronald decided not to kick him while he was down. Otherwise, If he attacked the younger ones, the older ones would come out too. It was best to remain a spectator. Ha ha ha. Bloom wrote well, praising us as brilliant and talented, the most talented young actors in Hollywood. After the New York Magazine was published, Emilio Estevez gathered Rob Lowe and Judd Nelson and began to boast. His story was much longer than his two best friends, a place where he could really save face. Lori Rodkin, Judd Nelson's girlfriend and agent, sensed something was wrong and pulled her boyfriend aside. Has Emilio offended someone? Why does this article say you two aren't honing your acting skills? You're clearly Stella Adler's protege. We were introduced by her daughter. I don't know. There are many people jealous of Emilio's achievements and family background. It shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? I saw half the article talking about him. I'm just a supporting character. Are you stupid? Rodkin was exasperated. Why did Tom Cruise and the others only mention his name, but you and Emilio are all linked together? It's all the bad things you and Rob Lowe did? You need to issue a statement and distance yourself from him. That's not a good idea, is it? We're friends. Friends? You see, he'll soon be putting the blame on you. Rodkin angrily threw his bag on the ground. Mr. Estevez, your phone, Dad? Why are you calling me? Emilio, drunk, unexpectedly answered the call from his father, Martin Sheen, at the bar. Who's plotting against you? Why is there this report? No one. The reporter is my friend. I asked him to come to the club for an interview, and he also introduced some of my friends. They're on the cover of the magazine too, and they're thanking me profusely. Martin Sheen almost had a heart attack from his eldest son. Friends? Is this how friends slander you? You think you can act entirely because of me? Never hone your acting skills? You have a real girlfriend but over 20 temporary girlfriends? Call your agent right now and do as he says. I'm going to talk to Mr. Eisner about the distribution contract for the new film. Emilio Estevez finally realized what was happening and looked at the table where he was. A chair suddenly appeared, ready for him. Just a minute ago, everyone was desperately trying to get closer to the president of the gang. Now they were avoiding him like the plague. Demi, where are you going? Emilio saw Demi Moore was also leaving and tried to persuade her to stay. She was the only girlfriend he could still talk to in this situation. Go find your 20-odd temporary girlfriends. Demi turned and left the bar. She returned to her luxurious penthouse in the brand new building, lit a cigarette, and composed herself. How could she leverage this situation to maximize her own interests? Hey, Ronald, I wanted to ask, what's going on with Emilio? Did you get involved? No, he probably offended some other actors competing for the role. I'm a director, I have no real conflict with him, Ronald immediately denied. What should I do, Ronald? I'm a laughingstock now, everyone's mocking me, not only for my poor judgment of character, but also for being rejected by my boyfriend. What you do is up to you. I can only say that in the next week, more people will be attacking him. You'd better stay away from him and avoid getting splashed. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.